Chapter 4 In Time of Plague. Look, leave me alone. Come on. Tack, will you get your fucking hands? I'm not after your tired brown body. I just want to get you to the bar where you can sit down. Look, please, You're not drunk. You say you're not stoned or anything, then you damn well better sit down and relax. Tack's beefy hand clamped his shoulder. Kid took 3 more unsteady steps. You were staggering around there like you were half in some sort of trance. Now come on with me, sit down, have a drink, and get yourself together. You sure you didn't take anything? The ornate orchid at Tack's belt clashed the simple one at Kid's. Hey, look, just come on and leave me alone. Where's Lanya? She's more likely to find you at Teddy's than wandering around out in the dark. You come on. In such colloquy, they made their hesitant way from park to bar. Kid swayed in the doorway, looking at rocking candle flames, while Tack argued with the bartender. Hot brandy. Look, just take your coffee water there and a glass with a shot of— June or George? Paul Fenster looked up from his beer, 3 people down. Kid felt something cold but manageable happen in his belly at the recognition, and came over to stand behind Tack, who turned with 2 steaming glasses. Huh? So I found somebody here I know. Fenster was buttoned halfway up the chest in a red, long-sleeve shirt. I didn't think I was, and it's my first night back. Oh, Tack nodded. Yeah, how you doing? Hey, I gotta bring a friend a drink. Come on. Tack lifted the brandy glasses over some woman's shoulder, stepped around some man. Fenster raised his chin, watching. Tack came across to Kid. Fenster came behind. Here's your brandy. This is Paul Fenster, my favorite rebel who has managed to misplace his cause. That's what you think, Fenster saluted with his beer bottle. Well, he didn't misplace it, actually. It went somewhere else when he wasn't looking. Oh, this is a Kid. Kid wondered if he were projecting Tack's lack of enthusiasm. Come on over and sit down. Hello. Kid nodded toward Fenster, who wasn't looking at him, hadn't heard him, apparently did not recognize him. Well, he didn't feel like talking anyway, so could be amused at Fenster's obliqueness. Come on, come on. Tack headed them toward a booth, glanced apprehensively at Kid again. Gesturing with his bottle, Fenster continued, Oh, there's a cause, all right. Maybe you've lost 95% of your population, but you're still the same city you were before. You weren't here before. Tack sat at the opposite edge of the seat so that Fenster had to sit across the table. Then Tack slipped over, making room for Kid, who noted the whole maneuver and wondered if Fenster had. Kid sat. Tack's leg immediately swung against his in warm, if unwanted, reassurance. That's not what I mean, Fenster said. Bologna was, maybe 30% black? Nah, even though you lost so many people, bet it's closer to 60, from my estimate at any rate. All living in harmony, peace, and brotherly love. Bullshit, Fenster said. With a calm, clear, golden afternoon only occasionally, torn by the sobs of some poor white girl dishonored at the hands of a rampaging buck. What are you trying to do? Show off for the Kid there? Fenster grinned at Kid. I met Tack here the first day I got to Bologna. He's a really together guy, you know. Likes to pretend he's short on brains, then he lets you hang yourself. Fenster still hadn't recognized him. Kid nodded over his steaming glass. The fumes stung. He smiled back and felt ill. Oh, I'm the goddamn guardian of the gate. I've spoken to more people on their first day in this city than you could shake a stick at. Tack sat back. Let me clue you. It's the people I'd take time to speak to again on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day you should watch. Well, you're still kidding yourself if you think you don't have a black problem here. Tack suddenly sat forward and put his worn leather elbows on the table. You're telling me— What I want to know is how you're going to do anything about it sitting up there on Brisbane Avenue. I'm not at Calkins anymore. I've moved back to Jackson, down home again. Have you now? Well, how did your stay work out? Hell, I guess it was nice of him to invite me. I had a good time. He's quite a place up there. We got into a couple of talks. Pretty good, I think. He's an amazing man, but with that constant weekend bash going 38 days a month, it looks like, I don't know how he has time to take a leak, much less write half a newspaper every day and run what's left of the goddamn town. I outlined a couple ideas, a switchboard, a daycare center, a house inspection program. He says he wants to cooperate. I believe him, as much as you can believe anybody today. Since there's as little control around here as there is, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets more done than you'd expect, you know? Tack turned his hands up on the table. Just remember, nobody voted him up there. Fenster sat forward, too. I've never been that down on dictators, long as they don't dictate me. He laughed and drank more beer. Brandy sips dropped in hot knots to Kid's stomach and untied. He moved his leg away from Tack's. Did you talk to him about that Harrison article? Kid asked Fenster. George Harrison? Yeah. Hell, that's just a whole lot of past noise. There are real problems that have to be dealt with now. Have you ever walked up Jackson Avenue? I've crossed it. Well, take a good look around it. Talk to the people who live there before you go on to me about any of that George Harrison horse shit. Paul here doesn't approve of George. Tack nodded deeply. I don't approve or disapprove. Fenster clinked his bottle on the wood. Sadism simply isn't my bag, and I don't hold with anybody committing rape on anybody. But if you want to associate with him, that's your problem, not mine. I think making all that to-do over it is the worst sort of red herring. If you're back down on Jackson, then you got him for a next-door neighbor, so you're more or less stuck with associating with him, huh? I just have to be friendly in the bar. Suddenly Tack slapped the table edge. You know what the problem is, Paul. George is nicer than you. Huh? No, I mean, I know you both, I like you both, but I like George more. Hell, man, I seen those posters Reverend Amy's giving out. I know what you guys in here like. No, Tack said, no, you're missing the point. Like hell I am. Hey, you know... Fenster turned to Kid. Have you ever read those articles? The ones in the issue about the riot and the other issue with the interview? Huh? No, but I heard about them. Tack hasn't read them either. I've heard enough about them, Tack echoed. But here's the point. Everybody's heard about the articles. But since I've been here, I only talked to one person who actually says he read them. Who? Tack asked. George Harrison. Fenster sat back and looked satisfied. Kid tilted his brandy. I met somebody who read them. Yeah? Fenster asked. Who? The girl he screwed, and her family, only they didn't recognize her in the pictures. From something that happened on Fenster's face without destroying the smile, Kid decided maybe Fenster wasn't so bad after all. You met her? Yeah, Kid drank. You probably will, too. Everybody keeps telling me how small the city is. Hey, Tack, thanks for the drink. He started to stand. Tack said, You sure you're all right, Kid? Yeah, I feel better. He nodded at Fenster, then walked relieved to the bar. When Jack said, Hey, how you doing? Kid started. His relief, the shallowest of things, vanished. Hello, he said. Fine. How you been? I've been fine. Jack's shirt was wrinkled, his eyes red, his cheeks unshaven. He looked very happy. I just been fine. How are you and your girlfriend? I'm fine, Kid repeated, nodding. She's fine. Jack laughed. That's great. Yeah, that's really great. Say, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Frank. Jack stepped back. Hello. With a high, bald forehead and neck-length hair, Frank had apparently decided to grow a beard perhaps a week ago. I give them to you crossed. I take them uncrossed. Yes, that's who it was. Only he had put on a green shirt with milky snaps instead of buttons and washed his hands. This, Jack explained to Frank, is a friend of Tack's I was telling you about who writes the poems. Only I can't remember his name. Kid, Kid said. Yeah, they call him the Kid, Jack continued his explanation. Kid, this is Frank. Frank was in the army, and he writes poems, too. I was telling him all about you before, wasn't I? Yeah, I've seen you around the park, Frank nodded. Jack was telling me you were a poet? Kid shrugged. Yeah, a little. We've been drinking, Jack continued his explanation, all afternoon. And it's night now, Frank grinned. This goddamn city, if you want to stay drunk, it sure is a place to come. You can buy drinks at the goddamn bars, and you don't have to pay no money, or anything. And any place you go, people always got stuff to smoke or to drink. Jesus. He burped. I gotta go water the garden. Be back in a minute. He stepped away and headed for the John. Kid felt a wave of disorientation, but the phrases he'd prepared before broke through. You been looking out for Nature Boy? He's sort of looking out for me, Frank said. We're both Army deserters. Him a little more recently. Only I think Jack's getting homesick. Kid swallowed. For the Army? And felt better. Frank nodded. I'm not. I left about 6 months ago. Happy I'm here. I'm getting a chance to write again, and it's a pretty together place. You, and at the reiteration he felt toward Frank's sudden, surprising, and total distrust. Write poems? So he smiled. Frank smiled back and nodded over his glass. Well, I've been sort of lucky about getting things published, really. The book was just an accident. One of the West Coast little magazines puts out good editions of people who contribute. I was lucky enough to get selected. You mean you have a book? No copies in Bologna, Frank nodded. Like I said, even that was an accident. You've been writing a long time, then? Since I was 15 or 16. I started in high school, and most of what you write back then is crap. How old are you now? 25. Then you've been one for a long time. A poet. I mean, it's your job, your profession. Frank laughed. You can't make a living at it. I taught for a year at San Francisco State till I went into the Army. I like to think of it as a profession, though. Kid nodded. You got a lot of poems in magazines and things? 3 in the New Yorker about a year ago. Some people think that's my crowning achievement. 2 in Poetry, Chicago, before that. There are a few others, but those are the ones I'm proud of. Yeah, I used to read that magazine a lot. You did? It's the one that used to have the little curlicue horse a long time ago. Now it just has funny pictures on it. I read it every month in the library, at school, for years. Frank laughed. Then you're doing better than I am. I've seen the New Yorker, Kid said, but I never read it. Frank's expression changed slightly and noncommittally. And I've never published any poems at all, Kid said, any place. I've only been a poet a little while, a couple of weeks, since I came here. You probably know a lot more about it than I do. About getting things published? That, too. I mean about writing them, though. It's hard. Yeah, I guess it can be. It's about the goddamned hardest thing I've ever done. Frank laughed and rubbed his young beard. Sometimes. You've only been writing poems for a few weeks? What made you start? I don't know. What made you? I suppose, and Frank nodded again, I had to. Do you— Kid paused a moment considering the theft. Do you find Bologna stimulating, making you produce work? About as much as any place else, I guess, maybe a little less, because you have to spend so much time scuffling, you know. I was working on a few short things, but I lost my notebook a few weeks back. Huh? Frank nodded. Since then, I haven't written anything. I haven't had time. Hey, you lost your notebook? Discomfort broached fear. Christ, that must be— Then his feelings centered. Kid leaned over the bar. Hey, can I get the notebook, huh? Come on, you want to give me the notebook, please? All right, the bartender said. All right, I'll get it. Simmer down. You guys ready for another? The notebook! Kid knocked the counter with his fist. All right! Sucking his teeth, the bartender pulled it from the cage and flopped it on the bar. Now, do you want another drink? Oh, yeah, Kid said. Sure. Besides blood, urine, mulch, and burn marks, there were rings from the bottles he had set haphazardly on the cover. He opened it in the middle. This isn't yours, is it? Frank frowned. You found this? Yeah, it was in the park. He read Jeff Rivers, Kit Darkfeather, David Wise, Arthur Pearson, Earlton Rudolph, Philip Edwards. Kid looked over Frank's shoulder and read the listed names till Frank turned the page. Hey, what are you doing? Jack said behind them. You showing Frank here your poetry writing? Kid turned around. Just this notebook I found, filled up with somebody's writing. Frank's pretty smart, Jack nodded. He knows about all sorts of shit. He taught history in a college, and he cut out on the Army, too. Lots of us have, Frank said, not looking up. The ones with any sense go to Canada. The rest of us end up here. He turned a page. You been having a good time? Jack put his hand on Kid's shoulder. This is a place to have a good time, you know. Fine time, Kid said. But I haven't seen you around. Where you been staying? Stayed on a few days with Tack. Jack's hand rose and fell. He kicked me out after a week when I wouldn't let him suck on my Peter no more. Across the bar, Laufer, his cap low on his ears, still talked earnestly with Fenster. Jack's hand fell again. They got girls in this city. Frank knows his whole house full of girls, real nice girls. We was over there, and his grin widened toward ecstasy. They liked Frank a lot. He screwed up his face. I think that's 'cause he's grown a beard and things, or maybe taught in a college. They liked you okay, Frank said, still not looking up. They just didn't know you. Yeah, I guess they just didn't know me well enough. Yet. Say, Frank looked up now. You wrote all this? Yeah, well, no, I mean, most of it was written in there when I found it. That's why I wanted to know if it was yours. Oh, Frank said, no, it's not mine. Kid turned from under Jack's hand. That's good, because when you said you had lost your notebook, I just thought... Yeah, Frank said, I see. We're going to go out and look for some more girls, Jack said. You want to come along? Jack thinks there's safety in numbers, Frank said. No, that's not it, Jack protested. I just thought he might want to come and help us look for some girls, that's all. Maybe we can go back to that house. Hey, thanks, Kid said, but I got to hang around here for a while. The kid here's got his own old lady, Jack said in knowing explanation. I bet he's waiting on her. Hey, I'm sorry, it's not your notebook, Kid told Frank. Yeah, Frank said, so am I. We see you around, Jack said, while Kid, smiling, nodding, wondered at Frank's tone. Absently rubbing the paper, he could feel the pen's blind impressions. He watched them leave. Bumping shoulders with them, Ernest Newboy came into the bar. Newboy paused, pulling his suit jacket hem, looked round, saw Fenster, saw Kid, and came toward Kid. Kid sat up a little straighter. Hello there. How have you been for the past few days? The small triumph prompted Kid's grin. To hide it, he looked back at the book. The poem Frank had left showing had been tentatively titled Laufer. In the margin he had noted alternates, the Red Wolf, the Fire Wolf, the Iron Wolf. Fine. Suddenly and decisively he took his pen from the vest's upper buttonhole, crossed out Laufer, and wrote above it, Wolfbringer. He looked up at Newboy. I've been real fine, and working a lot, too. That's good. Newboy picked up the gin and tonic the bartender left. Actually, I was hoping I'd run into you tonight. It has to do with a conversation I had with Roger. Mr. Calkins? We were out having after-dinner brandy in the October Gardens, and I was telling him about your poems. Newboy paused a moment for reaction, but got none. He was very impressed with what I told him. How could he be impressed? He didn't read them. Newboy doffed his gin. Perhaps what impressed him was my description, as well as the fact that, how shall I say it, not that they are about the city here, Bellona. Rather, Bellona provides, in the ones I recall best at any rate, the decor which allow the poems to take place. The slightest questioning at the end of Newboy's sentence asked for corroboration. More to have him continue than to corroborate. Kid nodded. It furnishes the decor as well as a certain mood or concern, or am I being too presumptuous? Huh? No, sure. At any rate, Roger brought up the idea, why not ask the young man if he would like to have them printed? No, sure. Though the punctuation was the same, each word had a completely different length, emphasis, and inflection. I mean, that would be... A grin split the tensions binding his face. But he hasn't seen them. I pointed that out. He said he was deferring to my enthusiasm. You were that enthusiastic? He just wants to put some of them in his newspaper, maybe? Another suggestion I made. No, he wants to print them up in a book and distribute them in the city. He wants me to get copies of the poems from you and a title. The sound was all breath-expelling. Kid drew his hand back along the counter. His heart pounded loudly, irregularly, and though he didn't think he was sweating, he felt a drop run the small of his back, pause at the chain. You must have been pretty enthusiastic, and roll on. Newboy turned to his drink. Since Roger made the suggestion, and I gather you would like to go along with it, let me be perfectly honest. I enjoyed looking over your poems. I enjoyed your reading them to me. They have a sort of primitive vigor that comes very much from a pruned sort of language that, from looking at it the way you revise, at any rate, you've apparently done quite a bit of work to achieve. But I haven't lived with them by any means long enough to decide whether they are, for want of a simple term, good poems. It's very possible that if I just picked them up in a bookstore and read them over very carefully too, I might easily not find anything in them at all that interested me. Kid frowned. You say you've only been writing these for a few weeks? Kid nodded, still frowning. That's quite amazing. How old are you? 27. Now there, Mr. Newboy pulled back. I would have thought you were much, much younger. I would have assumed you were about 19 or 18 and had worked most of your life in the country. No, I'm 27 and I've worked all over, city, country, on a ship. What's that got to do with it? Absolutely nothing. Newboy laughed and drank. Nothing at all. I've only met you a handful of times, and it would be terribly presumptuous of me to think I knew you, but frankly what I've been thinking about is how something like this would be for you. 27. I'd like it. Very good, Newboy smiled. And the decision I've come to is simply that so little poetry is published in the world, it would ill behoove me to stand in the way of anyone who wants to publish more. Your being older than I thought actually makes it easier. I don't feel quite as responsible. You understand, I'm not really connected with the whole business. The idea came from Mr. Calkins. Don't let this make you think ill of me, but for a while I tried to dissuade him. Because you didn't think the poems were good enough? Because Roger is not in the business of publishing poetry. Often unintentionally, he ends up in the business of sensationalism. Sensationalism and poetry have nothing to do with one another. But then your poems are not sensational, and I don't think he wants to make them so. You know, I was just talking to another poet. I mean, somebody who's been writing a long time, and with a book and everything. He's got poems and poetry, and that other magazine, the New Yorker. Maybe Mr. Calkins would like to see some of his stuff, too. I don't think so, Mr. Newboy said. And if I have one objection to the whole business, I suppose that's it. What would you like for the name of your book? The muscles in Kid's back tightened almost to pain. As he relaxed them, he felt the discomfort in the gut that was emblematic of fear. His mind was sharp and glittery. He was as aware of the two men in leather talking in the corner, the woman in construction boots coming from the men's room, of Fenster and Laufer still in their booth, of the bartender leaning on the towel against the bar, as he was of Newboy. He pulled the notebook into his lap and looked down at it. After the count of 7, he looked up and said, I want to call it Brass Orchids. Again? Brass Orchids. No the or anything? That's right, just Brass Orchids. That's very nice. I like that. The Newboy's expression changed. He laughed. That really is nice, and you've got quite a sense of humor. Yeah, Kid said, 'cause I think it takes some balls for me to pull off some shit like that. I mean, me, with a book of poems? He laughed, too. Yes, I do like that, Newboy repeated. I hope it all works out well. Maybe my hesitations will prove unfounded after all. And any time you want to get us copies of the poems in the next few days, that'll be fine. Sure. Newboy picked up his glass. I'm going to talk to Paul Fenster over there for a while. He left Rogers today, and I'd like to say hello. Will you excuse me?" "Yeah," Kid nodded after Newboy. He looked at his notebook again. With his thumb, he nudged the clip on the pen out of the spiral where he had stuck it, and sat looking at the cover. Click, 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 click. He lettered across the cardboard, "Brass Orchids," and could hardly read it for dirt. Brushing to the final pages, pausing at the poem called Elegy to read 2 lines, then hurrying past, he felt a familiar sensation. At the page where he'd been writing before, listening for a rhythm from his inner voice, he turned to strain the inner babble. It hit like a pain, was a pain, knotted his belly and pushed all air from his lungs, so that he rocked on the stool and clutched the counter. He looked around, only his eyes were closed, taking small gulps. All inside vision blanked at images of glory, inevitable and ineffably sensuous, till he sat, grinning and open-mouthed and panting, fingers pressing the paper. He tore his eyelids apart, the illusory seal, and looked down at the notebook. He picked up the pen and hastily wrote 2 lines, till he balked at an unrevealed noun. Rereading made him shake, and he began automatically crossing out words before he could trace the thread of meaning from sound to image. He didn't want to feel the chains. They drew across him and stung. They carried pain and no solution for pain, and incorrectly labeled it something else. He wrote more words, not even sure what the last 5 were, when once more his back muscles sickled, his stomach tapped the bar edge, and inside the spheres of his eyes something blind and luminous and terrifying happened. Those women, he thought, those men who read me in 100 years will— And no predicate fixed the fantasy. He shook his head and choked. Gasping, he tried to read what he had set down, and felt his hand move to X, the banalities that leached all energy. Quote, "Pit," unquote. There was a word, a verb, and watch those on either side suddenly take its focus and lose all battling force till it was only flabby and archaic. Right. He moved his hand. Remember, he tried to remember, that squiggle is the letters. Quote, "TR," unquote, when you go to copy this, and put down letters that approximated the sounds gnawing his tongue root. Was the sound gushing from his nose. "Someday I'm going to—" It came this time with light, and the fear from the park, the recollections of all fear that stained and stained like time and dirt, page, pen, and counter, obliterated. His heart pounded, his nose ran. He wiped his nose, tried to reread. What was that squiggle that left the word between reason and pain indecipherable? The pen, which had dropped, rolled off the counter and fell. He heard it, but kept blinking at his scrawl. He picked the notebook up, fumbled the cover closed, and the floor, hitting his feet, jarred him forward. "Mr. Newboy!" Newboy, standing by the booth, turned. "Yes?" His expression grew strange. "Look, you take this." Kid thrust the notebook out. "You take this now." Newboy caught it when he let it go. "Well, all right." "You take it," Kid repeated. "I'm finished with it." He realized how hard he was breathing. I think I'm finished with it now, so—" Tack looked up from his seat. "You can take it with you. Now." Newboy nodded. "All right." After a slight pause, he pursed his lips. "Well, Paul, it was good seeing you. I hoped you'd have gotten up again. You must come sometime soon before I leave. I've really enjoyed the talks we've had. They've opened up a great deal to me. You've told me a great deal, shown me a great deal about this city, about this country. Bellona's been very good for me." He nodded to Tack. "Good meeting you." He looked once more at Kid, who only realized the expression was concern as Newboy, with the notebook under his arm, was walking away. Tack patted the seat beside him. Kid started to sit. Halfway his legs gave, and he fell. "Another hot brandy for the kid here," Tack hollered, so loud people looked. To Fenster's frown, Tack simply shook his grimacing head. "He's okay. Just had a rough day. You okay, kid?" Kid swallowed and did feel a little better. He wiped his forehead, damp, and nodded. "Like I was saying," Tack continued, as blond arms with inky leopards set Kid a steaming glass, "for me it's a matter of soul." He observed Fenster across his knuckles, continuing from the interruption. "Essentially, I have a black soul." Fenster looked from the exiting new boy. "My soul is black," Tack reiterated. "You know what black soul is?" "Yeah, I know what black soul is, and like hell you do." Tack shook his head. "I don't think you understand." "You can't have one," Fenster said. "I'm black, you're white. You can't have a black soul. I say so." Laufer shook his head. "Most of the time you come on pretty white to me." "Scares you I can imitate you that well?" Fenster picked up his beer, then put the bottle back down. "What is it that all you white men suddenly want to be—" "I do not want to be black." "What gives you a black soul?" "Alienation. The whole gay thing, for one." "That's a passport to a whole area of culture and the arts you fall into just by falling into bed," Fenster countered. "Being black is an automatic cut-off from that same area, unless you do some fairly fancy toe-in-the-door work." Fenster sucked at his teeth. "Being a faggot does not make you black." Tack put his hands down on top of one another. "Oh, all right. You," Fenster announced to Laufer's partial retreat, "haven't wanted a black soul for 300 years. What the hell is it that's happened in the last 15 that makes you think you can appropriate it now?" "Shit," Tack spread his fingers. "You can take anything from me you want, ideas, mannerisms, property, and money. And I can't take anything from you?" "That you dare," Fenster's eyes narrowed, "express to me surprise or indignation or hurt. Notice I do not include anger, because that is exactly what the situation is why you have no black soul." Suddenly he stood. The red collar fell open from the dark clavicle, and shook his finger. "Now you live like that for 10 generations, then come and ask me for some black soul." The finger, pale nail on dark flesh, jutted. "You can have a black soul when I tell you can have one. Now don't bug me, I gotta go pee." He pulled away from the booth. Kid sat, his fingertips tingling, his knees miles away, his mind so opened that each statement in the altercation had seemed a comment to and/or about him. He sat trying to integrate them, while their import slipped from the tables of memory, till Tack turned to him with a grunt, and with his forefinger hooked down the visor of his cap. "I have the feeling," Tack nodded deeply, "that in my relentless battle for white supremacy I have yet once again been bested." He screwed up his face. "He's a good man, you know. Go on, drink some of that. Kid, I worry about you. How you feeling now?" "Funny," Kid said. "Strange. Okay, I guess." He drank. His breath stayed in the top of his lungs. Something dark and sloppy rilled beneath. "Pushy. Self-righteous." Tack was looking across to where Fenster had been sitting. "You'd think he was a Jew, but a good man." "You met him on his first day here, too," Kid said. "You ever ball him?" "Huh?" Tack laughed. "Not on your life. I doubt he puts out for anyone except his wife, if he has one. And even there one wonders. Any place he's ever gone, I'll bet he's gotten there over the fallen bodies of lovesick faggots. Well, it's an education on both sides. Hey, are you sure you didn't take some pill you shouldn't have, or something like that? Think back." "No, really. I'm all right now." "Maybe you want to come to my place, where it's a little warmer, and I can keep an eye on you?" "No, I'm going to wait for Lanya." Kid's own thoughts, still brittle and hectic, were rattling so hard it was not till 15 seconds later, when Fenster returned to the table, he realized Tack had said nothing more, and was merely looking at the candlelight on the brandy. Voiding his bladder had quenched Fenster's heat. As he sat down, he said quite moderately, "Hey, you see what I was trying to—" Tack halted him with a raised finger. "Touché, man, touché. Now don't bug me. I'm thinking about it." "All right." Fenster was appeased. "Okay." He sat back and looked at all the bottles in front of him. "After this much to drink, it's all anybody can ask." He began to thumb away the label, but Tack was silent. "Kid? Lanya." Wind sprang in the leaves, waking her, waking him beneath her turning head, her moving hand. Memories clung to him, waking like weeds, like words. They had talked, they had walked, they had made love, they had gotten up and walked again. There'd been little talk that time, because tears kept rising behind his eyes to drain away into his nose, leaving wet lids, sniffles, but dry cheeks. They had come back, lay down, made love again, and slept. Taking up some conversation whose beginnings were snarled in bright nether memories, she said, "You really can't remember where you went, or what happened?" She had given him time to rest. She was pressing again. "One minute you were at the commune, the next you were gone. Don't you have any idea what happened between the time we got to the park and the time Tack found you wandering around outside? Tack said it must have been 3 hours later, at least." He remembered talking with her, with Tack in the bar. Finally, he had just listened to her and Tack talk to each other. He couldn't seem to understand. Kid said, because it was the only thing he could think, "This is the first time I've seen real wind here." Leaves passed over his face. "The first time." She sighed, her mouth settling against his throat. He tried to pull the corner of the blanket across his shoulders, grunted because it wouldn't come, lifted one shoulder. It came. The astounded eye of Leaves opened over them, turned, and passed. He pulled his lips back, squinted at the streaked dawn, dun, dark, and pearl, twisted beyond the branches, wrinkled, folded back on itself, but would not tear. She rubbed his shoulder. He turned his face up against hers, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "What is it? Tell me what happened. Tell me what it is." I may be flipping out. That's what it is, you know." But he was rested. Things were less bright, more clear. "I don't know, but I may be—" She shook her head, not in denial, but wonder. He reached between her legs, where her hair was still suave-sticky, rubbed strands of it between his fingers. Her thighs made a movement to open, then to clamp him still. Neither motion achieved, she brushed her face against his hair. "Can you talk to me about it? Tack's right. You looked like you were drugged or something. I can tell you were scared. Try to talk to me, will you?" Yeah, I—" Against her flesh he giggled. "I can still screw. Well, a lot, and I love it. But even that's sort of— sometimes like instead of talking. In my head, words are going on all the time. You know?" "What are they? Tell me what they say." He nodded and swallowed. He had tried to tell her everything important, about the Richards, about New Boy. He said, "That scratch." "What?" she asked his lingering silence. "Did I say anything? You said, 'the scratch.' I couldn't tell—" He began to shake his head. "I couldn't tell if I said it out loud." "Go on," she said. "What scratch?" "John, he cut Millie's leg." "Huh?" "Tack's got an orchid, a real fancy one, out of brass. John got hold of it, and just for kicks he cut her leg. It was—" He took another breath. "Awful. She had a cut there before. I don't know. I guess he gets his rocks off that way. I can understand that. But he cut—" "Go on." "Shit, it doesn't make any sense when I talk about it." "Go on." "Your legs, you don't have any cut on them." He let the breath out and could feel her frowning down in her chest. "But he cut her." "This was something you saw?" She was standing up, and he was sitting down, and suddenly he reached over and just slashed down her leg. Probably it wasn't a very big cut. He'd done it before, maybe to somebody else. Do you think he ever did it to anyone else? I don't know. Why did it upset you? Yes. No. I was already upset. Because... He shook his head. I don't know. It's like there's something very important I can't remember. Your name? I don't even know if it's that. It's just very confusing. She kept rubbing till he reached up and stopped her hand. She said, I don't know what to do. I wish I did. Something's happening to you. It's not pretty to watch. I don't know who you are, and I like you a lot. That doesn't make it easier. You've stopped working for the Richards. I'd hoped that would take some pressure off. Maybe you should just go away. You should leave. In the leaves the wind walked up loudly, but it was his shaking head that stopped her. Loudly wind walked away. What were they? Why were they all there? Why did you take me there? Huh? When? Why did you take me there tonight? To the commune? But you see, you had a reason, only I can't understand what it was. It wouldn't even matter. He rubbed her cheek until she caught his thumb between her lips. It wouldn't matter. Diffused anxiety hardened him, and he began to press and press again at her thigh. Look, I only took you there because... And the loud wind and his own mind's tumbling blotted it. When he shook his head and could hear again, she was stroking his thick hair and mumbling, Shh, try and relax. Try and rest now, just a little. With her other hand she pulled the rough blanket up. The ground was hard under shoulder and elbow. He propped himself on them while they numbed and tried out memory. Suddenly he turned to face her. Look, you keep trying to help, but what do you... He felt all language sunder on silence. But what do I really feel about all this? She saved him. I don't know. No, I do, she sighed. Lots of it isn't too nice. Maybe you're in really bad shape, and since I've only known you for a little while, I should get out now. And then I think, hey, I'm into a really good thing. If I work just a little harder, I might be able to do something that would help. Sometimes I just feel that you've made me feel very good. That one hurts most, because I look at you and I see how much you hurt, and I can't think of anything to do. He dredged from flooded ruins. I don't know. He wished she would ask what he meant by he, but she only sighed on his shoulder. He said, I don't want to scare you. She said, I think you do. It's hard not to think you're just trying to get back at me for something somebody else did to you. And that's awful. Am I? Kid, when you're off someplace working or wandering around, what do you remember when you remember me? He shrugged. A lot of this, a lot of holding each other and talking. Yeah, and he heard a smile shape her voice, which is a lot of the most beautiful part. But we do other things. Remember those, too. That's cruel of me to ask when you're going through this, isn't it? But there's so much you don't see. You walk around in a world with holes in it. You stumble into them and get hurt. That's cruel to say, but it's hard to watch. No, he frowned at the long dawn. When we went up to see New Boy, did you like... And remembered her ruined dress while he said, At Culkin's, did you have fun? She laughed. You didn't? Her laugh died. Still he felt her smile pressed on his shoulder. It was strange, for me. It's easy sometimes to forget I've got anything to do other than, well, this. You talked about an art teacher once. I remember that. And the tape editing and the teaching. You paint, too? Years ago, she counted. When I was 17, I had a scholarship to the Art Students League in New York 5, 6 years back. I don't paint now. I don't want to. Why'd you stop? Would you like to hear the story? Basically because I'm very lazy. She shrugged in his arms. I just drifted away from it. When I was drifting, I was very worried for a while. My parents hated the idea of my living in New York. I had just left Sarah Lawrence again, and they wanted me to stay with the family. But I was sharing an awful apartment on 22nd Street with 2 other girls and going part-time to the League. My parents thought I was quite mad and were very happy when I wanted to go to a psychiatrist about my painting block. They thought he would keep me from doing anything really foolish. She barked a 1-syllable laugh. After a while, he said what I should do is set myself a project. I was to make myself paint 3 hours each day, paint anything. It didn't matter. I was to keep track of the time in a little 25-cent pad, and for every minute under 3 hours I didn't paint, I had to spend 6 times that amount of time doing something I didn't like. It was washing dishes, yes. We had decided that I had a phobia against painting, and my shrink was behaviorist. He was going to set up a counter-unpleasantness. You had a phobia about dishwashing, too? Anyway, she frowned at him in the near dark. I left his office in the morning and got started that afternoon. I was very excited. I felt I might get into all sorts of areas of my unconscious in my painting that way, whatever that meant. I didn't fall behind until the 3rd day, and then only 20 minutes. But I couldn't bring myself to do 2 hours of dishwashing. How many dishes did you have? I was supposed to wash clean ones if I ran out of dirty ones. The next day I was okay, only I didn't like the painting that was coming out. The day after that I don't think I painted at all. That's right, somebody came over and we went up to Poe's cottage. Ever been to Robert Louis Stevenson's house in Monterey? No. He only rented a room in it for a couple of months and finally got thrown out because he couldn't pay the rent. Now they call it Stevenson's house, and it's a museum all about him. She laughed. Anyway, I was supposed to see the doctor the next day and report on how it was going. That night I started looking at the paintings. I took them out because I thought I might make up some work time. Then I began to see how awful they were. Suddenly I got absolutely furious and tore them up, 2 big ones, a little one, and about a dozen drawings I'd done, into lots of pieces, and threw them away. Then I washed every dish in the house. Shit, he frowned at the top of her head. I think I did some drawing after that, but that's more or less when I really stopped painting. I realized something, though. You shouldn't have done that, he interrupted. That was awful. It was years ago, she said. It was sort of childish, but it frightens me. She looked at him. It was years ago. Her face was grayed in the gray dawn. It was. She turned away and continued. But I realized something about art and psychiatry. They're both self-perpetuating systems, like religion. All 3 of them promise you a sense of inner worth and meaning and spend a lot of time telling you about the suffering you have to go through to achieve it. As soon as you get a problem in any one of them, the solution it gives is always to go deeper into the same system. They're all in rather uneasy truce with one another in what's actually a mortal battle, like all self-reinforcing systems. At best, each is trying to encompass the other 2 and define them as subgroups. You know, religion and art are both forms of madness, and madness is the realm of psychiatry. Or art is the study and praise of man and man's ideals, so therefore a religious experience becomes just a brutalized aesthetic response. And psychiatry is just another tool for the artist to observe man and render his portraits more accurately. And the religious attitude, I guess, is that the other 2 are only useful as long as they promote the good life. At worst, they all try to destroy one another, which is what my psychiatrist, whether he knew it or not, was trying quite effectively to do to my painting. I gave up psychiatry, too, pretty soon. I just didn't want to get all wound up in any systems at all. You like washing dishes? I haven't had to in a long, long time, she shrugged again. And when I have to now, actually I find it rather relaxing. He laughed. I guess I do, too. Then, but you shouldn't have torn up those paintings. I mean, suppose you changed your mind, or maybe there was something good in them that you could have used later. It was bad if I wanted to be an artist, but I wasn't an artist. I didn't want to be. You got a scholarship. So did a lot of other people. Their paintings were terrible, mostly. By the laws of chance, mine were probably terrible, too. No, it wasn't bad if I didn't want to paint at all. But he was still shaking his head. That really upsets you, doesn't it? Why? He took a breath and moved his arm from under her. It's like everything anybody says to me. It's like they're trying to tell me 150 other things as well, besides what they're saying direct. Oh, perhaps I am, just a bit. I mean, here I am, half nuts and trying to write poems, and you're trying to tell me I shouldn't put my faith in art or psychiatry. Oh, no. She folded her hands on his chest and put her chin there. I'm saying I decided not to, but I wasn't nuts. I was just lazy. There's a difference, I hope. And I wasn't an artist. A tape editor, a teacher, harmonica player, but not an artist. He folded his arms across her neck and pushed her head flat to its cheek. I suppose the problem, she went on, muffled in his armpit, is that we have an inside and an outside. We've got problems both places, but it's so hard to tell whether one stops and the other takes up. She paused a moment, moving her head. My blue dress. That reminds you of the problems with the outside? That, and going up to Calkins. I don't mind living like that, every once in a while. When I've had the chance, I've always done it rather well. We could have a place like Calkins. You can have anything you want in this city. Maybe it wouldn't be as big, but we could find a nice house, and I could get stuff like everybody else does. Tack's got an electric stove that cooks a roast beef in 10 minutes, with microwaves. We could have anything. That, she was shaking her head, however, is when the inside problems start, or start to become problems anyway. Sometimes I don't think I have any inside problems at all. I think I'm just giving myself something to worry about. I'm not scared of half the things half the people I know are. I've gone lots of places, met lots of people, had lots of fun. Maybe it is all a matter of getting the outside problems solved. Another not nice thing, when I look at you, sometimes I don't think I have a right to think I have any problems, inside or out. Don't you want to do anything? Change anything? Preserve anything? Find any... He stopped because he felt distinctly uncomfortable. No, she said it very firmly. I mean, maybe that would make it easier to solve some of the outside problems anyway. You know, maybe you'd feel happier if you could get another dress. No, she repeated. I want wonderful and fascinating and marvelous things to happen to me, and I don't want to do anything to make them happen, nothing at all. I suppose that makes you think I'm a superficial person. No, you're too intelligent. But a lot of people would. He was confused. You're a marvelous, deep, fascinating person, he said, and therefore you should be world-famous this instant. For 23, I'm famous enough, considering I haven't done anything. But you're right. How are you famous? Oh, not really famous. I just have lots of famous friends. She rolled her head once more to her chin. It said in that article that New Boy had been nominated 3 times for the Nobel Prize. I know 3 people who've actually won it. Huh? 2 in the sciences, and Lester Pearson was a good friend of my uncle and would come spend weeks with us at my uncle's summer place in Nova Scotia. The one in chemistry was very pleasant. He was only 29 and connected with the university. We were very close for a while. You went out on dates and things? With all your famous friends? No, I hate that. I never go on dates. These are people I met and I talked to and I like talking to. So I talked to again. That's all. I'm not famous. Would you be happy in a place like Calkins's, living with me? No. Why not? Just because I'm not famous? Because you wouldn't be happy. You wouldn't know what to do there. You wouldn't fit. Then he felt all her muscles, thigh to shoulder, tighten on him. That isn't true. I'm being awful. She sucked her teeth. Do you know, I was terrified to go up to Rogers with you. It had nothing to do with what I was wearing. I thought you'd behave dreadfully. You'd either ooh and awe the whole afternoon to death, or you'd shut up and be a big silent hole in the day. You think I've never been in any nice places before? But you weren't like that, she said. That's the point. You were perfectly fine. You had a good time, and I'm sure Mr. Newboy enjoyed it. If anyone spoiled it, it was me with my silly dress, and I'm a mean, small, petty person for worrying about such things in the first place. She sighed. Do I get points at all for keeping it to myself this long? She sighed again. No, I guess not. He blinked at the wild sky and tried to comprehend. He could follow her logic, though the emotions behind it confused. After a while she said, I grew up in some awfully big houses. Some were almost as big as Roger's. When I was at boarding school once, my uncle said I could have some kids to the summer place for my birthday. It came on a long weekend, and they said I could have 10 kids up from Thursday night till Sunday afternoon. There was one boy at the Irving school, the boys' school next to ours, named Max, whom I thought was just great. He came from a poorish family. He was on scholarship. He was intelligent, sensitive, gentle, and gorgeous. I was probably in love with him. I would have been perfectly happy to take him off for the weekend all by himself. But I had to plan a party, so I planned it all for him. I got 2 girls who just loved to listen to intelligent boys talk. I wasn't a very good listener at the time, and Max could go on. I invited this perfectly dreadful colored boy, who Max said he'd admired because he was second on the debating team and never did anything wrong. I scoured 4 schools for the most marvelous and charming people who would entertain him, compliment him, offer just the right contrast. No 2 people from the same clique, you know, who would stick together and make a little indigestible dumpling in the stew. The weekend was dreadful. Everyone had a fabulous time, and for the next 2 years kept asking me when I was going to do it again. Except Max. The plane ride, the horses, the boats, the maids, the chauffeurs, they were just too much for him. All he said the whole 4 days was, thank you and gosh, about 44 times each. Oh, I guess we were just very young. In another couple of years he would probably have been a socialist or something and might have attacked the whole thing. That would have been fine. I had people there who could have argued. At least there would have been communication. I don't know. Maybe I'm still young. Suddenly she turned over. I could be the older woman in an 18th century French novel right now. She turned back. 23. Isn't that awful? And they say the 20th century has a youth hang-up. She giggled against his chest. You want to hear a story from me now? Mm-hmm. He felt her nod. About when I was 23, your age? Sure thing, Gramps. That's about 3 years after you got out of the mental hospital? No, it's about going to nice places. He frowned. One summer I was working up and down the Gulf Coast as a header on the shrimp boats. What's a header? He washes dishes and pulls the heads off the shrimp. Anyway, I'd just gotten fired in Freeport and was waiting around to get on another boat. Why'd you get fired? I got seasick. Now shut up. Anyway, I was sitting in front of this cafe, which was about the only thing there to do, when these 2 guys in black Triumphs came hauling around the dust. One yells, did I know where he could get a traveler's check cashed in this goddamn town? I'd been there 3 days, so I told him where the bank was. He told me get in, and I showed him and his friend where to go. We got to talking. He was in law school up in Connecticut. I told him about going to Columbia. He got his check cashed and asked if I wanted to come along with him, which was better than $2 a night I didn't have, so I said yeah. A whole bunch of kids were staying out on this island just off the coast. Like the commune? One of the kids' fathers was head of a land development company down there. The company had moved the fishermen who lived on the island someplace else, built a bridge to the mainland, dug a canal, and built a whole bunch of $150,000, $200,000 homes. Lawns in the front, swimming pool on one side, garage on the other, and boathouse in the back on the canal, so you could get your boat out to sea. They were all for the executives of Dow Chemical, who just about owned the city. So prospective buyers could check them out first. The houses were furnished, the freezers were filled with steaks, the closets stacked with liquor, towels in the bathrooms, and all the beds kept made. The executives could bring their families in for a weekend to try out the house before they bought it. On Monday, a truck would come by with maids, carpenters, plumbers, and supplies to replace anything that had been used up, to clean out the mess, and fix anything broken. There wasn't anybody on the island, so the doors had all been left open. The kid's father had told him since he was in the area, why didn't he stay there? So the kid, with about 20 of his friends, they went from about 17 to 25, had moved in. They'd start on one house, drink up all the liquor, eat up the food, destroy the furniture, break the windows, tear up everything they could, then move to another one. On Monday, the maids, carpenters, and plumbers would fix the damages. I stayed with them for 2 weeks. I'd pick out a room, lock the door, and read most of the time, while all the noise went on outside. Every once in a while, I'd come out to get something to eat, wade through the beer cans in the kitchen, scrape the grease out of some pan, and fry a piece of steak. Then I'd go down to the swimming pool, maybe, if it wasn't too bad, and if there wasn't too much furniture floating in it, or bottles or broken glass around, I'd swim a while. Pretty soon, when it would get too crowded, I'd go back to my room. There'd be people screwing in my bed, or somebody would have gotten sick all over the bureau. Once I found some little girl sitting in the middle of the floor, out of her head. Cocaine all over the rug, and that is a lot of cocaine. She'd pulled down the drapes and was cutting paper dolls out of them. So I'd take my book and go lock myself in another room. A couple of days after I got there, the 2 guys who brought me suddenly decided to fly back to somewhere else. They gave me the keys to the Triumphs and said I could have them. I don't even know how to drive. One of them had got the front smashed in by now, but the other one was still good. The police came twice. The first time the kids told them to go fuck themselves and said they were supposed to be there, and the police went away. The second time, I thought it was better I split. When the shit came down, I wouldn't have any rich Texas relatives to run home to. There was one girl there who said she'd buy me a ticket into Houston if I would fuck her and stay on more than 5 minutes. No, Lanya giggled against his neck. She bought me a bus ticket and a pair of jeans and a new shirt. Her giggling turned to laughter. Then she looked up. That isn't really true, is it? Her smile tried to force through the dawn light. After a second he said, No, it isn't. I mean, I screwed her and she bought the bus ticket for me. But she didn't put it that way. It just makes a better story. Oh, she put her head down again. But you see, I know about nice places, how to act in them. You go in and you take what you want. Then you leave. That's what they were doing down there. That's what I was doing up at Calkins. Once more she balanced on her chin. He looked down over his. She was frowning. I think you have that absolutely ass-backward. But if it makes you, in your own delightfully naive way, polite and charming, I guess. She put her head down again and sighed. But I wouldn't be surprised if there turned out to be 1 or 2 people who came up to my party in Nova Scotia who were also down in Texas a few years later at yours. He glanced at her again and chuckled. Mist made mountains above the trees, made waves that broke and fell and did not reach them. His chest was damp from her cheek. She turned her head, tickling him with hair. A leaf, surprising as shale, struck his forehead and made him look up at the half-bare branches. We shouldn't be trying to do it like this. We're dirty. It's uncomfortable. Soon it's going to get colder and start raining or something. Like you said, the commune is a sort of drag. You sit around and watch them waste whatever they have, and then you finish up the leavings. We'll get a place. Like the Richards? She asked in a tired voice. No, not like that. You think you'd like to put together something like Roger's place? It doesn't have to be all that spectacular, huh? Just somewhere that was ours, Maybe something like Tack's got. She said. Then once more she raised her head up on her chin. You should go to bed with Tack again. Huh? Why? Because he's a nice person, and he'd enjoy it. He shook his head. No, he's not my type. Besides, he catches them when they first get here. I don't think he's interested in anything more than the first taste, Oh, she put her head down again. You trying to get rid of me, he asked, like you always think I'm trying to do with you? No. After a while she asked, Does it ever bother you that you make it with both men and women? When I was 15 or 16, it used to bug the hell out of me. I guess I worried about it a lot. By the time I was 20, though, I noticed that no matter how much worrying I did, it didn't seem to have too much effect on who I ended up in bed with. So now I don't worry. It's more fun that way. "Oh," she said, glib but logical. "Why'd you ask?" "I don't know." He moved her to the side. She reached down to touch his hip, moved her hand across his hip. "I fooled around a few times in boarding school, with girls, I mean. Sometimes, I felt maybe I was a little strange because I didn't do it more. But I've just never been turned on to girls, sexually." "Your loss," he said, and pulled her shoulder against his. She turned to taste his neck, his chin, his lower lip. "What you were telling me happened," she said between her tongue's dartings, "at the Richards tonight. Must have been awful." "I'm not going back there," he nipped at her. "Ever. I'm not ever going back." "Good." Then from a small movement down her body he recognized some new thought had come to her mind. "What?" "Nothing." "What is it?" "It isn't anything. I just remembered you told me you were 27 years old." "That's right." "But once I remember just in passing you mentioned you were born in 1948. "Yeah?" "Well, that's impossible." "Hey, what's the matter? You're going all gooseflesh." As well, behind his rigid loins was a slab of pain. He pushed against her. The edge of the blanket, caught under them, rubbed across his shoulder as he rocked, till she tugged them free and made a sound, caught his neck. He held his hips up, probing. She moved her hands down his back, pushed him down, thrust up her tongue under his. He made love, taking great, gasping breath. She took many small ones. Wind wandered back and cooled his running shoulders. After a laboring release, seething, he relaxed. How jealous I am of those I have known afraid to sleep for dreaming. I fear those moments before sleep when words tear from the nervous matrix and like sparks light what responses they may. That fragmented vision, seductive with joy and terror, robs rest of itself. Gratefully sunk in nightmare, where at least the anxious brain, freed from knowing its own decay, can flesh those skeletal epiphanies with visual and oral coherence, if not rationale. Better those landscapes, where terror is experienced as terror and rage as rage, than this, where either is merely a pain in the gut or a throb above the eye, where a nerve spasm in the shin crumbles a city of bone, where a twitch in the eyelid detonates both the sun and the heart. "What are you staring at?" Lanya asked. "Huh?" "Nothing. I was just thinking." Her hand moved on his chest. "About what?" "About sleep, and I guess poetry, and being crazy." She made a small sound that meant, "Go on." "I don't know. I was remembering, being a kid and things." "That's good." She moved her hand, made that small sound again. "Go on." But with neither fear nor anguish, he felt he had nowhere to go. He came out of sleep to lights and the stench of burning. The luminous spider above him blinked off. The red head lowered, and as he did, Kid recognized him, one hand from the chains hanging to his belly. In the other, this time, was a slat from an orange crate. An iridescent beetle disappeared from a sudden black face, also familiar, above a vinyl vest, shiny as his former carapace. The arched pincers of a scorpion collapsed. "Hey," Nightmare said, "I think they're about awake." Kid's arms were around Lanya. She moved her face against his neck, then moved it again, sharper, deliberate now, conscious. 24 scorpions, most were black, stood in a ring against the gray morning. Kid recognized Denny between one bony brown shoulder and the fleshy black one. Then the redhead swung his stick. Lanya shouted. He felt her jerk against his shoulder. She also caught the end of the slat. She got to her knees, still holding the stick. Her eyes were wide. Her cheeks kept hollowing. Kid pushed up to his elbows. The redhead started to move his end of the stick back and forth. "Cut that shit, Copperhead!" Nightmare hit the stick with his knuckles. "I just want to make sure they were awake," the redhead said. "That was all I wanted to do, that's all." He pulled the stick. Lanya let go. Nightmare squatted slowly before her, resting his wrists on his torn knees, with heavy hands, drooping between, balanced by muscle-builder forearms. "Man," Lanya said, "if you're trying to scare hell out of us, you've about succeeded." Kid didn't feel scared. Lanya, sitting back on her heels, held her left arm with her right hand, moving her thumb over the knob of her elbow. Kid pushed the blanket from his legs and sat up cross-legged. Naked in the chain circle, he figured, was better than half covered. "I got better things to do than scare you, lady. I just want to talk." She took a breath, waiting. "How's he doing?" Nightmare bobbed his head toward Kid. "What? You doing pretty well with him?" "Say what you want to say," she said, and touched Kid's knee. She was scared. Her fingers were icy. Nightmare's forehead, large pores and heavy creases, creased more. "The other one. You got rid of the other one, huh? That's good." He nodded. "Phil? I didn't have much use for Phil. That was his name, huh?" Nightmare's smile moved his lips more to the side, then it curved them. "Guess you didn't either, so you don't have to worry now. What about it? I asked you before." Suddenly he ducked his head, and from his thick neck, the half-braided hair falling from it, lifted a loop of chain. It wasn't the optical one. Reaching forward, Nightmare placed it around Lanya's neck. His fists hung from it like clock weights. The half-inch links creased her breasts at the nipples. One fist went up, one down. "Hey, man," Kid said. Copperhead flipped the stick against his hand, watching Kid. Kid looked up. The leopard-freckled, bearded, and red-headed Spade was taller and narrower than Nightmare, and, for all Nightmare's barbell muscles, looked stronger. Nightmare's fists stopped, one on Lanya's belly, one on her breast. He watched her. She watched back, her jaw flexing. She took her hand from Kid's knee, put both fists around the chain, up near her neck, and ran them down so that her left one pushed Nightmare's high one away. "Take it off," she said. "I told you once, I don't want it." A thin, dark woman in the circle, bare breast pushing aside her vest flap and chains, shifted her weight. Someone else coughed. "What about him?" Nightmare said, and didn't look at Kid. "What you gonna do when we take him? This one's coming with us, lady." "What do you guys—" Kid stopped. Anger, fascination, and a third feeling he couldn't name braided together from his brain base into his belly and below. "Take it off," Lanya said. "I don't want it." "Why?" "I just want to stick to my guns. I don't that often." Then she gave a funny laugh. "Beside, your costume designer's cruddy." Nightmare snorted. A few people in the circle laughed, too. "What about yours?" someone else said. But Nightmare lifted the chain. Scraps of her hair fell from the links. Then the scorpion swiveled, boot toes tearing grass. "Here." The chain went over Kid's head. Nightmare's eyes were traced with coral. His vest had apparently come apart at one scarred shoulder and was laced now with rawhide. Nightmare began to pull the chain. Cold links slid down Kid's right nipple. Nightmare's fist came up against his left breast, warm and rough. "Okay?" Nightmare squinted. There was something wrong with his eyes' focus, Kid realized irrelevantly. "What am I supposed to do with it?" Kid said. "What is all this supposed to mean?" "Don't mean nothing." Nightmare let go. "You can take it and throw it in Holland Lake if you want." Then he rocked back and stood. "I'd keep it if I were you." The circle broke. Nightmare at their head, big shoulders rocking, big arms swinging. The scorpions filed away. A few glanced back. 10 feet off, a girl who could have been white or black, and a tall black boy began to laugh loudly. Then, as though inflated too fast to follow, an iguana ballooned luminously, translucent in the gray light. Then a peacock, then a spider. The scorpions wandered into the trees. "What the fuck," Kid asked, "was that about?" He felt his neck where there were 3 chains now, the optic, the projector, and this new one, the heaviest. "Nightmare gets it in his head sometimes that he wants certain people—" The timbre of her voice made him look. "Get certain people into his nest." Scrabbling in the blanket, she came up with her harmonica, put it down, and scrabbled some more. "He wanted you before, huh? What's with Phil?" "I told you. He was my boyfriend for a while before I met you." "What was he like?" "He was a black guy, sort of bright, sort of nice, sort of square. He was here checking out scenes, about like you are." Her voice muffled for the last words. He looked again. Her head was coming out the top of her shirt while she tugged the bottom down over her shaking breasts. "He couldn't really make Calkin's thing that well. He couldn't make Nightmare's either." The edge of the blanket was tented with the orchid beneath. Reaching for it, Kid noticed nearly an acre of charred grass across the meadow. Smoke wisped along the edges. That hadn't been there. He frowned. It hadn't. "People like him down at the commune, I guess. But he was one of those people you get tired of pretty quick. He heard the fly of her jeans rasp. "Nightmare's funny. It's sweet of him to ask, I suppose, but I'm just not the joining kind. With anyone." Kid slid his hand into the orchid's harness, clicked it closed. The burning smell was very strong. He spread his chewed and enlarged knuckles, flexed his scarred and blunted fingers. Tickling his shoulder, he sprang up, whirling, and crouched. The leaf rolled down his shoulder, fluttered against his knee, spun onto the ground. Gasping and with thudding heart, he looked up the leaning trunk, over the great bole at the stump of some thick major branch, at bare branches, and branches hung with ragged tan, at crossed twigs like shatter lines on the sky. Moisture sprung on his body, and he grew cold. "Lanya?" He looked around at the clearing and then back at the blanket. She hadn't had time to put her sneakers on. But her sneakers were gone. He circled the tree, frowning, looking out at the charred grass and the other trees, looking back at this one. With orchid and chains, he was suddenly far more aware of his nakedness than when he had awakened with Lanya at the center of the scorpion ring. She's gone back down to the commune, he thought, but why off just like that? He tried to recall the funny quality that had been in her voice. Anger? But that's silly. He touched the chain Nightmare had placed around his neck. That's silly. But he stood there a long time. Then, and his whole body moved with a different rhythm now, he stepped toward the tree, stepped again, stepped a third time, and the side of his foot pressed a root. He leaned forward, his knee against the bark, his thigh, his belly, his chest, his cheek. He closed his eyes and stretched his chained arm high as he could and pressed his fingers on the trunk. He breathed deep for the woody smell and pushed his body into the leaning curve. Bark was rough against the juncture at penis and scrotum, rough on the bone of his ankle, the back of his jaw. Water was running out the corners of both his eyes. He opened them slightly, but closed them quickly against distortions. With his weaponed hand, the urge came and went like a flashbulb's pulsing after-image to jam the orchid pholum deep. Gently he moved his blades across the bark, turning his hand this way and that. Listening to the variated raspings, again and again he stroked the tree. When he pushed away, the bark clung to his chest hair, his crotch hair. His ankle stung, so did his jaw. He rubbed his palm across his face to feel the mottled imprint, could see it along the flesh of his inner arm, stopping at the loops of chain to continue on the other side. He went back to the blanket and pulled his vest from the folds. His feelings sat oddly between embarrassment and the greatest relief. Unused to either, the juxtaposition confused him. Still wondering where she'd gone, he pulled up his pants, then sat to strap on, wondering why he still bothered, his one sandal. He began to search the blanket. He looked under the folds, lifted it to see beneath, frowned, and finally searched the whole area. After 15 frustrating minutes, he gave up and started down the slope. It was only when he reached the door of the park restrooms — it had been locked before, but someone had broken it open so that the hasp still dangled by one screw — he remembered he had already given the notebook, last night, to New Boy. The pipes yowled, started to knock. A trickle spilled the porcelain, crawled like a glass worm through the light lozenges from the window high in the concrete. He put his orchid in the next sink and scrubbed hard at his hands, wrists, and forearms, then bent to drink. He washed some more till his bladder warmed. He urinated into the drain in the middle of the floor. Under his stream the loose grate chattered. At the sink he wet his fists and ground them in his armpits. Again and again he wiped his neck. He filled his cupped hands, sloshed his face, and cupped them to fill again. Bark crumbs flecked him knee to knee. He brushed them, rubbed them, washed them away. Pants and vest were across another sink. He put his foot in the bowl. Water ran between the ligaments. He rubbed. The porcelain streaked black and gray. Laboriously, fingers tingling, he washed away all the dirt except what callus had taken permanently. He wet and rubbed his legs to the thigh, then began the other foot. With dripping hands he kneaded his genitals. They shriveled at cold water. Once the trickle gave out. A minute later the pipes recommenced yowling. The stream, slightly stronger, started once more. Water gathered in the hair behind his testicles, dribbled his legs. He ran his hands over his head. His hair was greasy. With his hand's edge he squeegeed as much as possible from arms, legs, and sides. The muddy puddle where he stood reached the drain. Plunk, plonk, plunk, plonk, plunk, plonk. Someone around in the stalls coughed. The laboured ablutions had dissolved all verbal thought, but his brain was supersaturated with the stuff of thinking. The cough, repeated and followed by a clearing throat, set thought forming. Someone very old and ill? He used his left pant leg to block dry groin, belly, and back. He dressed, put the orchid in his belt, and even went outside to walk his feet dry. He put on his sandal, came back in. He had made a mess, he realized, and went around the dividing wall, hiding the Johns. Not old. The guy certainly looked sick. Cowboy boots, turned in, rested on their sides. One sole, pulled free, showed toes crusty as kids' own before washing. Sitting on the toilet ring, head against the empty paper dispenser, face strung with ropey hair, bare ribs and wrinkled belly hung with chain. Among them, a spherical shield projector. "You okay?" Kid asked. "You look like you're—" The white scorpion moved his head, and, though he sat both feet on the floor, swayed like a drunken cyclist on a high wire. No, I'm not sick." The long nose cut the shaking hair. Beside the nose, a rimmed eye blinked its purple lid. Who are you?" "Who are you?" Kid countered. "Pepper. I'm Pepper. I ain't sick." He put his head back against the dispenser. "I just don't feel well." Kid felt a small, sharp sadness, as well an urge to laugh. "What's the matter?" Pepper suddenly shook the hair from his eyes and was almost still. "Who you run with?" Kid frowned. "Ain't you a scorpion?" Pepper gestured with a hand whose nails were graphite spikes. "Guess you run with Dragon Lady." "I don't run," Kid said, "with anybody." Pepper squinted. "I used to be with Nightmare's Nest." The squint became curious. "You with Dragon Lady now? What'd you say your name was?" On a ludicrous impulse, Kid stuck his thumb in his pocket, put his weight on one hip. "Some people been calling me the Kid." Pepper's head went back the other way. Then he laughed. "Hey, I heard of you." The gums were rimmed with rot and silver. "Yeah, Nightmare, he said something about the Kid. He was talking to Dragon Lady when she was over. I heard him talking, yeah." His laugh broke. He laid his head back against the wall and moaned. "I don't feel real well." "What'd you hear?" Within surprise, Kid decided, reflected on the smallness of the city. Pepper raised only his eyes. "Nightmare," and lowered them. "He told her you was around, that he thought you was—" He coughed. The sound, weak, still tore things inside. His hands, upturned, shook on his thighs, shook when he coughed, till she went away, which made fairly little sense. So he asked, "You been in here all night?" Cough. "Well, I ain't going to stay out there in the dark." Pepper's hand gathered enough strength to indicate the doorway. "You can find yourself a clump of brush, get inside where nobody can see. It's pretty warm out, and it's more comfortable than sleeping on the can. Get yourself a blanket for the night." "Man, there are things out there." At first Pepper's face seemed seized with pain, but he was just squinting. "That's what you do, huh? Yeah, you must be pretty brave, like Nightmare told her." Which made equally little sense. "How come you're not with Nightmare? I saw him this morning with his gang. Dragon Lady wasn't with him." "No," Pepper said. "No, she ain't going to be with him now. They had a fight, see? Oh, Jesus, was that one bloody garden party." This time Pepper's pain was memory. "What was it about?" Kid asked. Pepper's head came forward, hair strings swinging. "You see those scars on Nightmare's shoulder? You seen them scars?" He tried to nod. "Oh, I guess it's blown over now. They almost friendly, but she got her own nest again somewhere over in Jackson, I heard. And they ain't going to be together too much any more, I don't think." His head fell back and he repeated, "I ain't feeling too well." "What's the matter with you?" "I don't know. Maybe I ate something bad, or I got a cold, maybe." "Well, does it hurt in your stomach, or is your head stopped up?" "I told you, I don't know why." "What hurts?" Pepper shook back hair and sat up again. "How can I tell you what hurts till I know what's wrong?" "How can anybody know what's wrong till you say what—" Pepper lurched upright. Kid started to catch him. But Pepper didn't fall. Scrubbing at his face with his fist and snuffling, he said, "I've been staying with Bunny, but I think she threw me out. Maybe we better go back there and find out, huh?" He let go of the side of the stall. "I think I'm feeling a little better. You know Bunny?" "I don't think so." "She dances over in that freak joint, Teddy's." "You mean the little silver-haired guy?" "She's pretty together. A nut, but together." Pepper lurched forward. I wish I had a goddamn drink of water. Come on around to the sink. Pepper passed unsteadily, staggered around the partition. Kid followed. Pepper spun one of the taps and jerked his hand back when the pipes began their complaint. Nothing's coming out, he ventured. Give it a second. When the trickle had gone on half a minute, Pepper grimaced. Shit, that ain't big enough to drink. He turned again and staggered for the door. God damn, I wish I had some water. Kid, in amused frustration, turned off the tap and went out. Pepper was wandering up the slope. Kid watched for a few steps, then turned down toward the commune. Hey, he looked back. What? Ain't you coming with me? His amusement diminished to minuscule. No. Minuscule, it still made him wait Pepper's reaction. Hey, then, Pepper returned, his stagger now loosened to a bow-legged jounce. Maybe I better come on with you, huh? Kid started walking. Not the reaction he'd wanted. Pepper caught up. Look, we go where you go, and then we go where I'm going, huh? That's fair. There's a water fountain. No, man, you in a rush. I don't want to hold you up none. Kid sighed, came to a decision, and bellowed, Get the fuck out of here. Pepper stopped, blinking. Kid took a breath and walked on, shaking his head. I don't like to yell at people, he thought, and then smiling, That isn't true. I just don't get much chance. He came to the trees at the edge of the clearing. The cinder blocks on the near side of the fireplace had been pushed over. Smoke dribbled into the air. Ashes grayed the grass. There were no people. 10 feet from the picnic table lay the torn sleeping bag that nobody used because somebody had been sick in it one night and fouled it with puke and diarrhea. Puzzled, he walked to the furnace between tin cans and package wrappers. On the picnic bench, someone had overturned a carton of garbage. With his sandal, he scraped away cinders. 6 coals turned up red spots, which pulsed, wavered, and went out. Lanya? He turned, waiting for her answer, uncomfortable at any noise in this ringed, misty clearing. Even at the height of the project period, there were usually 6 people at the fire. A torn blanket lay under the bench, but it had been there all week. The sleeping bags and blanket rolls, usually piled haphazard by trees and behind the firewood, were gone. Lanya! A decision to move? But she would have known about that and told him. Save for the overturned cinder blocks of the furnace wall, there were no marks of violence, only junk and disorder. He had come here with her to eat. How many times? He had been quiet and observed his own measured politeness. Momentarily, he fantasized that his reserve and preoccupation had been so unbearable to them that they had all, with Lanya cooperating, schemed to abandon him, suddenly and silently. He would have pondered it more than a moment had the idea not urged him to giggle. Frowning still seemed more appropriate. Lanya! He turned to squint among the trees. When the figure hiding in the brush realized it had been seen, it was Pepper, stepped hesitantly forward. You looking for somebody down here, hey? Pepper craned to look left, then right. I guess they all gone away, you know. Kid sucked his teeth and scanned the clearing again while Pepper judged distances. I wonder why they all went away, huh? Pepper stepped nearer. Kid's annoyance with Pepper's presence was absorbed in his discomfort at Lanya's absence. He hadn't been that long washing. Wouldn't she have waited? Where you think they all went? Pepper advanced another step. Well, if you don't know, you're no use. Pepper's laugh was hoarse, light, and infirm as his cough. Why don't you come on with me to Bunny's? She lives right behind the bar. I mean, if you can't find your friend down here, you get something to eat. She don't mind none if I bring friends over. She says she likes them long as they're nice, you know. You ever seen Bunny dance? Couple of times. Kid thought she might have gone over to the bar. I never have, but she's supposed to be good, huh? All sorts of weird people hang out in that place. I'm scared to go in. Come on. Kid looked once more, and she was not there. Let's go. You coming? Good. Pepper followed him for 12 steps. Then he said, Hey. What? It's shorter if we go this way. Kid stopped. You say Bunny lives right behind Teddy's? Uh-huh. Pepper nodded. This way, through here. Okay, if you say so. It's a lot shorter, Pepper said. A whole lot. It really is. He started, still stiff-legged, into the trees. Kid followed, doubtful. He was surprised how soon they reached the park wall. It was just over a hill of trees. The path down to the lion gate must have been more curvy than he'd thought. Pepper scrambled up the wall, wheezing and grimacing. "You know," he panted from the far side as Kid crouched to vault, "Bunny is a guy, you know, but she likes to be called she." Kid sprang, one hand on the stone. Yeah, I know all about it." Pepper stepped back as Kid landed on the pavement. "You know," he said as Kid bounced upright, "you like Nightmare?" "How?" "He yells a lot, but he don't mean it." "I'm not going to yell at you again," Kid said. "I may break your head, but I'm not going to yell." Pepper grinned. "Come on this way." They crossed the empty street. "You meet a new person, you go with him," Kid mused, "and suddenly you get a whole new city." He'd offered it as a small and oblique compliment. Pepper only glanced at him curiously. "You go down new streets, you see houses you never saw before, past places you didn't know were there. Everything changes." "This way." Pepper ducked between buildings not 2 feet apart. They sidled between the flaking boards. The ground was a glitter from the broken windows. Pepper said, "Sometimes it changes even if you go the same way." Kid recalled conversations with Tack, but decided not to question Pepper further, who didn't seem too good with abstractions. In the alley, Kid stopped to brush the glass off his bare foot. "You okay?" Pepper asked. "Callous like a rock." They walked between the gaping garages. A blue car, 75 olds, had been driven through a back wall. Snapped boards and sagging beams, scattered glass, skid marks across the roadway. The car was impaled in broken wood to its dangling door. Who, Kid wondered, had been injured in the wreck? Who had been injured in the house? Hanging over the sill of another smashed window was a blue telephone receiver, hurled out in fear or fury, accidentally dropped or jarred. Pepper gestured with his chin toward an open door. As they walked the dark corridor, Kid smelled traces of something organic and decayed, which was about to remind him of— When he remembered what, they had already come out on the porch. Somebody in workman's greens and orange construction boots on a high ladder against the corner lamp-post — it was a woman he had noticed his first night in the bar — was unscrewing the street sign. Metal, ground metal. Hayes Street came out of its holder. From the ladder top she picked up 23rd Avenue, inserted it, and began to screw the bolts. "Hey," Kid was both amused and curious, "which one of those is right?" She frowned back over her shoulder. "Neither one, honey, as far as I know." But Pepper was crossing toward the unmarked, familiar door. Kid followed, looking around the street, estranged by smoky daylight. "I don't think I've ever been here this time of day before." Pepper just grunted. The door they entered was 2 from the bar entrance. At the top of the steps, Pepper blocked the cracks of light and thumped with the back of his hand. All right, just a second, dear. It isn't the end of the world." The door swung in. "Yet." Around Bunny's thin neck a white silk scarf was held by a silver napkin ring. "And if it is, I certainly don't want to hear about it at this hour of the morning." "Oh, it's you." "Hi." Pepper's voice mustered brightness and enthusiasm. "This is a friend of mine, the Kid." Bunny stepped back. As Kid walked in, Bunny pointed a knuckly, manicured finger at Pepper. "It's his teeth, actually." Pepper gave his stained and pitted grin. "Peking Man. Do you know about Peking Man? Peking Man died of an ulcerated tooth." Bunny brushed back bleached, silken hair. "Show me a boy with bad teeth, and I just feel so sorry for him that I'm not responsible. Pepper, darling, where have you been?" "Jesus, I'm thirsty," Pepper said. "You got something to drink? You couldn't get a goddamn drink of water in the goddamn park." "On the sideboard, dear. It hasn't moved." Pepper poured wine from a jug with an ornate label, first into a handleless cup, then a jelly jar. "Have you any idea where he was? I know he's not going to tell me." Bunny dodged while Pepper handed Kid the jar. "You get the glass, 'cause you're company." "You could have poured one for me, too, dear, but you're famous for not thinking of things like that." "Jesus Christ, sweetheart, I thought you had one already. I really did." But Pepper made no move to pour another. Bunny raised exasperated eyebrows and went to get a cup. Pepper doffed his. "You don't tell her where I was. That's for me to know and her to find out." He finished his wine and went for seconds. "Go on, have a seat. Sit down. Bunny, did you throw me out of here last night?" "The way you were carrying on, doll, I should have." Bunny ducked under Pepper's elbow and, cup on fingertips, returned. "But I didn't get a chance.
Have you ever noticed that about people who are dumb in a particular way? Insensitive? Bunny's eyes closed on the antepenultimate. To everything, except 1 second before catastrophe. Then they're split. Oh, they know when that's coming all right. I guess they have to. Otherwise they'd be dead, or missing an arm or a head or something. Bunny's eyes narrowed at Pepper, who, on his 3rd cup already, turned to the room a little more relaxed. Darling, I could have killed you last night. I could have committed murder. Did I throw you out? If I did, you wouldn't be here now. But I'm calmer today. Kid decided not to ask what Pepper had done. Go on, Pepper said. Sit down on the couch. That's where I sleep, so it's okay. She sleeps in there. My boudoir. Bunny gestured toward another room, where Kid could see a mirror and a dressing table with bottles and jars. Pepper is very eager to clear that up with all his new friends. Yes, do have a seat. Kid sat. Oh, there have been a few times, but you were probably too high to remember those, when you've turned into quite a tiger. Pepper, darling, you shouldn't be so concerned about what other people think. If I cared what he thought, I wouldn't have brung him in here, Pepper said. You want some more wine, Kid? You just take it. Bunny don't mind. Actually, Bunny stepped back into the boudoir door, Pepper is a part of that tragic phenomenon, the great American unscrewed. A lot of talk about how much he wants to, but if you want my opinion, I don't think Pepper has gone to bed with anything in all his 29 years that didn't just roll him over in his sleep. And God forbid he wake up. I don't talk about doing anybody I ain't never done, Pepper said, which is more than I can say for you. Why don't you lay off? From the couch, Kid said, I just came around to see if somebody was in Teddy's. I want to— Well, take a look if you like. Bunny unblocked the door. But I doubt it. In here, where you can see. Wondering, Kid got up and walked past Bunny into the second room. Though nothing was out of place, it gave the impression, with 3 chairs, a bed, a dozen pictures on the wall from magazines, but all framed, of clutter. Oranges, reds, purples, and blues massed in the bedspread. Yellow plastic flowers hung over the back of a pink ceramic dove. Interrupting the floral wallpaper was a black curtain. In there, Kid stepped around a grubby white vinyl hassock, everything had speckles of silver glitter on it, and pushed back black velvet. Through cage bars, he saw upturned stools clustering the counter. Under a skylight he had never noticed before. This was the first time he had seen the place during the day. The empty booths and tables looked far more rickety. The whole room seemed larger and shabbier. "Is the bartender there?" Bunny asked. "No." "Then they aren't even open." Kid dropped the curtain. "Isn't that convenient? I just run right out there and do my thing, then run right back in here, and am shut of you all. Come on back inside. Don't run away." Bunny motioned Kid into the living room. "I really think scorpions are perfectly fascinating. You're the only really effective enforcement organization in the city. Pepper, what was the name of your friend with all the ugly muscles and that lovely broken—" Bunny nudged his upper lip with his forefinger. "This one here?" "Nightmare." "Fascinating boy." Bunny glanced at Kid. "He's old as I am, dear, but I still consider him very young. Really, you must sit down. I'm the only one who's allowed to wander around and make everyone nervous. You scorpions do more to keep law and order in the city than anyone else. Only the good and the pure in heart dare go out on the street after dark, but that's the way, I suppose, the law has always worked. The good people are the ones who live their lives so that they don't have anything to do with whatever law there is anyway. The bad ones are the ones unfortunate enough to become involved. I rather like the way it works here, because since you are the law is far more violent, makes much more noise, and isn't everywhere at once. So it's easier for us good people to avoid. Are you sure you wouldn't like some more wine?" "I told him to get it when he wants it." "I'll get it for him, Pepper. You may not be a gentleman, but I am a lady." Bunny plucked the jar from Kid's hands and went to fill it and another cup. "Just an old-fashioned girl, too shy to dive into the rushing river of worldly fame, too late for the mouse-drawn pumpkin to take me to the ball, too old for gay lib, not to mention radical effeminism." Bunny couldn't have been more than 35, Kid thought. Not in body, mind you, just in spirit. "Ah, well, I have the consolations of philosophy, or whatever the hell you call it." Kid sat down on the couch beside Pepper. Bunny returned with the brimming jelly glass. "When you let your little light shine, what great and luminous beast do you become?" I'm not a scorpion. You mean you just like to dress up that way and wear a shield around your neck? Somebody gave me these clothes when I got my others messed up. Kid took the jar and picked up his projector at the end of its chain. This doesn't have a battery or something. I just found it. Oh, then you're not really a scorpion yet, like Pepper, right? Pepper used to be a scorpion, but his battery's run down. I guess that's what it is. Pepper rattled the links of his shield among his other chains. I gotta get hold of another one and see. Pepper used to be the most charming bird of paradise. Red, yellow, and green plumes. One could almost ignore its relation to the common parrot. Then he began to flicker more and more, splutter, grow dim. Finally, Bunny's eyes closed. He went totally out. They opened. He hasn't been the same since. Where could you pick up one? A battery, I mean. Radio store, Pepper said. Only the guys have about stripped all the places around here. Department store, maybe, or maybe somebody's got an extra one. Nightmare's got a lot, I bet. How exciting to anticipate your glowing aspect, to puzzle over what you'll turn out to be. Inside here, Pepper snapped his shield apart. They got a little thing in here that's supposed to be what it is, but it just looks like a whole lot of colored dots to me. Battery goes in there. He picked at the mechanism with a gray nail. This one, and pried loose a red and white striped oblong with blue lettering, 26.5 volts DC, below a colophon of gathered lightning. This one ain't worth shit. He flipped it across the room. Not on the floor, Pepper love. Bunny picked up the battery and put it on a shelf behind some porcelain frogs, vases of colored glass, and several alarm clocks. Tell me, kid, now that you've found me, just who were you looking for? A girl, Lanya. You know her. You spoke to her one night in the bar when George Harrison was there. Oh, yes, she who must be obeyed. And you were with her. Now I do remember you. That was the night they made George the new moon, wasn't it? The way that poor man has driven all those silly dinge queens out of their flippy little minds is just terrible.
Kid turned his jar. George has a pretty heavy fan club. More power to him, I say. Bunny raised the cup overhead. But if George is a new moon darling, I am the evening star. Pepper loosed his consumptive giggle. I want to go out and look for her, Kid said. If she comes into Teddy's after it opens, will you give her a message for me? I can't think of any reason why I should. She has a much easier time getting hers than I do getting mine. What do you want me to tell her? Huh? Just that I was around looking for her and that I'll be back. Smile. What? Grin, like this. Bunny's bony face became a death mask around bright, perfect teeth. Let's see an expression of ecstatic happiness. Kid twisted his lips back quickly and decided this was his last politeness. To Kid's leer, Bunny returned a wistful grin. You just don't seem to have any special points of attraction. Actually, I'd put you rather low down on my list. It's completely personal, you understand. I suppose I can afford to tell your girlfriend you're looking for her. I will if I see her. Everybody's somebody's fetish, Kid said. Maybe I still got hope. That's what I keep telling Pepper, but he just won't believe me. I believe it, Pepper said from the end of the couch. You just won't believe you ain't mine. Oh, I don't think I'm revealing any embarrassing secrets when I say that you can be very sweet and affectionate once you relax. No, Pepper is just terribly uncomfortable at the idea that anyone could find him attractive. It's that simple. It ain't happened that often, so I'm what you'd call used to it. Pepper squinted into the bottom of his cup, rocked up to his feet, and walked to the counter. He gave Bunny a passing nudge on the arm with his elbow. Bunny's a good guy, but she's a nut. Ow! Bunny rubbed the spot, but grinned after Pepper. Kid grinned too, and tried not to shake his head. Why are you two here now, anyway? Bunny asked. What are the Scorpions doing today? Shouldn't you be out working? You try and kick me out again? Pepper stooped to open a cabinet and took out another jug, which he put on the counter beside the one now empty. Kid saw 4 more gallons and decided to leave after this glass. Where was Nightmare's gang off to this morning? You said you saw them. How many were there? 20, 25 maybe, Kid said. Maybe he's going to pull that Emboriki rip-off today. How you like that? Oh, no. Bunny put the cup down.
"Oh, well," and picked it up again to sip pensively. "He'd been talking about it for a month, but he wants whole damn army." "Why does he need so many people?" Kid asked. "What's Emboriki?" "Big downtown department store." "Lovely things," Bunny said sadly. "Perfectly lovely things. I mean, it isn't just your run-of-the-mill five and dime. I just wish I could have some of their stuff in here, give some class to this place. Oh, I hate to think of you guys clomping around in all that beautiful stuff." "Nobody's gotten to it before?" "Guess not," Pepper said. "Maybe just a little," Bunny explained, "but you see now it's occupied. Some kid got killed back a little while ago trying to break in." "Killed?" "Somebody leaned out the third-store window," Pepper said, "and shot the motherfucker dead." He laughed. "A couple of other people got shot at who were just passing by, but they didn't get hurt." "Perhaps it's Mr. Emboriki protecting his worldly goods." Bunny contemplated the cup bottom, looked over at the fresh gallon, but thought better. "I wouldn't blame him." No, Pepper said. "It's a whole bunch in there. Nightmare's one of the people who got shot at. He said shots came from lots of places." Bunny laughed. "Imagine 24 sales clerks valiantly holding off the barbarian hordes. I hope those poor children don't get hurt." "You think it's sales clerks?" Pepper asked. "No," Bunny sighed. "It's just whoever got to the gun department in sporting goods first." "Nightmare's got this real thing about it. He really wants to get in there and see what's going on. I guess I would, too, if somebody'd shot at me out the third-story window." "You?" Bunny exploded at the ceiling. "You'd be back here with your head under the pillow so fast. Why aren't you out there with them now?" No, that's all right. I'd rather have you here, safe and sound. If you got your ass full of buckshot, I just know it would be for something stupid." "I think getting your ass full of buckshot is pretty stupid for any reason." "Fine." Bunny pointed an admonishing finger. "You just stick to that idea and keep Mama happy. One honorable man." Bunny's hand returned to the cup. "Yea, even for the want of one honorable man. Or woman. I'm not prejudiced. That's really what Bellona needs." Bunny regarded Kid. "You look like a sensitive sort. Haven't you ever thought that? Lord knows we have everything else. Wouldn't it be nice to know that somewhere around there was one good and upright individual? One would do, for contrast." "Well, we've got Calkins," Kid said. "He's a pillar of the community." Bunny grimaced. "Darling, he owns that den of iniquity in there where I display my pale and supple body every evening. Teddy just runs it. No, Mr. C won't pass, I'm afraid." "You got that church person," Pepper offered. "Reverend Amy?" Bunny grimaced again. "No, dear, she's sweet in her own strange way, but that's absolutely not what I mean. That's the wrong feeling entirely." "Not that church," Pepper countered. "The other one, over on the other side of the city." "You mean the monastery?" Bunny was pensive as Pepper nodded. "I really don't know that much about it, which speaks well for it, I'm sure." "Yeah, someone mentioned that to me once," Kid said, and remembered it was Lanya. "It would be nice to think that somewhere inside its walls a truly good person walked and pondered. Can you imagine it within the city limits? Perhaps the abbot or the Mother Superior or whatever they call it. Meanwhile the scorpions play down at the Emboriki. Maybe if you went to the monastery somebody'd shoot at you too." "How sad." Bunny looked at the judge again. "How probable. That wouldn't make me happy at all." "Where is this place?" Kid asked. With the memory occurred the fantasy that Lanya, with her curiosity about it, might have gone there. "I don't actually know," Bunny said. "Like everything else in town, you just hear about it until it bumps into you. You have to put yourself at the mercy of the geography and hope that downhills and uphills, working propitiously with how much you feel like fighting and how much you feel like accepting, manage to get you there. You'll find it eventually, as we are all so tired of hearing. This is a terribly small city." "I heard it's on the other side of town," Pepper said. "Only I don't even know which side of town this is." Kid laughed and stood up. "Well, I'm going to go." He drained the wine and tongued the bitter aftertaste. Wine first thing in the morning, he pondered. Well, he'd done worse. "Thanks for breakfast." "You going to go?" "But, honey, I have enough in here for brunch, lunch, high tea, and dinner."
"Come on," Peppy said. "Take another glass. Bunny don't mind the company." "Sorry." Kid moved his jar from Bunny's reach. "Thanks." He smiled. "I'll come back another time." "I'll only let you go if you promise me." Bunny suddenly reached for Kid's chest. No, don't jump. Mother's not going to rape you." Bunny put a finger beneath the chain that crossed Kid's belly. "We have something in common, you and I." With the other hand, Bunny lifted the white silk to show the optical chain around a slim, veined neck. "Nightmare and I, Madame Brown and Nightmare, you and Madame Brown. I wonder if I betray it by mentioning it." Bunny laughed. Kid, unsure why, felt his cheeks heat and the rest of his body cool. I can't have absorbed the custom of reticence so completely in so little time, he thought, and still wanted anxiously and urgently to leave. Bunny was saying, "I'll tell your girlfriend what you said if I see her. You know, even if you did have one of those smiles I find just too irresistible, I'd still deliver your message. Because then, you see, I'd want you to like me and to come back. Doing something you wanted me to do would be one way to get that. Just because I'm not a good person," Bunny winked, "you mustn't think I'm a bad one." "Yeah, sure, thanks." Kid tugged away from Bunny's finger. "I'll see you." "Goodbye," Pepper called from the counter where he'd gone for more wine. Now the street sign said Filbert and Pearl. The latter and the lady in greens were gone. He pondered and compared directions, dismissed the park, looked where the mist was thickest, down Pearl, and walked. Lanya remembered his calling, an echo in the dim, an after-image on the ear. Here, in this city? He smiled and thought about holding her. He sorted his dubious recollections, wondering where he was going. It's only, he thought, when we're stripped of purpose that we know who we are. His missing name was a sudden ache, and suddenly he wanted it with the same urge that had made him finally accept the one Tack had given. Without it, he could search, survive, make word convections in somebody else's notebook, commit fanciful murder, strive for someone else's survival. With it, just walking, just being, might be easier. A name, he thought, is what other people call you, and that's exactly where it's important and where it's not. The kid? He thought, I'm going to be 30 in a mouthful of winter and sun. How unimportant, then, that I can't remember it. How important what my not being able to remember it means. Maybe I'm somebody famous. No, I do remember too well what I've done. I wish I felt cut off, alone, an isolate society of one like everybody else. Alienation? That isn't what it's about. I'm too used to being liked. Damn! He wished he had his notebook. But before the feeling, as he listened, no word rose to begin the complex fixing. Fingering the blades at his waist, hearing, not feeling, an edge rasp his calloused thumb, he turned another corner. Car motors were so unfamiliar that he was frightened, until he actually saw the bus. It hauled itself around the corner and into the whitewashed stop markings. Clap, clap, the doors. He looked at the balding driver squinting out the windshield as if for traffic. Why not, he thought, and climbed the worn rubber steps. You got a transfer? Hey, I'm sorry, if you need fare or something. He stepped back, but the driver motioned him on. This is a transfer point. I thought you had a transfer, maybe. Come on. Clap, clap, the bus rocked forward. An old man slept in the back seat, hat down, collar up. A woman in the front seat sat with her hands crossed on the top of her pocketbook. A younger woman with a large natural stared out the window. A boy with a smaller one sat nervously just behind the back door, towing one sneaker with the other. A couple, he with knees wide, sunk in the seat with his arms folded, his face set belligerently, she with legs together, her face registering something between fear and boredom, were making a point of not looking at him. Simultaneously, he realized that there was no seat from which he could watch everybody, and that he was the only non-black on the bus. He decided to give up the old man and took the next to the last seat. Where am I, but wouldn't think, going? He looked over the bars on the seatbacks to the blunt nose and lips, the sharp chin profiled below the billowy ball. He watched the buildings she watched go headlong in goalless motion. She blinked. He was only nervous at the turnings, and had to quell the absurd impulse to go ask the driver where the bus was headed. The headlong, with its implication of easy return, was safe. The bus turned again, and he tried to enjoy being lost, but they were going parallel to their first route. They passed a deserted street construction. Only one of the sawhorses had been broken, but from a truck with a flat tire, coils of cable had spilled the pavement. He let his stomach untense, marveling that these disaster remnants still excited. After the smashed plate glass of an Army-Navy surplus store came movie marquees. No letters at all on the first, a single R on the second. The one line on the next he had time to reconstruct was, "3 stars, says the Times." On the next, R, O, and T were stacked on top of one another. E, Q, and U were followed by a space of 3 letters and then a Y. Contemplating messages, he fingered for the spiral wire of his notebook, but only bumped his knuckle on blades. On a billboard some 6 by 16 feet, George Harrison, naked in near silhouette before a giant lunar disk, craned his head to search or howl or execrate the night. The black, only recognizable by a highlight here and there, stood at the left. The right of the poster was filled with nighttime forest. Kid turned half around in his seat to watch it, then turned back to the bus in time to see the others turn. He put his fist on the seat between his parted thighs and leaned, grinning and hanging his neck from slung shoulders. ECK space N space W' on the first line, S space R space OGS on the second line, ND on the third line, T space E space G space TTA space Y on the fourth line announced the next marquee. He looked at broken store windows. In one was a pile of naked dummies. The street widened, and once smoke rolled by so that he could make out no letters at all upon the final marquee of the trip. "Where am I going?" he thought, thinking they were just words. Then the echoes came. His back chilled, his teeth clicked, then opened behind closed lips, staggered and jogged by the engine. He looked for shadows and found none in the dim bus on the pale street. So searched what highlights his own body sensation cast in the nervous matrix. None there, in which to hunt a recollection of her face, mottled and incomplete as though lit through leaves. He tried to laugh at his loss. Not because of this, oh no. It's the wine. Christ, he thought, where did they all go? The old man behind him moaned in his sleep. He looked out the window. Up the sand-colored wall, gold letters, he read it bottom to top first, SYKIROBME. Only one show window was shattered. Boards had been nailed across it. 2 others were covered with canvas. A crack in another zagged edge to edge. Kid pulled the frayed ceiling cord, then held on to the bar across the back of the seat before him, till the bus, a block later, and somewhat to his surprise, stopped. He jumped off the back treadle to the curb and turned. Through the dirty window he saw the couple who had not looked at him when he'd gotten on, stopped looking at him now. The bus left. He was standing diagonally across from the 5, 6, 7, 8-story department store. Uneasily he backed into a doorway. People with guns, hey? He felt for his orchid, looked at it. It was a very silly weapon. People shooting out the windows? Several higher up were open, several more were broken. Across the street a gutter grill waved a steamy plume. Why, he thought, get out here? Maybe the people in there have all gone, and he could just cross the street and— The skin of his back and belly shriveled. Why had he gotten off here? It had been in response to some unnamed embryo feeling, and he had leaped out of the bus, following it to term. But now it was born, and was terror. "Cross the street, motherfucker," he told himself. "You get up close to the building and they can't see you out the windows. This way somebody can just aim out and pick you off if they got a penchant for it." He told himself some other things, too. A minute later he walked to the opposite corner, a sidestep for the fire hydrant, stopped with his hand against the beige stone, breathing long, slow breaths and listening to his heart. The building took up all the block. There were no show windows down the side alley. Save from the front door, there was no place from the store he could be seen. He looked across the avenue. From what letters still remained on that glass, it must have been a travel agency. And down there, some kind of office building, perhaps. Burn marks lapped great carbon tongues around the lower stories. The street looked so wide, but that was because there were no cars at either curb. He started down the alley, running his hand on the stone and occasionally glancing up for the imaginary gunman to lean out a window and blast straight down. There's nobody in there, he thought. There's nobody coming up behind me. At the end of the block something moved. No, it was a shadow between two parked trucks. "Hey," somebody said directly across the alley in a voice just under normal. "What the fuck you doing, huh?" He bruised his shoulder on the wall, then came away, rubbing it. A thick shoulder pushed from behind a metal door across the alley. "Don't get excited." Half of Nightmare's face emerged. Kid could see half the mouth speaking. "But when I count 3, you get your ass over here so fast I want to see smoke. 1, 2... The visible eye rose to look somewhere up the department store wall, looked back down. 3! Nightmare caught Kid's arm, and the memory of traversed pavement was battered out by bruises on his back, knee, and jaw. "Hey, man, you don't have to," as Nightmare snatched him through the quarter-open doorway. He was in 4/5 darkness with a lot of people breathing. "God damn," Nightmare said. "I mean, Jesus Christ." He said, "You don't have to break my head," softer than he'd started to. Somebody very black in a vinyl vest laughed loudly. For a moment he thought it was Dragon Lady, but it was a man. Nightmare made some disgusted sound. The laugh cut off. Nightmare's scarred shoulder, it was the first thing Kid saw as his eyes cleared of the dark, hid half of Denny's face as the door had hidden half of Nightmare's. The other faces were darker. "You don't think so?" Nightmare still held Kid's arm. With his other hand he grabbed Kid's hair. "Hey!" and marched him around 180 degrees. Kid's face came up against wire, behind some dirty glass, and behind that was, "Now look up there." Kid focused outside the dirty window on the second story of the department store. "You looking good?" Was a window where gold letters arched "New Fashions." And behind them a man with a rifle in one hand scratched his thin neck under the too large collar of his blue sports shirt, then ambled on. "Now what, with sweetness, the hell are you doing here?" Nightmare yanked Kid's head back from the window before he let go. "Come on, tell me now." "I just—" Pain sat in him blankly as anxiety. "Was coming by, and—" Pain subsided. "I should break your head open, you know." "Hey, man, you—" "Shut up, Copperhead," Nightmare said. The big, bearded, red-head Spade leaned in the corner. "You don't have to do that," he finished. "I'd do it for you if you want." He nodded at Kid in damped recognition. "Give him to me." "Fuck off," Nightmare waved a peremptory fist. "You just come by, huh? We've been planning this 3 months, and you just come by?" "Well, Pepper told me you guys were maybe down here." Nightmare sucked some more. "We been planning?" "I got him," Denny said. "Let him go with us. He won't hurt nothing. I'll tell him what to do." Nightmare glanced questioningly over his shoulder. "Sure," Denny insisted. In his corner, Copperhead turned his stick up behind his arm. "He can go with my group," Denny repeated. "He won't get in the way." Kid thought, unsure. 3 against 2. Once more Nightmare flung round his fist and growled. "Come on," Denny said. "You come with me." "You don't let him mess up anything," Nightmare admonished with his chin. "Yeah, the kid'll be okay." "He better be." "He's a good guy, Nightmare. Come on, you said he was a good guy yourself." Nightmare growled once more. Kid stepped by him, tried and failed not to look at Copperhead. Copperhead blinked and started to smile. Kid decided it was worth his life to fail at anything among them again. Denny clapped Kid's arm. "Let's go." He looked around, and louder. "You guys, let's go." Some dozen, safer, clustered, and they were walking through another door, following Denny. The hall of some sort of warehouse? Maybe the back corridor of another store? He looked at the faces around him. The real black guy in vinyl looked up from Kid's orchid, blinked, looked away. He wore one too, but in a leather strap. "Here," Denny said, primarily to Kid. "We just wait here. You follow us when we go. Don't worry." They stopped before another door. A window on one side showed the Emboriki's sandy wall. Denny looked over the scorpions with him. Kid thought, "They top pepper, I guess." Denny folded his arms, leaned beside the window, occasionally looked out. Like Copperhead's little blonde brother. They have a plan, Kid thought, caught in it. I am not thinking of Lanya. One on wet leather, one on grit, his feet tingled. How did I get here? Did I choose to come? I want to control these people. The tingling reached his head, subsided. I chose. Observe and go. Easy with them. He would ask Denny the details of the plan. Began to tingle. So didn't. Observe? But his mind twisted in. Well, what did he think? Nightmare, with all his unreciprocity, he liked. Copperhead was efficient and detestable, a combination intriguing because in his experience it was unusual. Denny? Astounded, he realized. Denny had given him the clothes he wore, had first lopped the obtrusive D from his name, and now had him in custody. He squinted at two of the black eyes leaning by the window. Denny glanced at Kid, at the floor, out the window. In webbed shadow. Nightmare's lieutenant. He tried to review the faces left at the hall's end. There were more than 3 women in the group. Prompted by the bus ride, he mused on Fenster's population percentages. What percentage were black? George? Waiting, chained and flowered, he'd seen 6 knives. I don't want to individualize them. Rather deal in their mass than texture. Priest, Anthrax, Lady of Spain. These names had already been whispered around him. Devastation, Glass, the black in vinyl, California, Filament, Revelation, blonde as Bunny but with brutally red skin, Angel, Dollar, D-T. Fight that. Some 24 strung down this gray and gray, waiting. There are probably more here who have killed by accident than by intent. That makes them dangerous. What do they become? That thing work? Denny pointed to Kid's shield. No battery. Denny shook his head, aping Nightmare's disgust. You stay with me, then. Either the people or the situation is boring, but either the situation or the people are intriguing. I cannot fix the distinction. Nor, having chosen, would it be useful. Again, I am somewhere where the waiting is more instructive than initial or terminal action. Not thinking of Lanya entails her green blinking when something I do surprises her. Her expression, it always seems sad, seconds before laughter when something I do amuses. Is this like forgetting a name? I want to be among these people. Where would she have gone? It is difficult, because it grosses so little, to consider that I don't want to be with her. But these, who chew their teeth and shuffle and engage in interesting waiting, what is their plan? Not so much afraid of what I don't know about what they do. The cool, absorptive fear I used to feel before stealing books and comics from corner kiosks, shoplifting small compasses, and ornamental bullets from Army-Navy surplus stores. A long time later, a long way away, someone whistled. While Denny said, "Come on," everybody moved. The doors flapped. They ran across the street. Scorpions were running up the alley. "In here," with steps down and a metal door in the Emboriki's side. Kid thought, grains struggling through the stricture of an hourglass. He watched Denny 3 steps before him, paused when Denny paused, at the bottom of more steps, quickened after him. Worlds within worlds, I am in a different world. At the first landing, Denny motioned the others ahead, glanced to make sure Kid was still behind him. Plans completed and synchronized, sketched floor layouts, schedules for the changing guard. He hadn't seen anyone who looked that intelligent. Then pulled a heavier chain from his neck and wound 2 lengths around his fist. This way! The others' footsteps faded above them as they went from the army drab stairwell through a doorway. Kid pulled his orchid from his belt loop. The loop, worn from the blade, snapped, and fitted his wrist into the harness. "What's in here?" "Nothing," Denny said. "I hope." The short hall ended on a room full of cardboard boxes. The wrapping paper in apartment 19B. Why? They had fallen from half-stacked shelves. They covered the floor. They had been pushed into piles and had fallen again. "What are we doing, huh?" Kid asked. "Keeping our asses out of trouble," Denny said. "They want to run around and get shot at. You got more brains than that. The store's 8 stories high, covers the whole block. We figure there's maybe 10, 15 people in here. I think we're on the mezzanine." He glanced back again. "I hope." They stepped out into darkness that became 3/4 dark. Kid sniffed. Something had burned in here, too. His arm brushed hanging plastic. They snuck through racks of shower curtains into bath mats and accessories. "Sure this is a mezzanine? The railing should be over there. You been in here before?" "Keep it down," Denny said. "No, but I talked to somebody who has." "What?" Kid whispered. "What is Nightmare trying to do in here?" Denny looked back again. "You think he knows? This is a run." They reached towels. By an overturned counter, they walked across mounds of terry cloth. The cool, charred dark stopped at a glass balcony rail with a brass bar. There was light up from below. Leaning out, "Hey, watch it," Denny said. "Somebody might be down there." Kid could not see its source. There are people in here, Kid thought. There are people in here walking around with guns. He looked over the balcony, down at counters, and the paths between, where grey ribbons of light lay over riotous indistinguishables. Some 2 scorpions ran out among them. Denny took Kid's shoulder. 3 more, like mazed mice, zagged through the aisles. "Hey, what the hell you people think you're—" shouted by somebody who sounded like he was in a stairwell. 5 heads deployed among lingerie and watchbands swiveled. 2 of the scorpions went on like flashbulbs, a rooster and some sort of baby dinosaur. Kid pulled back from the light. Denny was looking up, suddenly aware that they both now had shadows swinging across the ceiling. "Douse your goddamn lights!" which was Nightmare. The gun clap filled the double story. The echo settled. Some flat reflex that held neither fear nor excitement took him back from the rail. For a moment he saw Denny's excited, frightened face among the dark displays. Then Denny was behind him. "Hey, they got in! Hey, they goddamn got in!" "Mark," a woman. "Mark! Mark, what's down there?" "You get back! Did they get in? You didn't see—" Echo botched all meaning in a 4th fricative voice. Someone nearer tried to interrupt. "What are you— Why don't you— Hey, look! I saw their lights, for God's sake, I saw their lights. Somebody called out, too. I saw—" Draped plastic dragged Kid's shoulder, and the woman standing behind it shook the rifle at them, said, "Ha!" and started walking backward. Mutually, Kid thought, paralyzed with terror. But Denny wasn't paralyzed. He grabbed his shield projector and disappeared in light. Neither was the woman. She staggered backward in the sudden glare and fired somewhere between them. The rifle gave a breathy crack, and Kid recognized her green dress. It was the woman, Lynn, he'd sat next to his last visit to the Richards. Now, squinting and screaming, she held up the rifle to block the light. On the handle, lit by Denny's shield, in 4-colored decalcomania, Red Rider smiled at Little Beaver, surrounded by a yellow lariat. The air pump rattled. "A BB in the eye," he mused, and lunged. He thought she would throw the gun at him. But she held it, and when she didn't let go on the second jerk, the blades of the orchid clicked on the barrel he grasped. He turned it hard and kicked her. She jerked her twisted hands away, shook them, turned. He smacked her shoulder with the rifle butt, and she dodged in darkness. He turned, mainly to see what Denny was. A 10-foot blob of light, colorful and disfocused, ran into itself like an amoeba erupting. It went out, and Denny's hand came down from his neck. Kid pushed the BB gun at him. "What the hell," he whispered, "are you supposed to be?" The fear made him laugh. Waving the gun, they stalked through the mezzanine shadows. "Huh? Your shield." "Oh, about a month ago something happened to it. I shorted something, I guess, in the projection grid. Its plastic melted or something, so it comes out like that. I sort of like it. What did it used to be?" They turned past bolts of fabric. Denny gave a confidential whisper. "A frog." With the woman, Kid thought all of a sudden, did that really happen? People were screaming again. Below, Nightmare cried, "Hey, man, look at that!" and his excited laugh. They went into a stairwell. It was pitch black. 3 steps down, Kid said, "Wait up." Half a flight down, Denny asked, "What happened?" "My sandal strap broke. I lost my sandal." Listening to Denny's breathing, Kid felt around with his feet on the step above, on the one below. Denny suddenly stopped panting and said, "Hey, thank you." "I can't find it," Kid said. "Thanks for what?" "I guess you saved my life." "Huh? That woman? She would have shot me if she got a chance." "Oh," Kid's toes stubbed the wall. "It wasn't anything. She would have shot me, too." He thought, a BB gun? 15-year-old Denny was very young all of a sudden. "Damn thing's got to be around here somewhere." "Let me make a light," Denny said, and made one. Kid moved to see if his sandal was under his shadow. "Maybe it fell over." He glanced across the banister. "Look, never mind. Put that out, will you?" The luminous amoeboid collapsed. The stairwell filled up with darkness to his eyes and over. "Can you hear anything?" The pulsing blot on the black said tentatively, "No." "Come on, then." Kid started down. "Okay," was whispered in front of him. "Shot me if she got a chance." Would she have if she recognized me? Or would I have rested the rifle if I hadn't recognized her? He collided softly with Denny's shoulder. "He thinks I saved his life." "What," because he saw the light, "are they doing out there?" Shoulders bumping, they walked into the silent first floor. Denny stepped between racks of twilit tweed and corduroy. Kid glanced at the figure standing just beyond the doorway beside him, which was, of course, a dressing mirror in a wooden stand slightly tilted so that the reflected floor sloped, and in a gym locker room that opened onto the field someone had once thrown snow at his naked back. Looking, he re-experienced and remembered the moment from that Vermont winter, then forgot it, looking at the reflection, trying to recall, now that he had stared for a third, a fourth, a fifth second, what had struck him first. He raised his hand, the reflected hand raised, turned his head a little, the head turned a little, took a breath, the reflection breathed. He touched his vest, the reflection touched its khaki shirt, then suddenly raised his hand to knuckle his chin, the reflection's knuckle dug into its full black beard, and blinked, its eyes blinked behind black plastic glass frames. The pants, he thought, the pants are the same. There was a white thread snaking across the black denim of his thigh. He and the reflection picked it warily away, suddenly arching his naked toes on the carpet, the tips of the black engineer boots flexed, then once more raised his hand toward the glass. He opened his fingers, reflected fingers opened, the string dropped, the string dropped. Between gnarled knuckles and gnawed nails, he looked at the smooth undersides of fingers thinner than his own. He's taller than I am, Kid thought inanely, taller and stockier. He reversed his hand to look at his own palm. The yellowed callus was lined and lined again, deep enough for scars. Between his fingers he saw the backs of fingers with only the slightest hair, only the faintest scar above the middle knuckle, and a darkening at the left of the first joint. The reflection's nails, though without moons, save the thumbs, were long as his adolescent dreams, and only slightly dirty. He glanced down at the other hand. Where his was caged in blades, the reflection held his notebook. But the correspondence, he recalled the church clock with its broken hands, was too banal for relief. Wanting to cry, he gazed full at the face, which, mirroring him twitch to twitch for all its beard and glasses and a small brass ring in one ear, gazed back with confusion, desperation, and sadness. The combination was terrifying. "Hey," somebody said, "what you staring at?" Grabbed the top of the mirror from the back and yanked it down. It swiveled between its posts. The lower rim struck Kid's shins. Kid reeled. "You picking your pimples?" Copperhead grinned across the glass, flat now like a table. Astonished and angry, Kid lunged forward and brought his free fist down against the mirror's near edge. The far rim tore from Copperhead's loose fingers, scraped his chest, cracked his chin. The mirror drifted down again. Roaring and clutching his jaw, Copperhead danced between the clothing racks. "Now what the fuck did you... Oh, my fucking tongue, I think I bit..." The third time he looked up, he just blinked. Kid gulped air. A triangle of glass slipped from the frame, broke again on the rug. Beyond shatter lines he saw himself, barefoot and beardless, gasping and rubbing the chains on his chest. At his hip the orchid flickered. Some feet behind, Denny, holding something in his arms, watched. Kid turned in quarter light. "I got some—" Denny looked at Copperhead, who rubbed and glowered. "Over there they got shoes and boots and things. I brought you—" He hefted the armful. "These." "Huh? 'Cause you lost your shoe." Denny looked at Copperhead again. Kid said, "You picking your pimples now?" And then he laughed. Started, it raced at hysteria. He was frightened. A laugh, he thought, is a lot of clotted barkings. He laughed and leaned against a table covered with shirts and motioned Denny to come. "You only wear the right one, huh?" Denny dumped the shoes, boots mostly, on the table. Kid picked up 2, 3. They were all right ones. He laughed harder, and Denny grinned. "What are you guys making all the goddamn noise for?" Nightmare called across the aisle. "Will you cut the goddamn hollering?" Kid choked back both his laughter and his fear, picked out a moccasin boot of soft, rough-out black. Denny watched gravely, while Kid, holding the edge in one hand, waving his orchid for balance, pushed in his foot. Denny said, "That's the one I like, too." Kid laughed again. Denny, higher, sharper, laughed too. "I guess we scared them all upstairs," one girl said to Nightmare. "You bastards over here making enough noise to scare anybody," Nightmare said. "Hey," Kid said, "if I broke any of your teeth, I'm sorry. But don't fuck with me any more, hear?" Copperhead mumbled and rubbed his scantly bearded jaw. "All this shit going down in the two of you got into it?" Nightmare rubbed his shoulder. "Nightmare," Denny said, "the kid saved my life. Upstairs, up on the balcony. Somebody came at us with a gun, shot at us as close as you are to me. The kid just grabbed the barrel and pulled it away." "Yeah?" A heavy scorpion behind Nightmare said. "Somebody was shooting down here, too." "You going around saving people's lives?" Nightmare said. "You got guts in you after all. Told you he was a good kid." Kid flexed his toes. The boot gave like canvas. Fear kept lancing, looking for focus. Found one. He felt vastly embarrassed. A BB gun, he thought, from some scared woman I ate dinner with. Read a poem to. He put his booted foot on the floor. Denny looked hugely happy. Nightmare pushed Copperhead's head to the side to examine it. "I wouldn't mess with a kid if I was you. First time I saw him, I didn't like him either, but I said if I ain't gonna kill him, I ain't gonna mess with him. That'd be best." Copperhead pulled away from Nightmare's inspection. "There was something about him," Nightmare went on. "You nasty, Copperhead, but you dumb. I'm telling you this 'cause I'm smarter than you, and I thought you'd like to know how to act. The kid's smarter than you, too." Behind teeth clamped and filled with tongue, Kid thought, "Does he want him to kill me, huh?" "He just grabbed the gun," Denny repeated, "by the barrel and pulled it away." "I'm going to carry this on back to the place," another white scorpion said, lugging a marble slab on which crouched a large brass lion. The blacks all seemed so silent, a reversal of his usual experience. The lampshade kept striking the boy's pimpled, unshaven chin. "I always wanted one of these." "You carry it," Nightmare said. "I ain't going to help you. Let's get out of here." "There's still people up there with guns." Copperhead took his hand from his jaw to gesture at the dark mezzanine. "Kid scared 'em away," the black called D.T. said. Nightmare turned and bellowed so loud his knees and elbows bent. "All right, motherfuckers, here we go. You want to shoot us? Go on." He glanced around at the others and giggled. "God damn it, go on, pick us off." He started forward. The unshaved, pimpled scorpion hefted the lion up on his belly, turned his chin away to avoid the shade, and followed. "You up there, you better get us now. Come on, you mangy motherfuckers, you chicken shit assholes. You ain't gonna get another chance." This, Kid thought, walking between a tall, thin black named Spider and the heavy one called Cathedral, Kid slowed to let Copperhead get a step ahead of them so he could see him, is insane. Laughter, only a fragment, blurted. Two of the others looked at him. Grinning, Kid shook his head. "You up there, you better shoot," Nightmare bawled at the mezzanine railing. You don't, you real some scroungy cocksucker. He unscrewed his face and said to Priest, who walked next to him, I heard you over on the other side hollering. What were you doing? There was somebody in there. I don't think he had a gun. I chased him up the... You better do it now, you son of a bitch. Nightmare turned back to the guy beside him. Yeah? Do it, you do it, cocksucker, if you're gonna do it. Do it now. Chased him up the stairs. Lady of Spain had kicked in the board bottom of a display case. Copperhead looked up with consternation and surprise, and put his boot through the glass case in front of him, first the top shelf, then the bottom, then once on the other end. Glasses and watches scattered the rug. Gasping, he loped to the next. Crash, and crash, and crash, crash, crash. All their eyes, Kid noted, trying to recall what it meant, are red glass. Another thin black frowned toward Kid, his lids narrowing over blank crimson balls. He looked about Denny's age. You real chicken shit up there, you know? Crash, crash. You ain't worth shit, goddammit. Crash. Eat my shit. Nightmare looked around and smiled. Up your ass. Fuck you. Lady of Spain pushed a whole case over. It smashed into the one behind it. She grinned at Copperhead, who didn't see. Others laughed. They got the door locked. Someone jiggled the handle. Here you go, Nightmare said, grabbing for the lion. Hey, no! Glass exploded over the pavement. The grey street was momentarily obscured by myriad bright prisms. Come on! Kid stepped gingerly across the shards, remembering, on broken glass, go flat-footed. The white, unshaven scorpion stood, among others moving, looking at his lamp. The marble base was in two pieces, the shade crushed. Finally he stooped, caught up the injured object. A marble chip fell, but the cracked base stayed amazingly together, and shuffled on, kicking glass. Come on! Denny tugged Kid's arm. Kid started walking again. A goddamn bus, which hove around the corner. How do you like that? Some stood in the street now, waving their arms. The bus pulled to the curb. Nightmare at their head, they crowded between the folding doors. Shoulders collided. Through them, Kid saw the bald, black driver's worried face. You gonna take us home? The thin black was saying, while the others tried to push past. Now that's convenient, brother. You gonna take us? A scream, shrill and directly into Kid's ear. Kid flinched and turned. A gun crack? There, and grabbed the scorpion, opening and closing his mouth and falling. Hooking the post by the front seat with the elbow of his bladed arm, Kid swung the wounded youth inside. As he fell, the unshaven guy, and some others, no longer holding his lion, clambered over them. Watch it! Crouched at the top of the bus steps, Kid saw the crushed lampshade leaning against the sill. He grabbed the socket stalk, wrenched the whole thing up into the bus, and as the doors closed he heard pink-crack. The bus was moving. Pink-crack! He stood. Everyone else was crouched in seats or between them. Even the driver was hunkering over his wheel. Outside, Kid saw the figure in a third-story window of the sandstone wall, right beside the gold eye in emborici, sighting along the rifle, eye to the finder. The broken marble cut at his shin, joggling. 30 pounds? As he pulled the lion up onto his forearm, so not to blunt his orchid, which stuck from underneath, the bus lurched. Here. The stubbled face turned up from the seat and blinked. Here. The scorpion wrapped his arms around it. The shade came completely off and joggled around the post, dropped his face, then raised it, at the gasping. Kid turned, holding the back of the seat. Denny stopped at the feet of the wounded scorpion. A woman in a grey hat, jammed against the window next to Nightmare, said, "Oh, dear, oh, he's terribly hurt," then put both hands flat against the pane when Kid looked at her and began to cry. Then she stopped, faced forward again with her eyes closed. From a rear seat, "Say," no one said. "What happened to you guys?" No one answered. Kid took off his orchid and poked a prong around for his belt loop till he saw, remembering, it had broken. So he hung it from his chain and squatted. "Oh, they got my arm." Denny looked up. His very blue eyes were bloodshot. Oh, hey, oh. Warm blood touched Kid's toes and spread. "You want to make a tourniquet or something," Denny suggested. "Yeah." "Here." The colored girl in the front seat leaned forward, holding a scarf, and almost dropped it when Kid reached. The scorpion panted like a woman in childbirth, while Kid tightened the looped cloth on the handle of a knife one of the others gave him. "You gotta loosen it," he told Spider, who was helping, "every 5 minutes or so he doesn't get gangrene or something." Then he just sat back on his heels, jogging with the bus. The driver looked back, then turned a corner. Nightmare, forearms across his knees, was watching them with interest. "You really into this hero bit? Tourniquet, huh? That's pretty good, yeah. I like that." Kid stood about to look disgusted. Pain shot up his calves from the minutes spent crouched. So he didn't look anything, walked to Denny's seat and sat. Across the aisle, the old man with his head in his coat collar, who had been on the bus when it had been going in the other direction, pretended to sleep. "You okay?" Denny asked. "You look—" Kid turned to the boy. 2 others, a scorpion and a passenger, were just turning away. Denny rubbed beneath his nose, blinked his blue. The memory of crimson eyes in the Emboriki's lobby made Kid open his mouth. The eyes that watched now, intently and compassionately, became horrible as the discovered significance of what he had forgotten. Surprise blotted another memory. He felt it fade from his mind, struggled to keep it, failed. Of something past in a looking-glass. What could he have seen in a mirror? Himself? Nothing else? "I'm mad," he thought. Like echo. "This is insane," he had said there. Stripped of context. What had happened in the department store? He shook before what it could have signified. Why did I say, "This is insane"? Something shook in him. His head waggled. Kid? Which Kid was desperately aware was not his name. Denny's hand had been on his forearm. He knew because now it moved away. Released, he tried to remember having been held, fixed by the warmth that was fading, had faded. Denny rubbed his upper lip again. Breathing heavily, Kid sat back in the jogging seat. Outside, movie marquees passed in cryptic cavalcade. Under high electric notes, low wet ones burbled and troughed and erupted. A metallic chord, another metallic chord, between them tape hiss. Kid cleared his throat. It became a cough. "Yes?" Reverend Taylor held her pencil by both ends. "Can I help you?" "I'm hungry," Kid said. He pulled his hands from the half-door's sill. Somebody told me you used to have a free supper here." "Oh, we discontinued that some time back." Behind her, like revolving eyes, the spools turned. Kid took a breath. "Yeah, I know." "Did you fall? Or hurt yourself?" "Huh? No, No." "You're just hungry?" "Yes, ma'am." "Really, we're not providing that service any longer, you see. It was far too—" Now she let her eyes drop, sucked her teeth, and considered. "Well, perhaps coffee, and—" She looked up. "Maybe there's something— And you can sit down for a little while." "Yes, ma'am." Wheels and swivel roared and squeaked through the music as she pushed away her chair. "Come with me." She stepped to the door, fluttering black robes. He stepped back while she came through, followed her across the vestibule. "Now you understand I'm not establishing a tradition. Just this once. I am not opening up the evening aid program again. This is for you tonight, not for your friends tomorrow." And down a stairway. "Yes, ma'am." At the bottom, Reverend Taylor turned on a caged work-light hung on a nail. A high window-sill, level with the street outside, went from blue to black. The heavy cord curved up the steps. "Let's see what we have." Columns fanned thick shadows across the basement auditorium. Folding chairs were stacked by one wall. A half-collapsed sofa sat by another. Before the closed curtains of a stage was an upright piano, its works bare. "We're having a service this evening in the chapel upstairs in just a little while. Maybe if you feel up to it, you can come upstairs to the chapel and join us." Another high window was open. The slight gust made him look instead of answer. 3 leaves jittered to the sill's edge. One spun before falling. It ticked down the wall, clicked on the piled chairs, to stop at the scuffed linoleum, like an erratic tick-tocking at last run down. "In here." Reverend Taylor waited by another door. Inside, she snapped on another work-light. Across a long newspaper-covered table, Kid saw a wall hung with pots, potato mashers, colanders, and shelves stacked with thick church kitchen crockery.
We were able to get bread for a while, in large quantities, so we could make tinned meat sandwiches. That's when we had evening aid. But we lost our source. Without the staff of life, such a program dries up quickly. Beans take too long to cook, and I didn't have the help for it. From a wall cabinet she took a can dotted with white paper where the label had been removed. Beef stew. He took it from her. Taking the labels off, she explained to his questioning expression, is one minor way to discourage pilfering. I don't like to put locks on things. Snoopers look in on shelves full of blank cans and don't know whether it's rat poison, motor oil, or green peas. I just have to remember what's where. She tried to look sly. I have my own system. You must know how these camp stoves work if you've been here any length of time. Yeah, wondering whether he should explain that he'd learned, however, on a camping trip when he was 12. The urn there is hot. I keep it going all day. I'm sure I'm drinking too much coffee. Can I more or less leave you on your own? I've got to get back to my notes. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Wash things up, and let me know when you leave. He nodded. At the kitchen door she frowned, dark and broad. You're sure you didn't have some sort of accident? You're all smudged up there on the side. Huh? Oh, I'm all right now, really. Setting her lips at a blunt black roundness, she nodded curtly and left. Looking over the pans and pots, he thought, no can opener, and panicked. It lay beside the stove. He twisted and twisted till the last metal scallop popped, and the can top, lapped with gravy, began to sink. He looked at the stove, at the can. Then something happened in his gut. He went in with fingers, shoved grease, meat, and vegetable chunks into his mouth, licked cold gravy from his hand, wiped what ran on his chin with his forefinger, and sucked that. His stomach bubbled, clamped twice, hard, and he had a mouthful of gas, still tasting of Bunny's wine. Anticipating nausea, he stopped for several deep breaths. Then he took the can out, sat on the sagging sofa, and pushed his hand back into the ragged ring. He chewed and licked and swallowed and sucked and licked. When the coppered inside was clean, except for the bottom corner for which his middle finger had been too thick, he returned to the kitchen, rinsed the can, and let black coffee steam into it from the urn's plastic spigot. Hot tin between his hands made him aware of his dry left, his sticky right. Back on the couch, holding it between his knees, he watched the steam and grew sleepy, tasted, hot, bitter, some, decided he didn't want it, and let his eyes close. Yes, he's right here, Reverend Taylor was saying. Kid blinked awake. He had put the coffee on the arm of the sofa before he drifted off. I don't think he's feeling too... Oh, Kid took the can in his fist to hide behind sipping. Tepid. Ah, said Mr. Newboy. Thank you. Kid set the coffee on the arm again. Reverend Taylor repeated, but in such a different tone, Kid only identified the similarity seconds later. You got yourself something to eat? Yes, ma'am. Good. Reverend Taylor beamed at Newboy, swept around him, and said, disappearing, You'll excuse me, I must get back. I'm terribly glad I found you. Mr. Newboy carried a briefcase before him with naked eagerness on his face. What did you want? Kid's body still tingled from sleep. How did you know I was here? Newboy hesitated before the couch. Kid glanced at the plush and thought, it is pretty dusty. Sat. Just another evidence of the smallness of the city. Your friend in the bar, the big blond man. Tack? Yes, that's him. He saw you getting off a bus and coming in this direction. He thought you'd eventually get to Teddy's. When you didn't, I decided to wander over here in case you were still around. I'd never seen this place, and I'm going to be leaving Bellona soon, tomorrow morning, actually. Oh, Kid said, he just saw me? And you're leaving? Hey, that's too bad. Fighting the tingling and the sluggishness, he pushed himself up and started toward the kitchen. You want some coffee, Mr. Newboy? Thank you, Newboy said, and called, Yes. What, through the doorway, did you want to see me about? In the white crock, the coffee ploshed and plopped. Outside, Mr. Newboy was unsnapping his case. I don't know where the milk and sugar is. I take it black. Kid released the plastic spigot, moved a second cup under for himself, the stuff in the can, cold, and carried them out to the couch, the foreknuckles of both hands burning. Oh, thank you. What, sitting next to Newboy, did you want to see me about? "Well, I thought you'd like to take a look at these." Wide ribbons of paper came up from the plaid lining. "And these," now a sheaf of black paper. "And this is the cover." On thick textured paper were the scented letters, Brass Orchids. He took the— "Oh, my hands aren't too clean." "Go on, this is just a sample." Took the cover, which suddenly curved down as he held it by the corner, propped it with his other hand, and read again, Brass Orchids. "And those are the galleys, which you have to look over." Mr. Newboy indicated the papers lying now across Kid's knee. "Fortunately, it isn't too long, 36 pages, I believe, counting cover. There may be some awful mistakes. It'll be printed on slightly better paper than that. I'd argued for a larger typeface, Brass Orchids. But Roger explained, something I suppose we're all aware of, that here in Bellona we often have to make do." "Oh, yeah." Kid looked up and let the title of his book embed that part of his consciousness reserved for reality, while he expunged it from the part called dream. The transition came easy, but with a firmness and inevitability he associated with comprehending violence. He was joyous and upset, but could just distinguish that the reactions were contiguous, not consequent. "These are the illustrations. Again, we have Roger's sense of theatricality to contend with. I'm not at all sure they're in good taste. Frankly, I don't think poetry needs illustration, but he asked me to show them to you. The decision is yours, ultimately." He was about to say, "They're all black," when he caught glintings in the matte stock. "They're black ink on black paper," Mr. Newboy explained. "The only way you can really see them is to hold them up to the light and look at them from the side. Then the light catches on the ink. Roger feels that since the poems take so much of their imagery from the city, he'd used some of what he feels are the most striking pictures from his newspaper. But he's printed them this way. I don't believe there's been any effort to correlate particular pictures with particular poems." Kid nodded. "That's a good idea." He tilted another picture to catch in sudden silver point burning buildings, people gaping, and one child in the foreground leering into the camera. "Oh, yeah." He laughed and looked through the others. "Have you any idea when you'll be able to look over the proofs? The Times is notorious for typos. Your book was set on the same machinery." "I could do it now." Kid put down the pictures and picked up the galleys. "How many pages did you say it was?" 36. I went over it once myself against your notebook. We'd rather hoped for a typescript, and when you pushed that into my hands that evening I was a bit worried, but your fair copies are very neat. You know you have at least 4 completely distinct handwritings. It's never been too good. But your printing's perfectly legible." Newboy pawed in the case. "Here." He gave Kid the notebook. It fell open in Kid's hands. "Poetry, fiction, drama. I am only interested in—" Kid turned back the book to the page with his poem, a middle draft of elegy, then picked up the galleys. Moving ribbon from ribbon on his lap, saw printed elegy go by, and caught his breath. The letters were so much sharper and more serene than ink on notebook paper. He let a random line of print tug his eyes across. Words detonated memories intense enough to blot the fact that they were not his, or at least this wasn't, or— Behind his lips the teeth hung open. Now his lips pulled apart. He took a silent breath. "My poem," he thought, terribly excited, terribly happy. "I couldn't help reading some of your notes. I've always found it amusing, writers pouring out pages and pages of analysis on why they cannot write. Lord knows I've done it myself." "Huh?" "There were many, many places where I found your aesthetic analysis let me into some of the more difficult things you were trying to do in the actual work." Mr. Newboy picked up his coffee cup. "You have a fascinating critical mind and quite a bit of insight into the problems of the poem. Made me feel closer to you, and, of course, the most important thing is that the poems themselves deepen considerably in the light of your—" Kid was shaking his head. "Oh." He closed his mouth again, opened it, with a moment's urge, luminous in its strength, to allow misconception to become deception. Newboy paused. Blinking through the after-urge, the pause indicating he was already found out,
He pawed his fragmented memory for some previous intent to deceive, to support him in what he wished to reveal. Said, "All that other stuff? Hey, I didn't write that." Newboy's gray head went a bit to the side. "I just found the notebook." The desperation of embarrassment subsided. His heart was left hammering heavily and slowly. "It was all filled up with writing, but just on one side of the page, so I used the other sides for my stuff." A final pulse of heat behind his eyes. "Oh," Newboy said, trying to retain his smile. "This is embarrassing. You didn't write those journal sections?" "No, sir, only the poems." "Oh, I guess... Oh, really, I am sorry." Newboy let the smile become laughter. "Well, I really feel that once more I've made myself look quite silly." "You? No," Kid said, and discovered himself angry. "I should have said something. I just didn't think of it when I gave it to you that evening. Really." "Of course," Mr. Newboy said. "No, I simply mean your poems are your poems. They exist of themselves. In the same way, nothing I could say about them is going to change what they are. Nothing you could say, or anything I mistakenly thought you said, is going to change that either." "You think that's true?" Newboy pursed his lips. "Actually, I don't know whether it's true or not, but truly I don't see how any poet can write who doesn't think so." "Why are you going away, Mr. Newboy?" Kid had begun the question to make a connection, but now it seemed equally apt for severing one, and Newboy's embarrassment and his own confusion seemed better left. "Can't you work here very well? Bologna doesn't stimulate you?" Newboy accepted the severance, acknowledging his acceptance with another sip. "In a way, I suppose you're right. Every once in a while something comes along to remind me that I am, though not as often as I would sometimes like, after all, a poet. What is it Mr. Graves says? All poetry is about love, death, or the changing of the seasons. Well, here the seasons do not change, so I'm leaving." Behind coiled steam the grey eyes gleamed. "After all, I'm only a visitor, but circumstances seem to have contrived to change that status with a rapidity thoroughly disquieting." He shook his head. "I've met some very pleasant people, seen some fascinating things, had a wealth of rich experiences, just the way the city was represented to me. I certainly haven't been disappointed." "But not all of the things that happened to you were pleasant." "Are they ever?" "No, Roger has arranged to get me as far as Helmsford. There are some people can take me to Lakesville. There's still transportation there. I can get a bus across to the airport at Pittsblaine, then back to civilization." "What was so unpleasant here?" "Not the least was my initial meeting with you." "At Teddy's?" Kid was surprised. Newboy frowned. "Outside the wall, in back of Roger's." Oh, yeah, that." He sat back a little on the couch. The projector rolled between his vest flaps. He did not glance down and felt uncomfortable. "Inside those walls, I'm afraid," Newboy pondered, "are all the intrigues and personality clashes that one might imagine at a place like Roger's, and they are beginning to bore me." He sighed. "I suppose such things have driven me from one city to another all my life. No, I can't say Bologna was misrepresented, but even for me, at my age, not all of its lessons have been kind." "Jesus," Kid said, "what's been happening?" "There are, if I can oversimplify," Newboy went on. Kid took a long breath and picked up his coffee. "Two concepts of the artist. The one gives all to his work in a very real way. If he does not produce volumes, at least he goes through many, many drafts. He neglects his life, and his life totters and sways and often plummets into chaos. It is presumptuous of us to judge him unhappy, or, when he is obviously unhappy, to judge the source of it. Be thankful for him. He lends art all its romance, its energy, and creates that absolutely necessary appeal to the adolescent mind, without which adult maturation is impossible. If he is a writer, he hurls his words into the pools of our thought. Granted the accuracy of the splashes, the waves are tremendous and glitter and flash in the light of our consciousness. You Americans, not to mention the Australians, are extraordinarily fond of him. But there is another concept, a more European concept, one of the few concepts Europe shares with the Orient, that includes Spencer and Chaucer, but excludes Shakespeare, that includes the Cavaliers and the Metaphysicals, but bypasses the Romantics, the artist who gives his all to life, to living, within some sort of perfected ideal. Sometime in his past he has discovered he is, let us say, a poet, that certain situations, certain convergences of situations, usually too complicated for him to understand wholly, as they propitiously juxtapose conscious will with unconscious passion, they something between cause and allow, a poem. He dedicates himself to living, according to his concepts, the civilized life in which poetry exists because it is part of civilization. He risks as much as his cousin. He generally produces fewer works with greater intervals between them, and constantly must contend with the possibility that he will never write again if his life should so dictate. A good deal of his civilized energies must go toward resigning himself to the insignificance of his art, into the suppression of that theatrical side of his personality, of which ambition is only a small part. He stands much closer to the pool. He does not hurl. He drops. Accuracy is again all-important. There are some people who can hit bullseye from 1/4 of a mile, while others cannot touch the target at 10 feet. Given it, the patterns and ripples this sort of artist produces can be far more intricate if they lack the initial appearance of force. He is much more a victim of the civilization in which he lives. His greatest works come from the periods art historians grossly call conducive to aesthetic production. I say he stands very close to the pools. Indeed, he spends most of his time simply gazing into them. Myself, I rather aspire to be this second type of artist. I came to Bologna to explore, and I find the entire culture here, I cannot be kind, completely parasitic, saprophytic. It infects, even inside Roger's carefully closed estate. It's not conducive to my concept of the good life, therefore, if only tertiarily. It damages all my impulses toward art. I would like to be a good person, but it's too difficult here. I suspect that's cowardly, but it's true. The coffee, prompting a memory that would not resolve, was again cold in his mouth. Mr. Newboy, he swallowed and was pensive, do you think a bad person can be a good poet? Or is that a silly question? Not if you're essentially questioning yourself. I mean, we suspect Villon went on to murder and died by the noose, but, and what a dreadfully unpopular notion, he might just as well have simply been writing about the strange people he knew around him, and when they got him into trouble, gave up his bad company, abandoned writing, changed his name, and went on to die a peaceful burgher in another town. From a perfectly practical point of view, and one would have had to have written fairly well to appreciate the practicality, I would imagine the answer is that it would be quite difficult. But it would be absurd of me to pronounce it impossible. Frankly, I don't know. When Kidd looked up, he was surprised to see the elderly gentleman smiling straight at him. But that question is just your natural idealism speaking. Newboy turned a little on his cushion. All good poets tend to be idealistic. They also tend to be lazy, acrimonious, and power-crazed. Put any two of them together, and they invariably talk about money. I suspect their best work tries to reconcile what they are with what they know and feel they should be, to fit them into the same universe. Certainly, those three are three of my own traits, and I know they often belong as well to some very bad men. Should I triumph over my laziness, however, I suspect I would banish all feeling for economical expression, which is the basis of style. If I overcame my bitterness, beat it out of my person for good, I'm afraid my work would lose all wit and irony. Were I to defeat my power madness, my craving for fame and recognition, I suspect my work would become empty of all psychological insight, not to mention compassion for others who share my failings. Minus all three, we have work only concerned with the truth, which is trivial without those guys that moor it to the world that is the case. But we are wandering toward questions of doing evil versus the capacity for doing evil, innocence, choice, and freedom. Oh, well, during the Middle Ages, religion was often able to redeem art. Today, however, art is about the only thing that can redeem religion, and the clerics will never forgive us that. Newboy glanced at the ceiling and shook his head. Dulled organ music came from the stair. He looked down into his case. I guess what I want to know, really, Kid's thumb had stained the galley margin, momentary panic. Do you think these, and four fingers marked the paper in a sweep, that these are any good? There will be other copies, he thought to ease himself. There will be. I mean, really? Newboy sucked his teeth and put the case on the floor against his knees. You have no realization what an absurd question that is. Once, when I used to find myself in this situation, I would always answer no, automatically. I think they're worthless. But I'm older, and I realize now all I was doing was punishing people who asked such questions for their stupidity, and was only being honest in the most semantically vulgar sense. I really cannot think about poetry in such absolute terms as good and bad, or even in the more flexible terms you'd probably be willing to accept in their place. Well done, or badly done. Perhaps it is because I suffer from all the aesthetic diseases of the times, which cause the worthless to be praised and the worthy to be ignored. Well, they have ravaged all ages, but you must leave open the possibility that poetry means far too much to me to vulgarize it in the way you are asking me to do. The problem is essentially one of landscape. I've already made it clear, I hope, that I, personally, have enjoyed the particular complex of interchange between you and your poems, both as I have perceived it and, to my personal embarrassment, misperceived it. If you think my distance insulting, dwell on the complexities in it. But let me pose an example. You know of Wilfred Owen? Newboy did not wait for Kid's nod. Like many young men, he wrote his poems during the war. He seems to have hated that war, but he fought in it, and was machine-gunned to death while trying to get his company over the Sambre Canal when he was younger than you. He's generally considered in English the greatest war poet. But how is one to compare him to Auden or O'Hara, Coleridge or Campion, Riding or Rilke, Rod or Edward Taylor, Spicer, Ashbery, Donne, Waldman, Byron, or Berrigan, or Michael Dennis Brown? As war, the experience or the concept, stays a vital image, Owen will stay a vital poet. If war were to be both abolished and forgotten, then Owen would become a minor figure, interesting only as a purely philological point in the development of the language, as an influence on more germane figures. Now your poems wrap themselves around and within this city as Kafavi's twist and refract about pre-World War II Alexandria, as Olsen's are caught in the ocean light of mid-century Gloucester, or Villon's in medieval Paris. When you ask me the worth of these poems, you are asking me what place the image of this city holds in the minds of those who have never been here. How can I presume to suggest? There are times, as I wander in this abysmal mist, when these streets seem to underpin all the capitals of the world. At others, I confess, the whole place seems a pointless and ugly mistake, with no relation to what I know as civilization, better obliterated than abandoned. I can't judge because I am still in it. Frankly, I will not be able to judge once out of it, for the bias that will remain from once having been a visitor. Kid, halfway through the second poem in proof, looked up at the silence. The worth of our work? Kid dropped his eyes and continued reading. People who do not create are always sure that on some inchoate level the Creator knows it. But the roster of Nobel laureates I have come so near to joining 3 times now is cluttered with mediocre writers who have neither elegance nor depth, readability nor relevance. Lauded during their lifetimes, they died, I'm sure, convinced they had substantially advanced their languages. Your Miss Dickinson died equally convinced no one would ever read a word she wrote, and she is one of the most luminous poets your country has produced. An artist simply cannot trust any public emblem of merit. Private ones, they are even more misleading. Kid turned over the next galley. You're talking to yourself. Eyes down, he wondered what expression was on Newboy's face. Most certainly, Newboy said after a longish pause. You're really that scared your own stuff isn't any good? Newboy paused. In the pause, Kid considered looking up, but didn't. When I'm not actually working, I have no choice. I must consider it worthless. But when I'm engaged in it, writing, revising, shaping, and polishing by the same process, I have to consider it the most important thing in the world, and I am very suspect of any other attitude. Kid looked up now. The expression leaving Newboy's face was serious, but laughter marks were replacing it. When I was a young man, as young as I once thought you were, I recall I labored with incredible diligence over a translation of Le Bateau Ivre. Here I am at the respectable, if a bit garrulous, threshold of old age, and last night in the front library at Rogers, after everyone else had gone up, I sat there working by hurricane lanterns. The electricity is off in that wing now. On Le Cimetière Marin. The impulse was thoroughly the same. He shook his head, still laughing. Have you found any mistakes? Kid said, not in the first 3 sheets. I spent yesterday and most of today checking it against your fair copy. I've put a couple of queries here and there. You'll get to them as you go through. Where? The first one's near the front. Newboy set down his cup and leaned over Kid's shoulder. Next sheet. There. It's the poem you had the loose copy of it on blue paper just stuck in the notebook. Looked like somebody else had written it out for you. Did you perhaps intend a comma in the 3rd line? I checked it back with the version in your notebook, and neither one has it. Except for the phrasing, I wouldn't have— The copy in the notebook has a comma, doesn't it? Kid frowned and flipped handwritten pages. His eyes stumbled among words, trying not to be caught between any two, till he found the notebook page. It's not there. He looked up. I thought I put one. Then you did intend it. Here, use my pencil. Just cross out the question mark I put by the line. I had a feeling you might— What's the matter? I thought I had a comma there, but I didn't. Oh, I'm always discovering I've left out words I was sure I wrote down in first draft. You? Kid started to question, grew uncomfortable with that, so returned his eyes to the line. Just read it and knew I'd wanted one there? Newboy began to say several things, but stopped after a little nod, before voice, as if curious what silence would effect. 2 emotions clawed the inside of Kid's skull. The fear, as it rose, he questioned. Is this some trick of autonomic nerves that causes the small of my back to dampen, my heart to quicken, my knees to shake like motors? It was only a comma, the smallest bit of silence that I have misplaced, only a pause. I am quaking like Teddy's candles. The joy, mounting over, obliterating and outdistancing it, was at some sensed communion. Newboy had known. To restrain it, Kid told himself, between 2 phrases like that, why shouldn't Newboy be able to tell? He lowered his head to read on. His eyes filled with water, and the emotion tore through such logic, and the darkness under. He anticipated their collision to make some wave, but like 2 swirls of opposite spin, they met and cancelled. He blinked. Water splashed from his lashes across the back of his hand. There had been a recurrent pain on the back of his right shoulder that 3 or 4 years ago had intrigued him, because it would be a pulsing annoyance for hours or even days, and then would in a second vanish. No proddings or contortions could recall it. He hadn't for years, till now. Tensing his shoulders, he read the next poem, and images set too at the backs of his eyes, their substance and structure familiar, their texture alien and grave. He kept blinking to finish the line in his mind, eyes open to finish it on the page where it demanded new bulbs. Boxes of glass ticked their clear covers on stunned marbles. Things were safe, and that was so horrifying. His heart was pulsing in the little pit at the base of his throat, as though he were swallowing rock after rock. "Mr. Newboy?" Papers shuffled. Kid looked over. Newboy was going through the illustrations. "I don't think I'm going to write any more poems." Newboy turned another black page. "You don't like them, reading them over?" Kid peeled off the next paper ribbon. The first 2 words of the first line of the first poem were transposed. "Here," Mr. Newboy offered his pencil. "You found a mistake." He laughed. "Now see, you don't have to write quite so hard as that. Wait, you'll tear the paper." Kid unhunched his shoulder, unbent his spine, and let his fingers relax about the yellow shaft. He breathed again. "They're going to fix that, aren't they?" "Oh, yes, that's why you're looking it over now." Kid read and remembered. "The parts I like, well—" He shook his head with pursed lips. "They just don't have anything to do with me. Somebody else wrote them, it seems, about things I may have thought about once. That's pretty strange. The parts I don't like, well, I can remember writing those. Oh, yeah, word by word by word." "Then why aren't you going to write any—" But Kid had found another mistake. "Here," Newboy said, "why don't you lay the galleys on your notebook so you can write more easily?" While Kid passed the half point of the next galley, Newboy mused, "Perhaps it's good you're not going to write any more. You'd have to start considering all those dull things like your relation to your audience, the relation between your personality and your poetry, the relation between your poetry and all the poetry before it. Since you told me you weren't responsible for those notes, I've been trying to figure out whether it just happened or whether you were making a conscious reference. You managed to reproduce practically verbatim one of my favorite lines from Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses. Are you familiar with it? It's a big green and white paperback. That's the one Shakespeare used for some of his plays. I only read about the first half, but I didn't take any lines from it, at least not on purpose. Maybe it just happened." Mr. Newboy nodded. "You amaze me. And when you do, I suspect I'm rather a smaller person for having such petty notions in the first place. Well, the line I was referring to was from the last book, anyway, so you hadn't gotten to that one yet. Tell me, who do you think should read your poems once they're published?" "I guess people whoever likes to read poetry." "Do you?" "Yeah, I read it more than I read anything else, I guess." "No, that doesn't surprise me. You know, in bookstores for the schools I used to go to, or down in the village in New York or in San Francisco, they got whole sections for poetry. You can read a lot of it there." "Why poetry?" Kid shrugged. "Most poems are shorter than stories." Newboy, Kid saw, was suppressing a laugh. Kid felt embarrassed. "And you're not going to write any more?" "It's too hard." Kid looked down. "I mean, if I kept it up, I think it would kill me, you know. I never did it before, so I just didn't understand." "That's sad. No, I can be more honest than that. It's frightening for one artist to see another one, any other one, turn away from art." "Yeah," Kid's eyes came up. "I know. I really know that, and I wish I didn't frighten you as much as I do." "What is it? What's the matter with you now?" "Nothing." Newboy shook his head. "I wish I didn't," Kid repeated. "The last poem—" Kid began to turn through the galleys. "What did you think of that one? I mean, compared to all the rest of them." "The one in meter? Well, it isn't finished. We printed it up to where you broke off. That's another thing I wanted to query about." "How do you like what there is?" "Frankly, I don't think it was as strong as many of the others. When I went back over it the 4th or 5th time, I began to see that the substance of it was probably on its way to a great deal of richness, but the language wasn't as inventive or as clean." Kid nodded. "The rhythm of natural speech," Kid mused. "I had to write it, and it was pretty bad, wasn't it?" "No, I don't think I'll write any more. Besides, I'm probably never going to have another book published." He raised an eyebrow at Newboy. Newboy, lips pursed, considered. "I could say that I sincerely don't believe that should be a consideration. Or that, as I remember it, it was something like 11 years between my first and second book of poems. Or that I think you're asking for confirmation of something that really doesn't have anything to do with poetry. What else could you say? Newboy's lips unpursed. I could say, yes, possibly you won't.
Kid grinned quickly and went back to correcting.
It's very silly to commit yourself to something like that, if you're going to write or not. If you wrote those, you will write more. And if you promise yourself you won't, you'll be just very unhappy when you break the promise. Yes, a good part of me doesn't like the idea of an artist giving up art, but this is another part of me talking. Believe me.
Kid's mind was on Lanya. He pulled it away to reflect on Golding's Metamorphosis. He'd seen the book on a dozen shelves in a dozen bookstores, picked it up as many times, read the back cover, the first page of the introduction, flipped through 3 or 4 pages, unable to read more than 3 or 4 lines on each. The same thing, he realized, had happened with Pilgrimage. The first half, he'd been unable to read a whole page. Poetry, he thought. If it makes me start lying to a guy like this, I should stop writing it. Kid corrected the last half-dozen sheets in silence, drenched with vision. He flipped them, rattling like dry feathers, together. He leaned on the couch arm. He breathed gently, but felt breath's coolness only on the left side of his upper lip, and looked at the paper over his lap. I've just corrected the last half-dozen sheets, he thought. His upper arms were bone-tired. Pains pulsed in his finger joints. He loosened his grip on the pencil. The title page, he noticed now, read, Brass Orchids by... He started to smile. The muscles of his mouth blocked it. Mr. Newboy, gone to the kitchen, returned now with another steaming cup. I guess, the smile broke through, you better take the by off the title page. Ah, Mr. Newboy raised his chin. That does bring up a sort of strange subject. I talked to your friend, Mr. Laufer, and he told me about... I mean, it's okay, Kid said. I think it would be a good idea if it came out with no name, anonymously. Mr. Laufer said that you're rather picturesquely called the Kid by many of your friends. Well, that would look pretty stupid, Kid said. Poems by the Kid. I think it would be better with nothing. Somewhere beneath the thing inside that made him smile, there was the beginnings of embarrassment. He sighed, still smiling. Gravely, Mr. Newboy said, If you really feel that way, I'll tell Roger. Are you finished looking them over? Yeah, that was quick. How were they? Oh, fine. I mean, not that many mistakes. That's good. Here. Oh, are you sure you wouldn't like to keep the notebook? It was opened back in the middle. Kid lowered the papers to his lap. To avoid the feeling of confusion, he let his eye take the page's opening lines. He read, Poetry, fiction, drama. I am interested in the arts of incident only so far as fiction touches life. Oh no, not in any vulgar autobiographical sense, rather at the level of the most crystalline correspondence. Consider, if an author passing a mirror were to see one day not himself but some character of his invention, though he might be surprised, might even question his sanity, he would still have something by which to relate. But suppose, passing on the inside, the character should glance at his mirror and see not himself, but the author, a complete stranger staring in at him, to whom he has no relation at all. What is this poor creature left? Newboy was saying, You're all sure now that you don't want to write again. But be certain inspiration will come, arriving like one of Rilke's angels, so dazzled by its celestial journey it will have completely forgotten the message entrusted to it, yet effectively delivering it merely through its marvelous presence. Here, Kid thrust out galleys and notebook. Please take it all. Maybe you'll want to check something else. He watched his extended hands sway to his thumping heart. All right, Newboy said. No, you keep the notebook. You just may want it again. He took the papers and hefted his case against his hip. I'll take these back to Roger this evening. The papers rustled down in the case. I probably won't be seeing you again. I really don't know how long the printing will take. I wish I could see the whole project through.
He snapped a last snap. "I'm sure he'll send me a copy when it's done. However your mail system works here. Goodbye." His hand came forward. "I've really enjoyed the time we've spent together, the talks we've had. Do say goodbye to your little girlfriend for me." Kid shook. "Yes, sir. Thank you very much." The notebook was on the floor, one corner over Kid's bare foot. Newboy walked to the steps. "Goodbye," Kid repeated into the silence. Newboy nodded, smiled, left. Kid waited for the disturbing memory to flicker once more. His heart quieted. Suddenly he picked up his and Newboy's coffee cup and went into the kitchen. Seconds after he began to rinse them in the sink, he noticed how firm the water pressure was. He ran his forefinger around the crock rim. The water hissed on the enamel. Somebody struck a dissonance on the piano. Curious, Kid turned off the water. The cups clinked on the sideboard. As he crossed the floor, one of the boards squeaked. He had wanted to be completely quiet. At the darker end of the auditorium, someone in work clothes stood before the brass innards. The orange construction shoes and the coveralls momentarily recalled the woman on the ladder changing the street signs. The figure turned and walked to the couch. "Hey!" A heavy, flattened voice, a slight nod and slighter smile. George Harrison picked up an old Times and lowered himself to the couch, crossed his legs, and opened the tabloid-size paper. "Hello." Kid heard faint organ music. "You supposed to be in here?" Harrison looked from behind the paper. The natural rhythm of English speech. No, Kid thought, it is impossible. "You sure you supposed to be in here?" George repeated. "Reverend Taylor brought me down." It would be stupid, he decided, even to try. "'Cause if you ain't supposed to be in here, she's gonna get mad." Harrison smiled, a mottled ivory crescent between his lips' uneven pigment. "Seen you in the bar." "That's right," Kid grinned. "And you're in those posters all over town." "You seen them?" Harrison put down the paper. "You know, them fellas what make them is a little—" he joggled his hand. "You know?" Kid nodded. "They good, though. They good guys." He shook his head, then pointed to the ceiling. "She don't want no scorpion round here. You sure you supposed to be in here?" "Don't matter to me. She said okay." "I was hungry," Kid said. "She said I could get something to eat." "Oh." Harrison turned on the couch. His green jumpsuit was open to the waist, over a banlon shirt with a raveled collar. "You come for the service?" "No. Ain't no scorpion come to the damn service anyway. What you fellas dress up all that shit for?" Harrison laughed, but shook a finger. "It's cool. It's cool." Kid looked at the large, lined knuckles and thought of the cracks in black earth. "What kind of service is it?" "I just come because she say I should please come, so, I come here sometimes." Harrison shook his head. "From Jackson, that's where—" and something Kid couldn't follow. "See?" Though he didn't, Kid nodded. Then he became curious and asked, "What did you say?" "In Jackson. You know what Jackson is?" "Yeah, sure." But Harrison was laughing again. He, Kid reflected, is becoming a god, to see what emerged from his tone of thought. Kid's inner eye was alive with visions of June. But George, dropping his paper, white leaves opened and fell, one on the couch, several on the floor. "You the one they call a kid, yeah?" Kid was terrified and felt stupid for not knowing why. "They talk about you. I heard about you. I heard what they said." The finger shook again. "You the one that don't know who he is. I heard 'em." "Nobody around here got anything to do except talk," Kid said. "You know that? You know what I mean about that?" The black hand went down against the coverall, the green wrinkled. "So you don't like it here?" "Yeah," Kid said. "I like it. Don't you?" Harrison nodded, his cheek filled with his tongue. "You ever come over in the Jackson?" The tongue flicked the lips. "I've walked through." "You know any black people live over there?" "No. Well, Paul Fenster." "Oh, yeah. But I don't know where he lives." "You come over there and see me sometime, huh?" "Huh?" Kid was not sure he had caught any of the last words, bundled in that voice with a nap longer than velvet. "I say you come pay a visit on me." "Oh, yeah, thanks." Kid was bewildered. Searching that,
He found 2 questions about things that rhymed, which flooding embarrassment blocked, so he narrowed his eyes instead. "Kid," she called from the stairs behind him, then in a completely different voice, "George! Hi there, babes!" Kid turned. "Hey!" George called over him. "Hey there!" And then with a narrowing expression, "Say, this ain't your old man, is it? The guy I've been hearing all that talk about over in the bar? Well, say, now the last time I seen your old lady, you know, I tell her to bring you down and pay a visit to me. You hear?" Lanya came down the steps. George walked toward them. "Now see," Lanya said, "I haven't seen you since the park." "If I got to invite you twice, I guess I got to invite you twice," George said, starting up. "Got to go see me the Reverend now, though. One of you drag the other on down now." George nodded toward Kid. "Oh, thanks," Kid said, nodded back. "See you around," George said. "Sure," said Lanya. They passed. George's response was a falsetto "oh," which broke and became trundling laughter. Laughter rolled beneath the ceiling like smoke. George mounted into it. At the bottom of the stairs, Lanya said, "Where have you been?" and blinked 4 or 5 times more than he thought she would have in the silence. I couldn't find you this morning. I looked for you. I couldn't find you. At the commune or down at the bar. What happened? Where did everybody go?" Her eyes questioned. Her lips moved on one another, did not open. "You want some coffee?" he asked out of discomfort, turned and went into the kitchen. "I'll go get you some coffee. It's all ready inside." At the urn he picked up a cup, pulled the lever. "Did you see Tack, too? How'd you know I was here?" Amber bubbles burst at the rim. Black liquid steamed. "Here you—" He turned and was surprised that she was right behind him. "Thank you." She took the cup. Steam flushed before her lowered eyes. "I saw Tack," she sipped. "He said you might be here, and that Mr. Newboy was looking for you." "He just left. He had my book. The galleys for the poems. The type's all set." She nodded. "Tell me what you've been doing." "It was a pretty funny day." He poured coffee for himself, deciding as he did he had already had too much. "Really funny. After you went off, I looked for you, and I couldn't find you anywhere. I stopped in the John to wash up. When I got down to the campsite, I couldn't find you, and everybody'd run off." He put his hand on her shoulder. She smiled faintly. "I got in with some scorpions this evening. That was pretty strange. A guy got shot. We were on the bus, and he was bleeding, and I kept thinking, what are they going to do with him? Where are they going to take him? There isn't any doctor around. We even had his arm in a tourniquet. I couldn't take it, so I just got off the bus and came here because I was hungry. I hadn't had anything to eat all day except a goddamn pint of wine for breakfast." "You ate here?" She looked by both his shoulders. "That's good. What did you do?" She was wearing a white blouse, clean but unironed, that he had not seen before. As she walked beneath the bulb, he saw her jeans were new enough to show the crease. "You pick up some clothes this afternoon?" He followed her into the bare auditorium. "Yesterday. I found them in a closet of the place where I'm staying now." "You have been busy, huh? You found a house and all?" "About 3 days ago." "Jesus," Kid said, "when did you get time to do that? I didn't think I let you alone long enough to go to the damn bathroom, much less find a house." "Kid," she turned on the word to lean against the sofa arm. In the hall, shrill echoes returned. "Kid," much more softly, "I haven't seen you in 5 days." "Huh?" The heel on the floor and the heel in his boot prickled. Prickling rose up his legs, spread about his thighs. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? What do I mean?" She spoke clumsily, breaking through 3 tones of voice. "Where have you been?" Retreating from the clumsiness, her voice was left only with hurt. "Why did you go away? What did you do all this time?" Little things clawed between his buttocks, mounted rib by rib, perched on his shoulder to nip at his neck so he had to drop his chin. Lines of perspiration suddenly cooled. "You're kidding with me, aren't you? Like with the moons?" She looked puzzled. "The night when the moons first came out, and later we were talking about them, you pretended that there had just been one, and that I had been seeing things. You're fooling with me like that now?" "No." She shook her head, stopped it in the middle of a shake. "Oh, no." His cheeks felt like pincushions. "Kid, what happened since the last time you saw me?"
We woke up when those sons of bitches were standing around us, right?" She nodded. "Then you went away, and I hung around for a little while. Then I went down to the John to wash up. I guess I took an awful long time. I should have hurried. But there was this guy there, Pepper, a scorpion." The prickling had left his feet. It felt as though he were being poured full of cold water. It rose behind his knees. "Pepper and me, we went down to the campsite, only it had been abandoned. John and Millie didn't move the commune till the day after I saw you last. They thought it would be safer. Then we went to Teddy's to look for you, only it wasn't open yet, and I had a lot of wine with Bunny, you know, the guy who dances there. I gave him a message for you." She nodded. "Yes, he gave it to me the day before yesterday." "No," he said, "because I gave it to him this morning." The water reached his loins, poured into his scrotum shriveled. "Then I went out and ended up at that department store downtown. That's where I met the other guys, and we broke into the place. There were people living in there. We got out, but they shot one of the guys. We just got him out of there on the goddamn bus that happened to be coming along." "That happened 2 nights ago, kid. Some of the Scorpions came into the bar and wanted to know if anybody knew where they could get a doctor. Madame Brown went with them, but she came back in about 10 minutes. Everybody was talking about it all yesterday." He was bleeding and moaning on the floor of the bus. The water roared around in Kid's chest, then filled the column of his neck, fountained inside his head. "I got off the bus and I came—" He choked and for a moment thought he would drown. "Came here." The water reached his eyes, and the work bulb grew knitting needles of light. He brushed it away before more of it rolled down his face, no longer cold, but hot. He kept rubbing at his eyes with one hand. Something burned the knuckles of the other. Coffee had slopped over. He raised his cup and sucked the bitter liquid from his skin. "Oh, give that here." She took his cup from him and put them both down on the sofa arm. "I'm not fooling you." His hand, lost with nothing to hold, hung like something torn from among roots and still clumped with earth. Lanya took it, pressed the knuckles to her mouth. "I'm not kidding you at all. That morning in the park when Nightmare woke us up was 5 days ago, and I haven't seen you since." At her touch, he found himself ponderously calm, and kept trying to determine if the submarine silence that filled him hid anger or relief. "Look, you said Mr. Newboy was here with the galleys. You can't set type on a whole book overnight, can you?" "Oh, when we were all talking about you last night in the bar, he came looking for you with them then, too." "Talking about me?" He wanted to pull his hand away, but felt embarrassed. "About you and the Scorpions. They said you saved somebody's life." "Huh?" She took his other hand now. The familiar gesture only made him less comfortable. The hurts among her small features and his own made something ugly between them. He raised his hands and pulled her to him to squeeze it away. She came up against him with her arms crossed over her belly, and there was a hard thing over one breast, her harmonica. She moved her head against his chest. "Oh, for God's sake," she whispered. "I'm not fooling you either." He didn't sound, he thought, nearly as desperate as he felt. "I saw you this morning. I thought I saw you this morning. You've been running around with the Scorpions all week. Everybody thinks you're some kind of hero or something." "What did you think?" Her hair brushed his moving chin. "Shit, that's what I thought. Shit. You want to go off in that direction? Fine. But I don't feel like getting messed up in anything like that. I really don't." "This afternoon," he said. "I mean, it was by accident I found them, and I didn't save anybody's life. That was just—" "Look at you," she said, not moving away. "You're dressing like them. You're hanging out with them. I mean, go on. If that's what you want, go on. But it's not my scene. I can't go there with you." "Yeah, but—" "Hey, look, you say you've got a house and all. Where are you staying now?" "Would you mind," she said softly, "if I didn't tell you?" But opened her arms and put them around him. "Just for a while." The harmonica corner cut his chest. He wondered could she feel the anger inside him, pulsing under her hands. "I," he said, "saw you this morning." She pulled back, all his anger on her face. "Look," she made fists at her hips. "Either you're lying to me for some kooky reasons I don't even want to know about, and I shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? The night before I saw you last, you lost 3 hours. Now you've lost 5 days. Maybe you really are crazy. Maybe I shouldn't have anything to do with you. That's pretty irrational, isn't it? I haven't seen you in 5 days, and Christ, am I angry at you. Then why the fuck were you looking for me? He turned and stalked down the hall, a great bubble about to burst inside his ribs. At the piano, he realized Harrison must have opened the curtains on the low stage. The backdrop, and there were stands with photographers' floods, showed a painted moon some 7 feet across and indications around it of trees. He turned at the apron, surprised again to find her behind him. "Why did you come?" "Because this is the first time I've known where you were. I didn't know." She gasped. "I didn't know if you were all right. You didn't come back. I thought maybe you were angry at me for something. You used to always come back. And suddenly, for all that time, instead of you, all I got was what people were saying about you. You and the scorpions, you and the scorpions." Something spent itself in her eyes, the lids lowered on the shadowed green. "Look, so far we haven't had one of those I'll-follow-you-anywhere relationships. I still haven't made up my mind if that's where I want to go. And I just get a little nervous when I find myself thinking I might. That's all." "A week," he felt his face twist. "What the hell did I do for 5 days? When did I—" He reached for her. Her face crashed against his, hitting his mouth, but she pushed her tongue against his and was holding tight to the back of his neck. He kept trying to pull her even closer, leaning against the stage. He loosed one hand to dig between them till he could pull the harmonica from her blouse pocket. It rattled on the stage behind them. "You're not going to hurt anyone," she said once. "You're not going to hurt me. I know that. You're not." The hysteria with which she made love to him on that dark stage was first furious, then funny, wondering if someone was going to walk in, and excited by the idea. He lay on his back while she bucked above him, clutching his shoulders, wondering should he feel this way. But the sound she was making, that he thought was crying, cleared to laughter. Her buttocks filled his hands, and he dug between them. She reared too high and lost him to the annealing chill. While she reached for him, he rolled her to her side. Legs in the clutch of denim, he crawled down to the sweaty corner of her blouse and pushed his tongue through her salty hair. She lifted a knee to let it fall wide. After she came, he had worked his pants free of one foot. He straddled her, pushed his penis into her again, lowered his belly to her belly, his chest to her chest, his wet face against the crumpled shoulder of her blouse, and began long, final strokes while her arms tightened on his back. Coming burned his loins. He remembered the spilled coffee, and left him exhausted and still burning. He remembered how it felt after masturbating when all you started off with was a piss-on, and exhaustion won. Lakes of sweat cooled around his body. She nodded in the crook of his shoulder, where he knew his arm would numb soon, but didn't feel like doing anything about it. He slid his hand down his own chest till his fingers caught in the transverse chain beneath angular shapes. Time's voices in Agon? Who wants to hear hunchbacks and spastics haggle? Even if there are no others in concert. We should not be lying here, cooling, half-naked, half asleep. A good reason to do it. I'm still angry at her. I am still angry. Would she have it I choose scorpions all for negative reasons? Have they been a surround? No. It is better to accept the inevitable with energy. Well, then, if I have not chosen up till now I choose. That is freedom. Having chosen, I am free. Somewhere in my memory is a moon that gives odd light. It is safer here. He woke, which was suddenly arriving in that space between the boards and the touch of eyelid against eyelid, the weight of his loose fist on his pelvis, and the boards pressing his backside. She's gone, he thought, with her harmonica, to sit on the couch and play. He listened to the music from the other end of the hall. But you can't make that discord on a harmonica. He opened his eyes and rolled to his side. The batteryless projector clacked onto the floor at the end of the rattling chain, and frowned. The sound was much farther away than he'd thought, and was organ music. She's gone? Kid stood to pull his pants around on his leg. The harmonica was not on the backdrop, curving down over the floor. He pushed his foot into his pants leg, sweaty in blotches. He picked up his vest, his orchid, and walked down the steps at the stage edge.
Booted foot and bare left their alternative prints in the dust. Also, his notebook was not in front of the couch. At the room's center, he stopped to swallow something filling his throat. The sound with it was almost a sob. Upstairs the organ played on, and there were voices mumbling and growing and diminishing. It was silly to think she was upstairs. He put the orchid in his belt and shrugged up his vest as he climbed the steps. A dozen black men and women milled from the chapel into the vestibule, from the vestibule into the street. Two women walking together glanced at him curiously. A man in a narrow-brimmed hat smiled at him and vanished. Others looked less friendly. The voices turned and blurred like smoke, or prickled with laughter that melted with the next dozen ambling by the closed office. "Lovely service, don't you think? She ain't going to talk about all that stuff next time, too, is she? 'Cause didn't you think it was a lovely service?" He stepped among them to leave. Somebody kicked his bare heel twice, but he racked it to accident and didn't look. Outside, the evening was purple-gray. Smoke blunted the facades across the street. Only a few white people passed through the trapezoid of light across the sidewalk. A woman with a flowered scarf tied around her head followed an older man talking earnestly with a black companion, and a heavy guy, blond, in a shirt with no collar that looked as if it were made of army blanket, planted himself before the door, while brown and darker faces passed around him. Now a gaunt girl with freckles on her tan cheeks and brick-red hair reached him. The two whispered together, walked into the darkness. Kid waited by the door, watching the worshippers, listening to the tape. People strolled away. Some voices lingered till the owners followed their shadows into the night. The dwindling crowd made him feel lost. Maybe he should duck back in to tell Reverend Taylor he was leaving. Studs bright in scuffed leather, shadows slipping across his shaggy blond stomach, cap pushed back off the yellow brush, Tack Laufer stepped out, looked at Kid with a single highlight in one shadowed eye, and said, "Hey, you still around here? I sent 2 people over looking for you, but I thought you'd be gone by now." "What are you here for?" Tack held up a paper roll. "Completing my poster collection. You've been keeping yourself away from us for a while. We were worried about you." "Shit," fell from the residue of anger. "You wanted to suck on my dick some, maybe. Well, come on, it's all slicked up with pussy juice. You like that, right?" "Nigger pussy? Huh? Were you screwing a colored girl? And with a clap? What are you talking about? If it wasn't black meat and a little runny, I'm not interested. Since I had you last time, boy, I've gone on to levels of perversion you haven't thought about. What's the matter with you anyway? You out of it again? Why don't you come up and tell me about it while I get drunk?" "Oh, shit." Not wanting to, Kid put his hands in his pocket and his head down in the night's chalky stench. They walked together to the curb. "Your girlfriend find you?" Kid grunted. "Did you have a fight or something? The last few times I spoke to her, I got the impression she was sort of getting ready for one." "Maybe we did," Kid said. "I don't know." "Ah, one of those. She said you saw me get off a bus?" "Yeah, earlier this evening. I was down at the corner. I was going to call to you, but you turned first, down toward here." "Oh." A light moved in a window. Fire, Kid thought. The flickering made him uneasy. He tried to imagine the whole block, the church and the buildings around it, conflagrated. "I think somebody lives there," Tack said. "It's just candles." They stepped off the curb. "Where are we?" Kid asked when they stepped up again. "I mean, Tack, what is this place? What happened here? How did it get like this?" "A good question," Tack answered over tapping boot heels. "A very good one. For a while I thought it was international spies. I mean, maybe the whole city here was just an experiment, a sort of test-out plan to destroy the entire country, maybe the world." "You think it's something like that?" "No. But it's comforting to consider all this the result of something organized. On the other hand, it could just be another ecological catastrophe. Maybe somebody filled in our swamp by mistake." "What swamp?" "By every big city there's always some sort of large swamp nearby, usually of about the same area. It keeps the smog down, supplies most of the oxygen, and half a dozen other absolutely essential things. New York has the Jersey Flats, San Francisco the whole mudded-out Oakland edge of the bay. You fill the swamp in, the smog goes up, the sewage problem gets out of hand, and the city becomes unlivable. No way to avoid it.
I think it's fair to say most people would find this unlivable."
Kid sniffed. "We sure got enough smog." The blades at his belt tickled the hair on his inner forearm. The chain that wrapped him had worked down so that it tugged across the back of his left hip at every step. He reached under his vest and moved it with his thumb. "Do you think that's what happened to Bologna?" "Someday I'll die," turned irrelevantly through his mind. Death and artichokes. Heaviness filled his ribs. He rubbed his chest for the reassuring systolic and diastolic thumps. "Not that I really think it might stop," he thought, "only that it hasn't just yet. Sometimes," he thought, "I wish I couldn't feel it. Someday it will stop."
"Actually," Tack was saying, "I suspect the whole thing is science fiction."
"Huh? You mean a time warp or a parallel universe?"
"No, just, well, science fiction, only real. It follows all the conventions."
"Spaceships, ray guns going faster than light? I used to read the stuff, but I haven't seen anything like that around here."
"Bet you don't read the new good stuff. Let's see. The 3 conventions of science fiction."
Tack wiped his forehead with his leather sleeve. Kid thought inanely, he's polishing his brain.
"First, a single man can change the course of a whole world. Look at Calkins, look at George, look at you. Second, the only measure of intelligence or genius is its linear and practical application. In a landscape like this, what other kind do we even allow to visit? 3, the universe is an essentially hospitable place, full of Earth-type planets where you can crash-land your spaceship and survive long enough to have an adventure. Here in Bologna—"
"Maybe that's why I don't read more of the stuff than I do," Kid said. He had had his fill of criticism with New Boy. The noise was no longer comforting. "Wasn't there a street lamp working on this block?" Tack bulled out the end of his sentence.
"In Bologna you can have anything you want, as long as you can carry it by yourself or get your friends to."
"It's funny, not that many people have that much."
"A comment on the paucity of our imaginations, none at all on the wonders here for the taking." "No, it's a comment on the limits of the particular mind the city encourages. Who wants to be as lonely as the acquisition of all those objects would make them? Most people here spend most of their time someplace else. You learn something from that."
"You've got more than practically anybody else I know," Kid said.
"Then you know very few people."
"Except Mr. Calkins," Kid thought about the Richards, "and I don't know him." But Tack had seen Mr. Newboy earlier. Tack would know his book was set.
"There's a whole range between," Tack said. "You've limited your acquaintances to the people who don't want very much. Essentially a religious choice, I suppose. All things considered, I'd say it was a wise one. There are 1,000 people, perhaps, in this city."
"I did meet one family who—"
"There are many others, and most of them, as Paul Fenster keeps reminding us, are black."
"George Harrison just told me I should come over and visit him in Jackson." Tack beat the darkness with his poster.
"There, the whole thing. Paul will tell you, but George will show you, if you give him half a chance."
Now Laufer sighed.
"I'm afraid I'm still pretty much a verbal type. I'd just as soon be told."
"And look at posters."
"And read books, preferably science fiction. But like I say, Bologna is terribly hospitable. You can have your fantasy and, well, besides eating it too, you can also feel just a bit less like you're depriving anyone else of theirs. Home again."
Kid looked around with blunt thumbs of darkness on his eyes. "We are?" "Tack, didn't there used to be a street light working at the end of your block?"
"Went out a few days ago. This way, watch out for the steps. There's all sorts of junk around."
Some of it rolled beneath Kid's flexible leather sole. Soft darkness turned hard. The echo from the sound of breath and footsteps changed timbre. They went through the hall, went downstairs, went up.
"First time you were up here," Tack laughed, "I made you park your weapons at the door. Boy, I don't know how some people put up with me."
The roof door opened on distant, flesh-colored light. Where the streets had been hopelessly black, the roof was dusted with nightlight. Like 2 giant hieroglyphs, overprinted and out of register, the bridge's suspension cables rose to twin cusps, then dropped in smoke. No more than 1 row of buildings away, night water took up the glitter of both street lamps and redder, quavering fires. "Hey, it's so close!" Before him, above the city, shapes unfurled out over the water. He could not see the far shore. It could even have been a sea he gazed at, save for the bridge. Above, sky bits seemed to clear, their clarity, however, unconfirmed by stars. How come it's so close? He turned from the wall as the light came on in the shack. Tack had already gone inside. Kid looked at the warehouses, at the waters between. Joy, sudden and insistent, twisted the muscles of his mouth toward laughter, but he held the sound in with tiny pantings. What swelled inside was made of light. It burst, he blinked, and the backs of his lids were blinding, and left a great wave of trust washing inside. Not that I trust that trust for a moment, he thought, grinning, but it was there, and pleasant. He went into the shack. It's so clear tonight. A tiny solitaire of sadness gleamed in the velvet folds of good feeling. Last time I was up here, Lanya was with me. Tack just grunted and turned from his desk. Have some brandy. But he smiled. Kid took the glass and sat on the hard bed. Now Tack unrolled the poster. George Harrison as the moon. You got all three now, Kid sipped with hunched shoulders. George in cycle drag was still above the door. George in the forest had replaced the Germanic youth. Tack rolled his chair to the corner and climbed onto the green cushion. Corner by corner he tugged loose Spanish Boy on the Rocks. Hand me the staple gun. The first poster swayed to the floor. The new moon replaced it. Kid sat down again and regarded the three aspects of George over the rim of his glass, while Tack got down from the chair. The Kid's voice sounded hollow and made something deep in his ear tickle so that he grinned. You know, I lost 5 days. He slid his fingers around the glass till the nubs butted. Where? Tack put down the stapler, took up the bottle, and leaned back against the desk, hands locked on the green neck. The base put a crease in his stomach. Or would you be telling me if you knew? Did you lose them? I don't know. You look pleased enough about it. Kid grunted. A day now. It takes about as long as an hour used to when I was 13 or 14. And a year takes about as long as a month. Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with the phenomenon. Most of the time in my life is spent lying around getting ready to fall asleep. That one has been mentioned to me before, but I'm not conscious of it myself. Maybe somehow for the last few days I've just missed out on the sleeping part. There's hardly any change in light around here from morning to evening anyway. You mean the last 5 days are the ones you can't remember? Yeah. What have I been up to anyway? Lanya said everybody was talking about it. Not everybody, but enough, I suppose. What were they saying? If you lost those days, I can see why you'd be interested. I'd just like to know what I've been doing. Brandy splashed inside the bottle to Tack's laughter. Maybe you traded the last 5 days for your name. Quick, tell me, who are you? No. Kid hunched his shoulders more. The feeling that he was being played with, wobbled like an unsteady ball on some slanted rim, rolled into the velvet pouch. I don't know that either. Oh. Tack drank from the bottle, set it back on his belly. Well, I thought it was worth a try. I suspect it isn't something to be harped on. The brandy swayed. What have you been doing for the last week? Let me see. I know I was with the Scorpions. I met this guy named Pepper, and he turned me on to this department store they were going to try and rip off, I guess. So far, I'm with you. There was supposed to have been some shooting there. You were supposed to have saved one guy by fighting off somebody with a gun bare-handed. You were supposed to have busted a mirror over the head of another guy who acted up with you. Under his chin. That's it. Copperhead told me about that himself. And then when another cat named Siam got shot. Was that his name? When Siam got shot, you pulled him off the street and got him into the bus. And you saw me get out of this bus earlier this evening. Copperhead told me about it a couple of days back. Only it happened to me this afternoon, goddammit. Ashamed, he blinked at his hands. That's all they said happened? I mean, there wasn't anything else? Sounds to me like enough. What happened to Siam? Tack shrugged. Brandy splashed. Somebody went to see about him, I remember, from the bar. Madame Brown? I think that's who it was, but I haven't heard anything else. For somebody who doesn't remember where he's been, you seem to know as much about it as I do. Tack reached over, dragged the chair to the desk, and sat. He started to put the bottle on the desk, but halted to take a final drink. You do remember all the things I just told you about actually happening? Kid nodded at his lap. I've just lost the time, then. I mean, I've lost days before. Thought it was Thursday when it was Friday.
All we thought really was that you deserted us to become a full-fledged scorpion. It was cool with me. You sure looked like that's what happened. You got your lights and everything."
Kid focused on the lensed ball hanging against his stomach. "It doesn't work. It needs a new battery."
"Just a second." Tack opened the desk drawer. "Here you go."
He tossed. Kid caught it in both hands, bunched lightning on red and blue.
"Turn yourself on sometime."
"Thanks." Wanting to talk longer, he put the battery in his pocket, noting the cloth was frayed enough at the bottom seam to feel flesh through it with his fingers. "Tack, you really think you got the city figured out?"
"Me?"
"You were telling me how it follows those conventions."
Tack laughed and wiped his mouth with his wrist. "No, not me. I don't understand anything about it. I'm a goddamn engineer. I take a plug, I put it in one socket and it works. I put it in another one and it doesn't. I go into an office building and one elevator works and only the lights on the top floor. That's impossible by anything I know about. I go down a street, buildings are burning. I go down the same street the next day, they're still burning. 2 weeks later, I go down the same street and nothing looks like it's been burned at all. Maybe time's just running backward here, or sideways, but that's impossible, too. I make my forage trips out to the warehouses and some of the stores, and sometimes I can get in and sometimes I can't, and sometimes I have trouble and sometimes I don't, and sometimes I take my shopping bag into a store and clear off a shelf of canned goods, and come back to that same store again a week later. I think it's the same damn store, and that shelf is just as full as the first time I saw it. To my mind, that's also impossible."
"Sometimes the morning light starts over here," Kid said. "Sometimes it starts over there."
"Who told you about that?"
"You did, first day I got here."
"Oh," Tack lifted the bottle. "Oh, yeah, that's right. You got a pretty good memory for some things."
"I remember lots of things, some of it so sharp it hurts sometimes. All this fog, all this smoke, sometimes it'll be sharper and clearer than what you see in front of you, and the rest of it—" He looked up again and noticed Laufer's discomfort. "Just isn't there." Kid laughed, which made Laufer chew harder on what was in the back of his mouth. "Why do you stay in Bologna, Tack?"
"I gather your friend Ernest Newboy's leaving tomorrow." "I don't know. Why do you?"
"I don't know."
Considering what you've been going through, maybe Bologna isn't the best place for you."
Tack leaned forward, stretching the bottle out.
"Oh," Kid said.
"Here." He held out his glass. Tack refilled it.
"You were talking about the first night I met you. Remember back then I asked you why you'd come here, and you said you had a purpose for coming?"
"That's right."
"Tell me what it is."
And once, in South Dakota, he had dropped a quarter into a pool that turned out to be much deeper than he'd thought. He had watched the coin spin and dull and vanish beyond the edging of leaves. Now a thought vanished from his mind, and the memory of the lost quarter was all he had to describe the vanishing. I don't know." Kid laughed and pondered all the other things he might do. Laughing seemed best. "I don't remember. Yeah, I know I had a reason for coming here, but I'll be goddamned if I can tell you what it was." He leaned back, then forward, caught the brandy that was about to spill his glass in his mouth, and gulped it. "I really can't. It must have been—" He looked at the ceiling, suspending his breath for recollection. "I can't remember that either." Tack was smiling. "You know, I had it with me. The reason." Kid swung out his hands. "I was carrying it around at the back of my head, like on a back shelf, and then I just reached for it to take it down, only I guess I knocked it over. I saw it fall off and disappear. I'm hunting around in my mind, but I can't find it." He stopped laughing long enough to feel the annoyance that had begun to grow. "Bologna's not a bad place for me." Stated reasonably and smilingly, it was still annoyance. I got a girlfriend. I met all sorts of people, some pretty nice, some not so nice. Well, you learn. And I got a book. Brass Orchids, my poems. It's all finished. They got galleys on it." Tack still smiled, nodding. "And you say people are talking about me like I'd done something great. Leave? You think I'm not going to go mad in some other city? There I might not have all these extras." Kid put the glass down, punched the air, and leaned back on the wall. "I like it here? No. I want to see some sun. Sometimes I want to reach up and peel off all that sky. It looks like the cardboard they make egg crates out of, Just peel it in great flapping strips." I wonder where Lanya went. He frowned. You know, maybe I don't have a girlfriend anymore, and the book is finished with. I mean, it's all written and in type, and I don't want to do any more. He turned his fist on his forefinger. And even if they say I'm a hero, I didn't really do anything. He looked at the posters, just pictures, yet thinking that opened both their mocking and their harrowing resonances. He looked away. Something isn't finished here. No, the denial made him smile. It's me. At least part has to do with me, or maybe George, or June. It would almost look like everything was finished, wouldn't it? And maybe it's time to leave? But that's what lets me know I shouldn't, because there are no distractions. I can look in and see. There's so much I don't know. The laughter filled his mouth, but when he let it out, it was only breath from the smile. Hey, you want to blow me? I mean, if you'd like to, I'd like it. Tack frowned, put his head to the side. But before he spoke, his own rough laugh exploded. You are a nervy bastard. I don't mean just suck my dick. I'd make love with you. I've done it before, with guys. I never doubted it a minute. Tack laughed again. And no, I don't want to suck your dick, pussy or no. Where do you come off with that idea? But something inside had released. Kid yawned hugely and explained, with the end of it muddling his words. Lanya said I should go to bed with you again. She thought you'd like it. Did she now? But I said you were only interested in first tastes. Looking at Laufer, he suddenly realized behind the blonde jocularity there was embarrassment, so looked at his lap again. I guess I was... Right, was mauled by another yawn. Oh, look, why don't you just lie down and go to sleep? What I want to do is drink about 3 more shots of brandy and read a goddamn book or something. Sure. Kid lay belly down on the pallet and jiggled around so the chains and prisms and projector did not bite his chest. Tack shook his head, turned around in his chair, and stretched for the second shelf over the desk. A book fell. Tack sighed. Kid grinned and moved his mouth down into the crook of his arm. Tack drank some more brandy, folded his arms on the desk, and began to read. Kid looked for the sadness again, but it was now neatly invisible among dark folds. Hasn't turned a page for 10 minutes, was his last amused thought before he closed his eyes and... Hey! Kid, lying on his back, grunted. Huh? Tack scratched his naked shoulder and looked perturbed. Kid thought, now he's going to... I'm afraid I gotta kick you out. Oh, Kid squinted and stretched in muffled and mechanical protest. Yeah, sure. Behind the bamboo curtains were streaks of light. I mean, a friend of mine came over, Tack explained, and we'd sort of like... Oh, yeah. Kid closed his eyes tight as he could, opened them, and sat up while the chains rattled down his chest and blinked. Black, perhaps 15, in jeans, sneakers, and a dirty white shirt, the boy stood by the door, blinking on balls of red glass. Kid's back snarled with chills. He made himself smile. From some other time came the prepared thought, such distortion tells me nothing of him, and is only terrifying because so much is unknown of myself. And the autonomic nerves, habituated to terror, nearly made him scream. He kept smiling, nodded, got groggily to his feet. Oh, sure, he said. Yeah, I'll be on my way. Thanks for letting me crash. Passing through the doorway, he had to close his eyes again, tight as possible, then look again, hopeful that the crimson would vanish for brown and white. They will think I'm still half asleep, he hoped desperately, his boot scraping the roof's tar paper. Morning was the color of dirty toweling. He left it for the dark stair. Shaking his head, he tried not to be afraid, so thought, ousted for someone younger and prettier, wouldn't you know? Well, beneath the lids the eyes were glass and red. He reached a landing, swung around it, and remembered the nervous woman with skirts always far too long for the season, who had been his math instructor his first term at Columbia. A true proposition, she'd explained, rubbing chalky fingertips hard on one another, implies only other true propositions. A false one can imply, well, anything, true, false, it doesn't matter. Anything at all, anything, as if the absurd gave her comfort. Her perpetual tone of hysteria had softened momentarily. She left before the term's completion. He hadn't, damn it. 9 flights down, he walked the warm hall. 12 steps up? 13, he counted this time, stubbing his toe on the top one. Kid came out on the dawn-dim porch, hung with hooks and coiled with smoke. He jumped from the platform, still groggy, still blinking, still filled with a terror for which there was no other way to deal with save laughter. After all, he thought, ambling toward the corner, if this burning can go on forever, if beside the moon there really is a George, if Tack kicks me out for a glass-eyed spade, if days can disappear like pocketed dollars, then there is no telling, or only the telling but no reasoning. He hooked his thumbs in his pockets where the material was already fraying and turned the corner. Between the warehouses, clearing and fading in moving smoke, the bridge rose and swung out into oblivion. Among the consorted fragments of his curiosity, the thought remained, I should have at least made him give me a cup of coffee before I went. He cleared his sticky throat and turned, expecting the suspension cables any moment to fade forever, while he, forever, wandered the smelly waterfront that somehow never actually opened on water. This wide avenue had to lead on to the bridge. Kid followed it for 2 blocks around a dark, official building. Then, beyond a twist of figure-eights and clover-leafs, the road rolled out between the suspensors over the river. He could only see as far as the start of the second span. The mist among folds and tendrils condensed the limits of vision. Foggy dawns should be chill and damp. This one was grit-dry, tickled the back of his arms, and the skin beneath his neck was something only a breath off body temperature. He walked up the edge of the road, thinking, there are no cars, I could run down the middle. Suddenly he laughed loudly, swallowing phlegm caught there in the night, and ran forward, waving his arms, yelling. The city absorbed the sound, returned no echoes. After 30 yards he was tired, so he trudged and panted in the thick, dry air. Maybe all these roads just go on, he theorized, and the bridge keeps hanging there. Hell, I've only been going 10 minutes. He walked beneath several overpasses. He started to run again, coming around a curve to the bridge's actual entrance. The road's lines between the cables began a dozen perspective V's, their single vertex lopped by fog. Slowly, wonderingly, he started across toward the invisible shore. Once he went to the rail and looked over through the smoke to the water. He looked up through girders and cables past the walkway toward the stanchion tower. What am I doing here, he thought, and looked again into the fog. The car was back among the underpasses half a minute while its motor got louder. Maroon, blunt, and 20 years old, it swung out onto the gridded macadam. As it growled by, a man in the back seat turned, smiled, waved. "Hey!" Kid called and waved after him. The car did not slow, but the man gestured again through the back windshield. "Mr. Newboy!" Kid took 6 running steps and shouted, "Goodbye! Goodbye, Mr. Newboy!" The car diminished between the grills of cable, hit the smoke, and sank like a weight on loose cotton. A moment later, too soon from his own recollection of the bridge crossed by foot, the sound of the motor ceased. What was that sound? Kid had thought it was some windstorm very far away, but it was the air rushing in the cavern of his mouth. "Goodbye, Mr. Ernest Newboy," and added with the same goodwill, "You're a tin Hindenburg, a gassy Nautilus, a coward to the marrow of each metatarsal. Though it would embarrass you to Hollywood and hell, I hope we meet again. I like you, you insincere old faggot. Underneath it all, you probably like me." Kid turned and looked at the shrouded city like something crusty under smoke, its streets stuck blind in it, its colors pearled and pasteled. So much distance was implied in the limited sight. I could leave this vague, vague city. But holding all his humor in, he turned back toward the underpass. Now and again his face struck into grotesque. Where is the city's center, he wondered, and walked, left leg a little stiff, while buildings rose again to receive him. Free of name and purpose, what do I gain? I have logic and laughter, but can trust neither my eyes nor my hands. The tenebrous city, city without time, the generous, saprophytic city. It is morning, and I miss the clear night. Reality? The only moment I ever came close to it was when, on the moonless New Mexican desert, I looked up at the prickling stars on that hollow dark. Day? It is beautiful there, true, fixed in the layered landscape, red, brass, and blue, but it is distorted as distance itself, the real all masked by pale diffraction. Buildings, bony and cluttered with ornament, hulled with stone at their different heights. Window, lintel, cornice, and sills patterned the dozen planes. Billows brushed down them, sweeping at dusts they were too insubstantial to move, settled to the pavement and erupted in slow explosions he could see 2 blocks ahead. But when he reached, they had disappeared. I am lonely, he thought, and the rest is bearable, and wondered why loneliness in him was almost always a sexual feeling. He stepped off the sidewalk and kept along the loose line of old cars, nothing parked on this block later than 1968, thinking, what makes it terrible is that in this timeless city, in this spaceless preserve where any slippage can occur, these closing walls laced with fire escapes, gates, and crenellations are too unfixed to hold it in, so that from me as a moving node it seems to spread by flood and seepage over the whole uneasy scape. He had a momentary image of all these walls on pivots controlled by subterranean machines, so that after he had passed they might suddenly swing to face another direction, parting at this corner, joining now at that one, like a great maze, forever adjustable, therefore unlearnable. When the heavy man ran into the street, Kid first recognized the green-drab wool shirt with no collar. Lumbering from the alley sidewalk, he saw Kid, headed for him. The man had been one of the white men at the church last night. The fleshy face, red and sweat-flecked, shook above pumping fists. The top of the head was blotchy under a haze of yellow. On the forehead, the hair lay out like scrapped brass. Suddenly, Kid started to move backward. "Hey, watch it!" "You!" The man lunged. His fingers caught among and tugged at Kid's chains. "You're the one who—" At the Mexican accent, Kid rifled his wounded memory. "When I was— You didn't— No? You please don't—" The man panted through wet lips. His eyes were bloodshot coral. "Oh, please, don't you— You were in there, yes, I mean you fool around like that. They're gonna—" His mouth compressed. He looked across the street, looked back. "You— Oh, the kid," and yanked his hand from tangled links, while Kid thought, no, he didn't say the kid. He maybe said the kid, small k, or even they did. The man was shaking his head. "No, you gonna— Hey, don't do that." "Look," Kid said, trying to take his arm. "You need some help? Here, let me—" The man jerked away, nearly fell, began to run. Kid took 2 steps after him, stopped. The blond Mexican tripped on the far sidewalk, pushed up from his knee, and made it into the alley. Circling Kid's mind was the Mexican voice in the hall at the Richardses'. Various mentions by 13. Amphetamine psychosis? And then the thought, clear and overriding, he was crazy. Something cascaded, tickling like a line of insects across his stomach. For a moment he mistook it for a chill of recognition. Indeed, real chills ignited a moment after. But the optic chain had parted, probably under the man's tugging, and fallen down over his belt. Kid picked up the loose end, found the other hanging across his chest. It had parted between lens and prism, and pulled the thin brass together. On one end still hung a tiny twisted link. With great stubby fingers, nearly numb inside their callus, he tried to get it closed. He stood in the street, pinching, twisting, sometimes holding his breath, sometimes letting it all out suddenly with a mumbled shit or fuck. His armpits slipped with the sweat of concentration. His heels, one on leather, one on pavement, stung at different heats. His chin stayed tucked into his neck. He squinted in the dawn light, turning once so that his own edgeless shadow slid from his fumbling nubs. It took practically 10 minutes to fix, and you could still tell which link had parted. When he was finished, he was very depressed. Chapter 5. Creatures of Light and Darkness. When he had walked for several minutes, turned several corners, and the several tensions in his neck and back had ceased, he could think words now without striking up hysterical images on the screens of all 5 senses. He pissed in the middle of the street, hoping someone might pass, and, with his fly half open and his fingers under his belt, walked again and asked himself, now just what is the problem with seeing an occasional red eyeball, eh? It is, if I'm hallucinating that, how do I tell if anything else is real? Maybe half the people I see aren't there. Like that guy who just ran up. What's he doing in my world? Some fragment of Mexico recreated out of smoke and fatigue?
How do I know there isn't a chasm in front of me I've hallucinated into plain concrete? The entrance to the bridge, when I first came off it, was all broken and piled with concrete. Put the whole thing up to dreaming? When I was 17 or 18, I stopped that. 5 days. I am mad again, he thought. Tears brimmed. He swallowed in a tightened throat. I don't want to be. I'm tired and horny. I'm so tired I can't make sense out of any of it, and my mind won't work right half the time I try. I'm thirsty. My head's all filled with K-Pop. Coffee wouldn't clear. Still, I wish I had some. Where am I going? What am I doing, stumbling in this smoking graveyard? It's not the pain, only that the pain keeps going on. He tried to let all his muscles go and stepped aimlessly from sidewalk to gutter, his mouth drier and drier and drier. Well, he thought, if it hurts, it hurts. It's only pain. All right, he looked at blurred housetops above the trolley wires. I've chosen. I'm here. To come upon the monastery? Yes, now, wherever it was, whatever. Walls and white buildings, syllables to mumble away the meaning. He had passed nothing that could possibly have been one. The streets were strewn with refuse, months old, dried and odorless, feces gone pale and crumbly, ossified fruit rind, old papers, once wet and now crinkly dry. He prodded the folds of his consciousness for sadness. The crystal had deliquesced to chalky powder. She looked like, he thought, and was too tired to panic. Her name, what was that? Lanya. And he saw her short hair, her green eyes, and she was not there. One of the street signs was marred with filth and scratchings. The other was an empty frame. He turned into the alley because of the beats. For seconds he could not figure what had happened. A row of tree trunks on the narrow sidewalk, each in a metal fence, had burned to charred spikes. Wonderingly, Kid started down the street, not wide enough for 2 cars. Denny sat on the fender of a lopsided auto, astraddle the smashed headlight, drumming 2 fingers on the bent rim. Kid walked toward him, wondering when to speak. "Hey, how are you?" Denny's surprise became delight. "What you doing here?" He banged with all his knuckles once and stopped. "What you doing, huh?" "Just taking a walk, trying to get my cock sucked, or something. Only nobody's out." "Huh?" Denny looked puzzled, and then, to Kid's surprise, embarrassed. He flipped one finger 3 times on the chrome, then looked up again with his lips tight. "The downtown end of the park has got queers all over it all day and all night. You know the part with the paths?" "No." "Well, it does." Denny flipped his finger once more. "If you've been walking around all night, you couldn't have been looking very hard." "I was at this guy's house," Kid explained. "I thought he was going to do me, but somebody else came over and he kicked me out." "What are you doing out at this hour of the morning?" Denny nodded toward one of the unpainted buildings. "I'm staying in there now." Behind dirty glass, the brass lion leered, pinioned on his brass stalk. The shade was gone. The socket held the broken bulb neck. On the other side of the street, a white curtain moved in a window almost as dirty. 2 black faces pressed together, looked till Kid stared directly. The curtain dropped. "You want to get your cock sucked? Come on." Denny, with 3 fingers tucked under the rim, was looking straight down. "I'll blow you." "Huh?" When Denny neither moved nor said anything else, Kid started to laugh. "Hey!" He stepped on the sidewalk, hit his thighs in imitation of Denny's drumming, then stepped back into the street. "Are you being funny?" Denny looked up. "No." "Nah, suppose I took you up on that," Kid said, trying to make it a joke. It wasn't. So he said, "You wanna—" Things that made the obscure obvious by overturned. "Yeah." Then he scratched his chest among rattling chains. "Go on, take it out, right here, motherfucker." He shook his head. "I'll do you right here. You want me to show you I mean it? Right here?" Kid glanced at the window curtain. "Sure, but those spades, they're staring out the damned window." Denny let out his held breath. "I just told you. You think I give a fuck if they know?" What he'd began as banter was suddenly uncomfortable, because though all the actions were predictable, the feelings were not. "Hey, maybe you just better let the whole thing—" Denny leaned his head and glanced to the side with a concentrated expression. The look, Kid thought, of someone in a game of Go, trying to decide if a long-contemplated move, now made, was, after all, right. We'd have to find someplace, Kid said, a doorway or inside or something. I don't want to do it right here. 15, Kid thought. He's out of his head. This kid is a fucking nut. Denny got down from the headlight and slid most of his fingers in his back pockets. You come on with me. Kid caught up to him on the unpainted steps. Is this Nightmare's place? He put his hand on Denny's small, warm shoulder. Denny looked back. Used to be. His vest, showing rough-out leather, then scuffed tanning, swung against his ribs. Just about anybody stays there now. Even 13's been crashing there. The way he goes on, you'd think he was going to make it his new place. Kid frowned. What happened to his old one? Denny frowned back. Well, everybody's moved around since... He nodded. The kids in the commune, they all went to the other side of the park. Dragon Lady moved her bunch up this side of Cumberland, and 13 couldn't stay in that damn apartment no more. But you was there. Denny's frown questioned Kid's. Why? Kid asked, because there was no answer he could supply. The smell, Denny said, for one thing, and went up the steps. Kid followed. Oh, yeah, that, which made sense, but not the whole shifting and rearrangement during the robbed duration. The whole tape of reality which he had been following had somehow overturned. It still continued, he still followed, but during some moment when he had blinked, days had elapsed and everything right had shifted left. Everything left was now right. Hey, the last time you saw me, how long was I with— Shh, Denny said. Everybody's asleep. He pushed open the door. It ain't even 6 o'clock in the morning, I bet. And Kid suddenly did not want an answer. He asked instead in a softer voice, Then what are you doing up? I get up real early sometimes. Denny grinned back over his shoulder as Kid followed him down the hall. Sometimes I sleep all day, too. You can do that here. But then I'm up all night. By the hall baseboard, tight black hair shocked from the end of a sleeping bag. Beyond the doorway, on a couch, a naked man with red hair all over his tan-freckled back, it was Copperhead, slept with a very blonde girl wedged between himself and the couch back. Over his bare ankle, Kid could see her sandal, the neatly rolled cuff of her jeans. Her arm, pale from the sleeve of a navy pea jacket, moved up the torn upholstery, then fell. Someone in another room stopped snoring, cleared his throat, coughed, was silent. Denny glanced around. You want to do it in the bathroom? No, Kid struck Denny's shoulder with his hand's heel. I don't want to do it in the bathroom. While Denny blinked, curious, the bathroom door at the end of the hall opened, and Smoky walked out, sleepy, in nothing but jeans, her fly hanging open. With neither shielding nor greeting, she passed. Leaning against the water tank, Kid saw the splotched dummy looped in chain before the door swung to. I'm in here, which is where the Harley had been moved. How come you get a room all by yourself? Kid asked, realizing with the last word that 3 of the bundles among the shovels— why shovels? Pipes, lumber, and canvas— were people in sleeping bags. Someone had built a loft. 3 steps up the ladder, Denny looked back over his shoulder. You come up. Denny's boots went over the edge. Kid climbed. The planks, they gave some with his hands and knees, were strewn with blankets. The size of a double bed, the platform was without pillow or mattress. I keep all my shit up here, Denny explained, pushing himself back among wrinkled cloth. By his left hand was an army compass, a green shirt with gold trim, fresh pressed and wrapped in plastic, a dagger whose handle was a ball in claw, and a gaming case on whose outside were long, alternately black and black outlined triangles for backgammon. Kid crawled forward through army drab, and a weave of paler green rippled through with an electric blanket cord. In the window that rose above the platform, a mottled shade let tan light on the tangle. He pulled his feet under him to sit and realized his arm was shaking. How come you don't have half a dozen people sleeping up here with you? I tell 'em to get the fuck out. Denny's hands lay knotted in his lap. A zodiacal poster hung on the wall, Scorpio, and another of Koth, the dark angel. It's sort of nice up here, Kid whispered. His throat was tight. I'm scared of him, he realized. And I like him. Get the rest of your clothes off. Why? Kid let out a breath. Nothing. He thumbed open the top button and tugged down his zipper. Go on. He pulled his penis and testicle free of the closing V of brass teeth and let his shoulders relax against the plywood wall. The ceiling would not let Denny stand. With hunkered back and crouched knees, the boy walked across the bedding, his arms swinging like a skinny blonde ape, and fell. Kid flexed his knee under Denny's hand. Denny's hair swung forward, brushed Kid's belly. His mouth is cold, Kid thought, and pulled his hand away a little sharply. Then he realized that it was only that the boy's lips were wet. Heat covered his thickening penis. He bent his knees and clamped them on Denny's thin flanks. He pushed his hand down his stomach through moving hair. Saliva in his wiry groin was already cool. "That's good. Make it wet." His fingers buttered the base. He pushed back Denny's hair, suddenly bending and failing to see the flattened cheeks, the distended mouth. The hair fell back. He cupped the back of Denny's neck. An image of the corpse in the shaft made him let his breath. He wished it hadn't. An equally surprising urge to smack the bobbing head away. Kid grunted, and then again, and had to close his eyes at the sensation. He pressed his palm against the warm ear. The head moved up, and his penis was cold. "Is it okay?" Denny asked. "Yeah." Heat fell down it like a loose ring. His scrotal sac loosened between his thighs, then shriveled when spit ran down his leg inside his pants. The moving head shook Kid's arm to the shoulder. He reached for Denny's shoulders. Denny tightened his fingers on Kid's thigh, let go, let himself be pulled up to lay with his chest on Kid's, a clutch of chain and crushed vest between them. Denny's face was hard and amazed. "What you want?" All the small muscles of chin, cheek, and jaw were visible. Kid rubbed Denny's back. "I want you to take the rest of your fucking clothes off." Denny's skin was hot and dusty dry. With his other hand, Kid reached between them to move his cock, caught between creased denim. Denny jerked back to his knees, took a breath, and began to unzip his pants. Kid thought, "He doesn't want me to touch his dick." Something like anger gathered in his stomach. Denny said softly and hoarsely, "You don't have to take yours off." He worked his jeans back beneath his knees, stopped to pull handfuls of chain from his neck. Kid scratched his belly. Denny stopped all motion. His eyes caught Kid's groin. Something happened in Kid's throat and to his mouth that it was easy to think was fear, was easier to think desire. Kid's cock, hardening, rolled up his thigh. Denny's throat released the little air he tried to hold. "Take your pants off." Kid checked anger against desire. Checking only spilled the anger into his voice. "Go on." Desire remained, a heavy heat under his stomach. Denny sat back to pull off his boots. On the right, the outer half of the heel was worn to the leather. He pulled the left off more quickly. Loops of chain fell around his ankle. The knob of bone divided 3 strands from 4. A dog's choke collar, wrapped several times. Denny leaned back to pull his pants off. Kid looked at Denny's hands, Denny's feet, Denny's groin. His own back against the wall was slightly stiff. Denny, changing the texture of his movements, now began to fold his jeans, not looking at Kid. To relieve his shoulders, Kid sat forward. Then he reached out and pulled the jeans out of Denny's hands and tossed them in the corner with the boots and blankets. Denny's expression, as his eyes sought something other than Kid's, moved from confusion to belligerence. Kid smiled, and the smile became the soft laughter for a house full of sleepers. "Come on." Denny pushed himself forward. Then he said hoarsely, "That's pretty funny. I should freak out now, ain't it?" The dry, hot skin brushed Kid's, pressed Kid's, a hand between their shoulders, heel hard, 4 light pressures and the length of thumb. Kid looked down at where the black-lined nails touched him. He reached around Denny's shoulders to cover the boy's fingers with his own. "Childs," he thought, and then with concern, "Why has this child brought me here?" He tightened both arms across Denny's back. Denny was shivering. "Hey!" Kid rubbed the bony stalk of Denny's spine down to where the flesh thickened and became soft, then up, then down. "Hey, cut that out." "What's the matter?" Denny still shook. "Nothing." "I'm afraid, and I want to stop this." "Shit, no." "Come on, then. You try to relax." Kid worked further from the wall across the piled blankets. Holding Denny on top, he made a rocking motion. Denny turned his face away so that the side of Kid's face was all abrush with yellow. "If we just lay around like—" One of the people under the loft turned over, and Denny stopped breathing for the count of 3, then went on, "Like this, we ain't never going to do nothing." "Go on and do what you want, then," was anger. With the sentence in his mouth unsaid, Kid realized, I'm 12 years older than him. He said, get down there and suck it, which, at the scrambling over his chest and stomach and the welling heat in his groin, he knew was lust. He reached for the hair and hunched shoulders between his legs. With his leg, he rolled Denny over on his side, pushing and pushing. Denny held Kid's thighs. Their congress was intense and diligent, till Denny, not holding him, was hammering near Kid's hip. Okay, Kid panted and let the boy go. A quarter toward orgasm, Kid hunkered down to press his hard groin on a hip, a thigh, something. Hey! Breathing hard, Denny lay on his back. He raised his hand, glistening knuckles strung with gray mucus. I guess I came, he grinned. What am I going to do with this stuff? Eat it, Kid said. That what you usually do? Yeah. Denny looked back up at the ceiling and put his foreknuckle in his mouth, turned his hand to lick the heel. Kid put his arm, moist with effort, across Denny's thin, hard chest, still dry, and rubbed on the bony hip. Denny took his 2 middle fingers out of his mouth. You didn't come yet? No. Go on and do what you want. Yeah, Kid thought, that's anger. He laughed. When I was little, Denny said, and pressed the back of his hand against his open mouth, there were these 2 brothers who were the strongest kids in my neighborhood. I used to want to be like them, and once they told me they were so strong because they used to eat each other's cum. I didn't even know what they were talking about there, and I hadn't even ever jerked off, you know. Denny turned to look at Kid. I guess it's protein or something. You do it too? Kid shook his head. No. Then how'd you know? Kid shrugged. You just looked like you were somebody who might. What's that mean? I don't know. Kid squeezed the tight muscle under the tissuey skin of Denny's arm. Maybe it's because you're strong, like they said. He put his leg over Denny's, then suddenly sat. He felt his hair brush the ceiling and hunched. You like that, eh? Denny grinned again and held Kid's cock in his slick hand. Kid started to rock. Denny said, You like girls? Kid was surprised. Yeah. You want to fuck a girl? Why don't you just open your mouth? Or turn over, huh? Just a second, let me up. Hey, look, all you gotta... But Denny struggled up. Kid let himself be pushed away, annoyed and curious. I'll be right back, Denny whispered, dropping over the edge of the board. Kid sighed and pushed his hand down between his legs. I may be crazy, he thought, but this one's nuts. He reached under his shoulder and pulled flat a folded blanket. Look over the edge? No. He stared at the ceiling that had brushed his head. Former owners had painted the cracked plaster white without spackle. People came into the room. She said, Where? Denny said, Up there on my bed. Go on. The platform shook as someone started up the ladder. Kid looked. Her curly hair confused with sleep, her astounded eyes, her smiling mouth cleared the edge. She said, then giggled, and then, Hello. Go on up, Denny's voice urged. She looked back down. I am. She came over the edge and crawled forward, breasts swinging out against her arms, in against one another. She had once brought him whiskey in the bathtub when he had been fouled with blood. Hey, Kid said, how are you? She smiled again and pulled herself to sit cross-legged, with lots of dark hair in the triangle of heel, and groin. Denny came up too, leaned on his forearms, grinning. I am being used, Kid thought. For what? I am not sure. So, what are we supposed to do now? Kid asked. He likes to get his dick sucked, Denny said. The girl reached out with the tip of her tongue in her teeth. Hey, Kid said to Denny, you get on up here. Denny's expression went momentarily blank. Then he scrambled up onto the platform. The girl giggled again and suddenly fell against him. Hey! Kid caught her, and while she laughed, he scraped his shoulder on the wall and hit his elbow. She didn't let go his penis. Denny tried not to giggle and was saying, Come on now, be quiet. He had scooted to the corner and rocked and hugged his knees. Hey, Kid said again, and moved a boot, Denny's, from under his shoulder. Something in the midst of the pressure tickled his chest. He looked down. She had her face against him. It was her eyelash opening and closing. Hey, he said a third time, and caught his hands in her curly hair and pulled her head back. She just said, He kissed her. She grabbed his shoulders up near his neck and pushed back with her tongue. He held himself up with his left hand, mashed the softness of her shoulder with his right, of her breast, of her belly. When he pushed his middle fingers against the flesh folded in her cunt, she swung up her knee with shaking calf and thigh. The entrance was soft.
Inside, his fingers found a sloppy firmness that slowly gave and grew softer. She made lots of little noises, and her hand on his penis became maddening as feathers. Trying, and succeeding, not to take his tongue out of her mouth, he moved around her, crawling over her large thighs, and wedged himself between them. He pulled out to go in again, and opened his eyes to find hers wide and staring toward Denny. But they came back to his, and at the same time she swung her legs up around him like hot pillows. He dug in her with penis and tongue, yet something changed gears inside him. He let it slow, and from the slowness build. Curious himself, he looked up with joggling sight. Denny moved forward to his knees with cantilevered cock, his mouth slightly open and closing, mumbling things too soft to hear. Kid turned his face against hers, and momentarily saw himself surrounded by soft, by wet, by warm. He thrashed out in it and came, a single intense spasm that left her rolling under him and sucking at his mouth, the hard place between the mashed breasts pressing against his. Not felt since some time far back in adolescence, he wanted violently to be free of physical contact. He rolled from her, feeling silly, while she caught her breath, and the cold slapped his sweaty thighs and stomach, as he knew it had slapped hers. That wasn't it either. On his back he worked himself against her again. She made no protest, but turned to push her face against him. "Hey." He raised one arm to slide it beneath her head. "Hey, come here." With the other he motioned to Denny. Denny stretched his legs out and slid over. Kid caught him around the shoulder. Denny lay down, put his leg over Kid's, his cock a small bar across Kid's hip. "You didn't come, did you?" Kid asked her. She said, surprised, and blinked at him. He tugged at Denny without looking at him. "I shot my load, and your girlfriend hasn't had hers yet. Get down there and do something about it." "Huh?" He felt Denny push himself up on one elbow. Kid licked her nose. She squinted. "I want to watch you eat my cum out of her pussy," which was patently untrue. "That's what I'm being used for." He wanted to watch her face. Her eyes were half-closed, glistening slivers between the lashes. Her upper lip brushed and brushed the lower. Denny's neck was two hard bands with a valley between. Kid pulled it forward. "Go on, do it." Denny grunted his protest. The girl suddenly looked surprised. Kid clamped his hand on Denny's neck in time to see fear below the protest. "Go on, motherfucker, or I'll bust your head open." Denny swallowed and dropped his face. Kid closed his fingers in the yellow hair, pushed the bobbing head, and rocked it, less roughly than he thought he should. She said, "Oh," once, and moved her leg. He looked at her. She kept the surprised expression. Inches away from her face, he questioned her with his eyes. She wouldn't answer. Kissed her gently, harder, till at last she closed her eyes, tight, and began to gasp. He felt her hand touch and avoid his in Denny's hair, so let go, but pressed his leg against the boy's back while he kissed her. He caressed her limp, long breast rolling on her ribs. A heavy girl of 17, 18, older than Denny, still a child. Her soft tongue blunted on his hard one. He held himself away from her, touching her only with hand and mouth. Once her hands hit his at his arched belly, returned to Denny's hair, and he heard the boy gasp. Denny was flexing on the wrinkled blankets as his head rocked and wobbled. She said, Then she squealed and clutched him. Kid dropped on her, gathering what was soft about her sides between his hands and elbows. "Get your fucking knee off my head," Denny said. With the tips of her fingers she climbed Kid's back and side and tightened her hands in their climbing. Denny pulled free of their legs and flopped against Kid. "How are you, sloppy face?" Kid put his arm around Denny. The boy buried his chin, already cold, in Kid's shoulder. "Do you do this to everybody who drops by for a blowjob in the morning?" "It's her idea," Denny said. She giggled and said, "It is not." Kid felt the boy's groin against his hip. "Denny's still got a hard-on," he told the girl. "You want to take him on front and center?" She raised her hand and laughed again. "Sure, but he won't do that." Kid turned to Denny. "You don't like to fuck?" He was thirsty, "But you have to ask for something to drink later." "I guess not," Denny said. "I mean, it won't stay up." It came out with sudden adolescent gravity. "See?" And it was softening. "His tongue sure stays up, hey?" Kid said. The girl rubbed the side of his knee with hers. Kid rubbed back, reached between Denny's legs.
Hey, what are you— Whoops, Kid said. It's up again. Come on, I want to see you try. The girl rolled on her back. He won't do it. You shut up. I think he should. She folded her hands under her breasts, but he keeps saying he's gay. Why don't you lay off me? Denny said. I got a handful of your dick. He moved his fingers so that Denny's crotch hair rubbed the ring of knuckle, forefinger, and thumb. It's hard now. Denny, the girl said, and uncrossed her hands. Wrapped between ham and heel, Denny's cock bobbed, but did not wilt. Don't worry, Kid said. I won't let go of it. Shit, Denny said, and pushed himself up. Okay, but it won't work. Denny's knee hit Kid's stomach. Denny's hands landed on Kid's chest. Hey, you let go. So? You still got a hard-on. You sure that's the only thing you're worried about? Kid sat up and put one hand on Denny's hip and rubbed the boy's buttocks with the other, moved his hand between them to hair and loose scrotal flesh. Denny's skin was still brick-dry. His own and the girl's, one soft thigh spread under his calf, were moist. She moved and made a sound like moaning, could have been mouthed laughter, even protest. Kid put one hand on her belly, pressed a finger in a crease. He moved his hand onto her hair and mirrored her moan with his voice. A muscle in Denny's thigh moved on Kid's wrist. The testicles lay on his palm. Kid brushed the undershaft with his finger. You like that? He held the penis, moved his hand out to cover the circumcised head, back so that thick flesh moved under innards rigid as dry sponge. You just think about the rest of my load in there, which you ain't got on your face. You won't lose it. Yeah, because his other hand, spreading the third and fourth finger, pressed, and she gave, wet with mucus. Go on. Denny lowered himself. The muscle in his thigh shook till his knee slipped on the blanket. His dick and my 2 fingers in your pussy, Kid said. They can't all give out at once. Hey, look at him hump. Her hand lay loose, small fingers on white palms where the sweat was shiny as mica. The fingers moved to close and did not close, moved to open and did not. She touched Denny's shoulders as his pale hair curled against her face. Kid felt the boy shake, the cock sliding on his knuckles. He took his hand from between them to hold himself up. Denny's body flattened on her larger one beneath. Kid prodded between them again. Hey, boy, there you go. You like that, huh? He balanced himself to rub her arm and felt a muscle twitch in her shoulder. You like it too, don't you? On the 7th or 8th motion, he could again move his middle finger knuckle deep in her beside Denny's scrotal sac, which, hanging shriveled tight as possible, now unwrinkled on his palm. Denny backed up to push. The girl's hand jerked on his shoulder. Kid could not see her face. Denny pushed again, and her counter-push beneath him made her legs sway. They're so silent, he thought, and caught his breath. His own cock was tight and tense and hard enough to hurt. He moved his hand from between them and lay down beside them, pressed himself against them, his dick along the flexing crevice between, one arm across Denny's back, the other around the top of her head. Denny did not break rhythm. Kid nuzzled between their faces, trying to kiss her, but she would not turn toward him. Denny's breath was loud as an engine. Hey, you fuck that shit, Kid whispered. You bust that pussy wide open, cocksucker. Bury him in pussy, bitch. Denny was a motion against his right hip. Against his left, her hip thrust and shook under Denny's, falling and falling and falling faster. So he moved his hand down between Denny's buttocks, felt the first sweat on the dry body. Denny pushed harder. She had raised her far leg around his thighs and was panting. Kid reached over her calf, thinking maybe she won't like that, and between Denny's legs, moving down a few inches so he could cup balls. Denny growled, and he was going to take his hand away, but the growl articulated, Yeah, that's right, go on. He jabbed his hand forward, and she, beneath, jerked in a way that should have had a cry with it. Denny pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and stopped pushing, while she went on and let out all his air. Jesus Christ, muffled against her neck. His ass relaxed. Then he began to pant. Kid rubbed his neck, and Denny laughed against her, reached up to brush his hair from her face. She was panting too. Hey, Kid brushed her cheek with his knuckle. Her wide eyes locked his. You make it this time? With his other hand he pushed his cock down against her thigh. I can go again. She flashed an uncertain smile. I'm okay. Shit. Kid let his head drop with a bark of laughter. I'm tired, that's what I am. He closed his eyes and a breath later heard them making movements. His own groin, still engorged, was numbing. I bet I'm going to wake up with cramps under my balls, he thought, and didn't care. Denny touched his shoulder, tugged a little, so he rolled back against them. Denny made another breathy sound and hugged Kid tightly, suddenly pushed his face against Kid's neck. "Hey!" He caught the boy, who was giggling all panty like a puppy, like her, he remembered, when she had first fallen against him. He moved his hand down the hard flank till his knuckles touched her softer one. "Go to sleep or something." Denny took his face away, and Kid worked his arm beneath her neck. Her hair was much crisper than the boy's, and the back of her neck was moist and hot, his own moist and cooling, and felt comfortable enough to let himself drift. Drifting, he realized how loud Denny's breath was and listened for hers. It was slower and farther away. Then, after a time that might have been sleep, it was faster. He reached for her, only brushed her. He thought, a strangeness, hey, and beautiful. His lips, drying, had adhered to one another. They tore apart with a breath and the mumbled word, beautiful. Released, he fell away into sleep. He woke in annoyance that turned immediately to pleasure. Somebody was blowing him. He grinned on the darkness of his lids, reached down through 3 levels of thought. Lanya? No, this other girl. His hand glanced from bone under soft hair to hit the hard, tight shoulder. Denny grunted. "What you doing?" Kid asked. He rolled his head left, then right on the creased blanket, then again with his eyes open. The girl was gone. Denny said, "You were asleep all the time with a goddamn hard-on. I was just—" Kid locked his fingers in Denny's hair and pulled his head down. "That's what you started doing, and you ain't finished me yet." Denny dropped his mouth again. Kid moved one fist out in the blanket beside his face, hoping it was still warm from her. One fantasy memory of Denny's face between her legs and his penis thrust between them. He moved from fantasy and lay with his mouth opened, his head back, each muscle loosening. Denny held Kid's balls while he sucked, and that felt good. Kid held the boy's sides with his legs, and came. It was something like hot oil poured in cotton, cotton into flame, flame out beneath water, water and ashes washed through him. "Come on up here." Denny lay down on Kid's chest. Kid rubbed his back, dry and papery as before. He wanted to say thanks, but decided it would be silly, so he squeezed Denny's shoulder instead. "Your cum tastes different from mine," Denny said. "Yeah?" Kid closed his eyes. "It's more, liquid, and there's more of it. I'm bigger than you, and it's more bitter. Kid said, you're a pretty funny little guy. Where'd your girlfriend go?" "She got—" Somebody came into the room, moved something below them, turned. Kid looked down across the blanket as a nondescript top of a head left through the doorway. "Got up a little while ago and went out." Denny's fist uncurled on Kid's shoulder. "Oh, you two do this a lot?" "Huh? Drag people into bed all the time?" "Not like this." "Like how?" "I don't know. It's her idea most of the time. She's my best friend here." Kid nodded, his chin tapping the top of Denny's head. "Is she a Scorpion, too?" "No, she's not a member, not like Filament or Lady of Spain. She just likes to hang around with them." He shifted. "I mean, us. I bring guys around for her sometimes, as long as she lets me watch. A couple of times I messed around with the guys just a little, but not like, well, what we did." "You like messing around with her, too?" Denny shrugged. "I don't know, I guess so, but I never done that before. I mean, get inside." Kid laughed. "Sometimes she'd tell me I should, but I never did. It just embarrassed me, I couldn't keep it hard. I mean, before." "Oh." Kid tried not to smile, even though Denny could not see it. "I can get guys for her 2 or 3 times a week sometimes. She says she don't want to be one guy's girlfriend." "She likes 2 at a time? I can dig it." "Maybe." Denny moved a little. "We do anything together, any old crazy thing, If I told her to do something real crazy, like go up in an old building where there might be people hiding with guns, she'd do it. We found all sorts of junk in old buildings. There's lots of stuff around." Kid crossed his arms over Denny's back. The warm mouth brushed his chest. "I like to watch her make it with guys," Denny said. "When I blew you, were you thinking about her?" "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" No, I wasn't. I mean, only a little, at first. I don't care what you were thinking about, Denny said. You think you know an awful lot about what I like, huh? Now Kid shrugged. I think I like you. How's that? Relaxing from the shrug, he began to laugh. You want to suck it? Sit on it? That's fine by me. Now you're going to turn around and run off and look all scared and wide-eyed at me every time we see each other from now on, huh? But I want to make love to you sometime. Just you. Like I was a girl? Kid sighed. Yeah, if you want to put it that way. I'd like that. I know you would. He cuffed the back of Denny's head with his hand. When you jerk off, do you do that like what I did? Huh? You know, eat it. Oh, no. I've tasted my own a couple of times. Hell, I guess I ate it once or twice just to see. I do it all the time, Denny said with resolve. How did you know I did? I've just known other people who did that too, and, well, I don't know. Oh, is she going to come back? Kid asked. Denny shrugged. Oh, Kid said again, and thought he'd been saying that a lot, so he closed his eyes. He listened for people moving around the house, thinking it must be growing late in the morning. Something, Denny's elbow, hit the side of his head, and he realized he was waking up after drifting off again. He opened his eyes and pushed himself to sitting position. Denny lay curled away from him. Kid breathed deeply. His head was heavy with the detritus of pleasure. He rubbed his shoulder, and it tingled, paused at the chain that crossed the hair on his chest. It still held, from a very long time ago, a waking and a sleeping and a waking. He recalled the blonde Mexican who had surprised him in the street. Kid frowned and began to reach around for his clothes. He had to go to the bathroom for one thing. His head ached slightly, and his mouth tasted like unflavored gelatin, solid around tongue and teeth. He looked for his pants, stopped, put his hand on Denny's buttock. A face, he thought, hatcheted on the obstetric line. Cheeks, he thought, sucked in with astonishment. If you hang around, I'm going to tear it up. Denny rubbed his nose and was probably awake, but not moving. Kid pulled on his pants, dragged his vest and his boot over the edge of the platform. The people in the sleeping bags were still there. Bending to put on his vest, he found his flanks sore. He leaned on the jamb to put on his boot, and for the first time in a while wished he had a second. A vision of his own hands crumbling dirt between them, the dirt falling on water. He stepped into the hallway. The tan shade and the warmth in Denny's loft had intimated a fall summer. The sky beyond a dirty window pane high on the hall wall was stormy. The bathroom door opened. Not 13's girlfriend, but 13 himself. His long hair was bushy from sleep. Hey, I didn't know you was around here. 13 nodded heavily, his voice roughened by fatigue. Ain't seen you in a couple of days. Kid went into the bathroom, and while he urinated, busied himself not thinking about when the last time he had actually seen 13 was. He ground his fist against his sore side and reflected, it probably isn't possible to really fuck yourself to death. Punching his tongue into bitter corners of his mouth, he squinted out the window. Stormy? Incredible suspensions in the dry air, and he moved between them, dribbling and/or blowing out all holes. He waited for some bright precipitate. His water splashed and silenced. He massaged his limped genitals, not with desire, but rather to press some feeling back. His knuckles got wet, and he looked down wondering if it were urine or final mucus. Pleasure can be an appalling business, he thought, and buttoned his pants. In the hallway he stood sucking his salty fingers until he realized what he was tasting, wondered why he was doing it, and remembered Denny. He grinned. A psychologist had once called him a maddening combination of lability and willfulness. Then she walked into the hall without seeing him and opened the front door. He took his fingers from his mouth, recognized her curly hair, tried to envision her full shoulders beneath the blue sweatshirt she now wore. She went down the steps. Curious, he walked to the door. If she turns around, he thought, her eyes will be red, eh? She stopped by the car, prying beneath the bent rim with one finger, looking absently down the block, looked back at him. The little chill was all anticipation. She blinked surprised brown eyes at him from a face that could have been angry. "Hey," he said, and smiled at her from the top of the steps, which became more and more difficult to do before her blank blinking, except in confusion. In confusion, smiling, he walked down. "I missed you when you cut out." There are some storms, he thought, beneath the mangled sky, it's easier to walk into. "Sure," she said as he came down the steps. "I bet you did." Her fingers kept moving on the broken glass. "If you keep that up, you're going to cut your—" "There's something funny about you," she said with a look of distaste. "That was funny, or queer, or something." "Look," he said, "you're not going to call me names," and realized he did not know what hers was. That brought him crashing through his embryo anger till he was much closer to her than he'd wanted to be. His fingers against his leg were trying to take the same position as hers. His face pulled to mimic hers. "When he was with me, that was all between you and him. I might as well not have been there." "When I was with you, that was all between you and him. I might as well have been beating my meat," and felt, saying it, the comparison was unfair. "He says you're his best friend. What is it? He thinks he's doing it for you. You think you're doing it for him." His face, straining after hers, registered a sudden sadness inside him so intensely it took him an instant after instant to see her expression had changed. "I used to be the smartest person in my class," she said suddenly. He wondered why his eyes were burning till he saw tears in hers. "I used to be the smartest person in my class." She dropped her head. He dropped his, whispered, "Hey," and put his hand, too gently he thought, on the back of her neck, touched his forehead to hers. "Why don't you go away?" she said with sad, exhausted anger. "Okay." He squeezed, snorted the faint laughter of withdrawal, and went back up the steps, his palm cold. Her neck had been warm. Halfway up the hall, though, he was frowning. When he climbed back into the loft, Denny, between Kid's fists, turned over and blinked and grunted. "Hey, your girlfriend's outside, all upset." "Oh, shit," Denny said and sat up. He ground the heels of his palms against his eyes, then started for the edge of the loft. Kid grabbed his unchained ankle. Denny looked back. "You guys go through this much trauma every time you screw?" "It's my fault," Denny said. "Sure," Kid nodded. "Come on back here, will you?" "I better go. I guess I've been doing too much talking about you. I guess I ain't talked to her about nothing else for a pretty long time." "Which reminds me," Kid said, "you're making a lot more out of that lady in the department store with the BB gun than it's really worth, you know." Denny grinned. "I've been talking about you a hell of a lot longer than that," and went over the side. Kid lay back, grunted, "Fuck," and rolled over, wishing there was someone else there. Maybe, he thought, very tired, he'll bring her back. Denny, he figured, would return. Should he have actually touched her? He recognized the beginnings of a welter of paranoid speculation, recognized as well that sleep lay on the other side of it. Touched her in the street? If they were lovers, he would be able to find out in a day, a week, a month, if it was the proper thing to do. Hell, should he have told Denny about it at all? He was being used. He didn't like it. That's not the sort of shit you lay on somebody you just dragged into bed. Lovers? He decided he didn't like her at all. She, among silent others, had once said goodbye. On the other hand, he shouldn't go prying around in emotional closets like that. He turned over again, wishing Lanya had not disappeared. Silly, stupid kids. Why did Denny drag her in the first place? Righteous indignation, he finally decided, was easier. For the first time in a long while he was aware of the chain around him. Careful, he mulled, that it doesn't come apart. Not sure why he should be afraid it might. He woke alone. Kid sat up with his eyes closed for half a minute. The air in the loft was heavy and dry. Would the pulsing at the back of his head become a headache? People moved in other rooms. The bathroom door closed 3 times. Grinding his knees on the blanket, he turned for his clothes. Denny's were gone. In another room a black woman laughed. His pants were still on. He shrugged up his vest and, with neither buttoned, climbed down. One of the sleeping bags was still occupied. 2 others were shed in quilted rings. He leaned on the wall to pull up his boot. He wished again he had the other, but felt habit dissolve the wish. He went into the hall wondering if he'd encountered Denny or the girl first. From the door ahead, light slapped across the hall and made him squint. "Hey, dragon lady." Kid looked in. Nightmare, squatting on one of the mattresses, kneaded his thick, scarred shoulder. "Hey, Dragon Lady, you been down." The gorgeous beast dazzled about the shabby room. Nightmare let himself thud backward against the wall. A figure under a blanket moved away. Nightmare laughed and rocked and jangled. "Down and back. Oh, hey, man, and back." Dragon Lady turned, killed her lights, and laughed. Kid watched her stained teeth gape. A dozen people slept around the room. Nightmare and Dragon Lady talked on raucously. "I brought you coffee." She breathed heavily, breasts stretching her vest's rawhide laces. "Adam and Baby are out there now putting it together. Found the whole fucking warehouse full." Her face was long and dark as bittersweet chocolate. "Brought you back a whole carton." "Instant?" "No." She made a fist. "No." Insistent as an economics teacher. "The real thing. My boys are making it in the kitchen." Nightmare rocked and hugged his shoulders. "Hey, we're going to do up a little caffeine here. That's really good. Oh, yeah." Copperhead, suddenly, knees wide, swung up to sit. Head low between his shoulders, he shook his hair. Freckled hands crossed on his darker genitals. He blinked at the room. His lids were puffy so that you just saw two slashes of gold, which turned toward Kid. Copperhead frowned, cocked his head, his mouth hung open, his lips marked with a line Kid knew was dried blood, because his own gums bled when he slept, sagged from even yellow teeth. The girl in the pea-jacket moaned and tried to wedge between the cushion and the couch back. Nightmare swung his hand at Kid. "That's him." "Sure looks like him." Dragon Lady's heavy lips pursed. Nightmare's thin ones grinned. "What you wearing that thing around the house for?" Copperhead asked. Kid looked down at the orchid on his hand. "It makes shaking my dick after I take a leak a real adventure." He took a breath, tried not to search out the memory, searched and found a blank. "Not to mention zipping up your fly," Copperhead said. "It's open." He turned to pull his pants out from under the blonde girl, who squeaked and tried to roll into the upholstery again. "That's him?" Dragon Lady asked, mocking. Kid nodded. "It's me." He leaned back on the door jamb and dropped to a squat. "It's going to stay open for a while, too, I guess. I don't feel like castrating myself." "He's really funny." Nightmare pushed the end of his braid back over his shoulder. "He's a good kid. He doesn't make a lot of noise, but when he does something, it usually turns out pretty good." That's a good image to live up to, Kid decided, and decided not to say very much more. When had he put on the orchid? When? Copperhead looked unpleasant, yanked again. "Will you get off my fucking clothes? I want to get dressed." "Hey, will you guys bring in that coffee?" Dragon Lady hollered. Somebody half hidden by the couch raised her head from the crook of her arm and dropped it. It was not Denny's girl. "They been talking a lot about you," Dragon Lady said, and she frowned at Copperhead. "He ain't been saying nothing nice." She laughed. "I ain't been saying nothing." Copperhead fumbled at the snap of his fatigues. One of the thigh pouches was torn. There were holes in both knees. "I don't got nothing to say about the kid." Nightmare hunkered a little. "Kid? What you got to say about Copperhead?" Kid shook his head. "They want us to fall out and fight right here," he thought. Nightmare's laugh started wide, then pulled into gruff, belligerent good nature. Somebody else raised his head from a pile of blankets, blinked sleepily, then grinned, "Hey!" and stood clumsily, scratching first at the sweaty hair across his forehead, then at the belly of his undershirt. His other arm was bandaged to the shoulder. "Hey, it's the kid. You come on back here for a while?" "How you doing, Siam?" Kid hazarded. The brown, agonized face rocking back and forth on the bus floor had been different? No, not that different. "Fine." Siam ducked his head, grinning hugely. "I'm okay. I'm fine." His good hand touched the bandage. The finger bounced down dirty cloth. Nightmare still needed the multiple-headed bulge of a shoulder that spoke of weight-lifting sessions. Siam glanced at the others, got an uneasy look, grinned through the uneasiness, and squatted too, aping Kid. Dragon Lady called, "I want some goddamn coffee." "They ain't got very many cups." The guy had 2 in each hand and 3 in his arms. His hair was a jangle of scrap gold. Chest, chin, and buttocks were all blebs and pustules, his toenails and fingernails filthy, and he was naked. "I don't think I got enough for everybody." He looked around. "Give one to Nightmare, baby." Dragon Lady took one for herself. Denny walked in. He sat next to Kid quietly and leaned on his crossed legs. The knee of his jeans brushed the shin of Kid's. Nightmare took a cup and motioned Baby to give one to Denny. "And give the kid one." "As long as there's one for me." Copperhead got on his second boot and stamped twice. He looked at Kid. "I guess Adam and me can share one." Baby frowned at the cups clutched to his chest. Kid took his cup and thought, if there weren't enough, I suppose we would have to fight. Copperhead got one, so did Siam. "Adam," Dragon Lady called, "Baby done passed out the glasses. What you doing with the brew?" Adam came in, brown face veiled by steam. Steam rolled down over the chains on his chest. He had lots of thick, dark hair. "Here you go." He poured for Dragon Lady and went on to Nightmare. His pants were too big, bunched under, or just sagging from the chain he used for a belt. Kid held his cup with both hands, feeling its heat. In the middle of the room, Baby was examining the last cup to see if a crack went all the way through. "A whole warehouse," Dragon Lady reiterated. "You can go down and get it yourself when you run out of what we brought you." "Shit," Adam squinted through the steam. "We got 'em a whole carton." He rubbed his chest. Chains growled. "I don't make no food runs." Nightmare blew steam down over his hands. "You know I don't make no fucking food runs." "We got so many freeloaders," Copperhead said at the coffee cup he held on his right knee. "You just may have to." Head still low, he looked at Kid again. "We get more of 'em every day." "You got some in there for you?" Dragon Lady finished saying to Adam, who checked the fuming pot and nodded. Then she looked at Copperhead and hooted. "You really down on the kid, eh? Why are you so down on him?" "'Cause Copperhead's big and dumb," Nightmare said. "Now, I like Copperhead. He's big, dumb, and mean. The kid's small and smart, but I bet he's just as mean as Copperhead." "When I got shot," Siam said, "the kid pulled me onto the bus. Kid ain't mean." "Oh, fuck you," Nightmare bellowed, and rolled sharply to his knees. Siam spilled coffee over his hand. Nightmare didn't. Siam put his cup down, shook his fingers, sucked at his knuckles. Nightmare guffawed, sipped, and guffawed again. Copperhead blinked, rubbed his beard against his freckled wrist, and retreated even farther between his shoulders. Kid gripped his cup. His palm was uncomfortably hot. "Hey, Copperhead," he flexed his nubs on burning porcelain. "Hey, Copperhead, why you think they're so anxious to get us after each other?" The redhead glowered from the couch. "I'm half Indian," Kid said, "and you're about, what, half nigger?" He glanced at Dragon Lady, who looked back and forth between them, black eyes aglint in her dark face, as though she were holding a snicker. Nightmare peered over his cup and actually looked surprised. "So I guess they just figure it'll be easy, huh?" Copperhead's glower turned to puzzlement. Then suddenly it broke out in a laugh. "Yeah," Copperhead said. "Yeah, only—" He pointed a thumb at Nightmare at Dragon Lady. "Easy, sure. Only half an Indian's a half-breed or something, right? Half a nigger anywhere around this part of the world is still just a plain old nigger." This laugh was a bark that threw back his head, but the building anger was loosed in contempt about the room. Dragon Lady's laugh got drowned in coffee, which chattered loudly below her lowered eyes. "Copperhead and me," Kid jutted his arm forward for balance and rocked to standing. "We're on the same side, aren't we?" He stepped over someone asleep. "We better be, with you bastards around." "Man, he got your number, white boy," Dragon Lady said to Nightmare, chuckling. "Oh, shut up," Nightmare said. "He got both your numbers," Copperhead said. "Jesus Christ!" He began to dig his hand under the girl on the couch, pulled out his vest. Kid was about to look at Denny, but Denny's girl stepped into the far doorway. She looked very surprised. Kid walked across the room. He saw Copperhead shrugging into his vest, watched him. So did Dragon Lady and Nightmare, each with differing smiles. "You want some coffee?" Kid asked. The girl took the cup he thrust and looked even more surprised. He pushed past, through the door. The sink and counter were heaped with dishes. The table was piled with garbage. A garbage bag underneath had broken. Outside the screen door, the sky heaved and twisted like a thing chained. Kid stopped on the littered linoleum and raised his hands to his face. He'd forgotten the blades. He pressed the heel of his other hand against one eye. Clean metal and dirty flesh. He brought his armed hand closer, till metal tickled his cheek. Beyond metal and skin and screening and wooden roofs across the street, the sky ran and blistered and dribbled on itself. I will play, he thought, this game another hour, one more hour. Then I will go do something else. I'm tired. That's not complicated. I'm just tired. He ground one eye till light spots superimposed blades, hand, and sky. They were laughing in the other room. What do I want here? The boy? He thought to see it fall. I still like him, don't I? He bores me already, thinking, all that guarantees is that he still likes me. Lanya, Kid thought angrily, has gone away. Why? Because I'm impossible. And realized, astonished, what he wanted was her. Double laughter separated into a boy's and a girl's. When they stepped around him hand in hand, she looked quickly away. Denny didn't. Kid felt his expression change, not sure to what, but it made Denny stop. "Get out of here," Denny said to the girl. She looked between them, puzzled and eager. Then she fled back into the living room. After a second, Kid said, "Your girlfriend doesn't like me very much." Denny's shoulders made small, sharp motions. "You've been pretty nice to her." "Like hell." Maybe, Kid thought, I should tell him to go away, like he told her. "Come here." Denny walked over. Kid reached in his pocket for Tack's battery. "Put this in for me?" Denny's face made motions small and strange as his shruggings. I make up rituals, Kid thought. They tried to comprehend them, and forced the memory of Lanya's green eyes shut. Denny fingered the projector. The chain tickled Kid's chest. Biting his lower lip, Denny unsnapped the sphere. He pushed the battery between the clips with his thumb. Kid moved both caged and free fingers on the blades and let his hand swing against Denny's pants. "You got a hard on." "I know." Denny sucked in his lips and thumbed the projector case closed. It clicked. "Okay." Without looking up, he turned for the door. Kid put his thumb between his own legs and hooked his genitals forward against his pants. "Hey, turn around." Denny turned. "And smile." Denny laughed and then tried to stop the laughter. Shaking his head, he said, "You're real crazy." Then he went out. "Jesus Christ!" 13 pushed in around the boy. "Hey, it's the kid." He turned and repeated to Smokey, like an after-image at his shoulder. "It's the kid. Hey, kid, they told me you were around here, but I thought you split already. How you doing?" Kid nodded. The door closed behind them. There isn't room in this kitchen for all these people, Kid thought. "Glad to see you," 13 nodded back. "Before you cut out. I mean," he held the strap of his tank top from his shoulder. "You cutting out?" "I don't know." "I mean, you stay as long as you want. That's fine with me. They got all those goddamn freaks in here. I'm really glad to have somebody like you, you know." "Thanks," Kid said, and wondered what 13 wanted. 13 said, obviously uncomfortable. Somebody told me you've been fucking around with the kids, huh?" "Huh?" "I mean, somebody heard you guys going at it in the loft, you know?" 13 grinned and still looked uncomfortable. "I mean, how old are they? 15, 16? I mean, I just sort of feel responsible for them because they're not that old, you know?" "I wasn't fucking with them. They were fucking with me." "Yeah," 13 said and nodded. "They're too much, huh? I mean, I don't care what you do, man. It's not a moral thing." Suddenly he reached behind him and drew Smokey up under his arm. "I mean, Smokey here is, what are you, honey, 18? And I mean, 17, 18, there ain't that much difference. I just don't want to see anybody hurt him, that's all." "I'm not out to hurt anybody." "Yeah, man, sure." 13 nodded deeply. "I didn't think you were. It's just that, well, some people have, that's all. Come on inside, hey, and smoke some dope with me, hey? I mean, if you feel like it." Kid let his caged hand fall to the side. "I mean, maybe later then, if you want to." 13 grinned again. "It's good you don't want anybody to get hurt." 13 hesitated. "Thanks." Then he pulled Smokey a little closer, and they walked around Kid into the other room while somebody outside the door said, "Hello?" She and her shadow on the screening were out of register. "Kid? That is you?" The door opened. She and his memory of her were, too. She watched him with small things happening at her mouth that could have been preparation for either laughter or recrimination, and other small things happening in her green eyes. "Oh, hey," he said anyway, because something was worming in his chest. It rose to heat his face, left him grinning and squinting. Hey, I'm glad you... His arms went out. She and his memory of her, the screen door clacked, came together between them. Her cheek butted against his, her laughter roared happily at his ear. Oh, hey, I'm glad you came. His arms had whipped across her back, one slightly out and quivering for wanting to close, for the orchid. She leaned away. You're sure? And kissed him. I'm glad, too. He kissed her, harder, longer, losing himself in it. As his hand hung lost in air and metal, he bunched his fingers, loosened them, till he felt the thing in her shirt pocket, cutting. He pulled back. Next to her harmonica was his pen. She said, because she saw him looking, The bartender at Teddy's told me to give it to you. He said you dropped it there. And then he kissed her. It still cut. Again. But he held on. She pulled away once more, wrinkling her nose. Something smells good. Looking around, she went to the living room door. He followed, leaned through with one hand on the white frame. Hey, Nightmare, is there any more of that coffee? You want some, sweetheart? Which was from Dragon Lady. Help yourself. Kid watched her cross the room, leaned back on the frame. She squatted to fill a cup, looked in it first. Someone must have used it, but she shrugged. From the enamel pot. Once she glanced back at him, pushed hair from her forehead, grinned. She picked up the cup and returned. The warmth inside him still grew. On the couch, Denny's girl and Copperhead were going through some sort of toasting game, clicking brims and laughing. Nightmare was saying, I can't hang around this place all day. Hey, Dragon Lady, you gonna come with me? I can't hang around. A woman stuck two brown arms from under a blanket, with quivering fists, waking. Dragon Lady and Adam were whispering about something, dark brown and light brown heads together. Adam rubbed his chains. Suddenly Baby came up. Among the faint fuzz of a new moustache, his nose had run all over his upper lip. Clutched in scrawny, filthy-nailed fingers was a cut-glass bowl, caked at the edges with sugar. You want some? He gestured with his chin toward the tablespoon handle. No, thanks, Lanya said. Kid shook his head, too. Baby said, Oh, and went away. Lanya held up the cup for Kid to sip. His hands came up to guide hers. A blade ticked the crock, so he took that one away, felt the ligaments in the back of her hand with the other. Coffee slapped bitter back across his tongue. He swallowed. Steam tickled his nostrils. She blew. She sipped. She said, It's strong. Hey, baby, wait, come on back here, Adam, Dragon Lady bawled, turning, jangling. Come on now. Through some door, not the kitchen's, a lot of people came into the house. Lanya frowned, blinked. A lot of people came into the room. Coffee, chocolate, and tamarindo faces, hands and shoulders swung by, turning as chains from long or stocky necks swung under several hairdos of beach ball dimensions. Two of the men were arguing, while a third, his arm supple as a black snake, waved and shouted to quell them. Come on, man, come on now, man, come on. A minimal half-dozen white faces were occluded or eclipsed before Kid could fix them. Most, blacks and others, Kid recognized from the Emboriki run. A dark mahogany guy in a black vinyl vest stopped by the couch to regale Copperhead, while a diffident white, vestless and a scorpion only from the chains, his belly and chest were scarred with a single long pucker still scabbed and pink, stood by waiting to speak. In trio they seemed oddly familiar. The black in the vinyl was the one who'd been friendly to him in Denny's group in the department store. A hand the color of an old tire suddenly landed on Lanya's shoulder, another on Kid's. The close-cropped head bobbed between them. The long black body, under the swinging vest flaps and hanging chain loops, was sour with sweat, the breath over small teeth and a heavy hanging lip sour with wine. Shit, drawled in 2 syllables. Hey, Ripper, Lanya said, get off. Kid was surprised she knew his name. But Ripper, yes, it was Jack the Ripper, got off. A stocky white girl with a tattooed arm was talking to Nightmare when 2 more blacks joined the colloquy, loudly. Nightmare, louder, cut over, Man, I can't hang around. Come on, Kid said to Lanya. I want to talk to you. Lanya's eyes flicked from the room to Kid's face. All right. He gestured with his head for her to follow. Stepping around one person and over another, they went into the hall. The noise erupted and trundled and careered. Looking for the room with Denny's loft, Kid pushed open the second door he saw, but there was too much light. Siam, on a crate by the green sink, said, "Hey!" and put the newspaper over his lap. He looked at Kid with a smile that fell apart into odd confusion. "I was reading the paper." At the edge of the bandage over his hand, the flesh was scaling. Siam offered his brown smile again, thought better, took it back. "Just reading the paper." He stood. The paper fell on the floor. The boards had once been painted maroon. There was neither glass nor screening in the wide porch window. The city sloped away down the hill. "You can see so far," Lanya said at Kid's shoulder. She took another sip of coffee. "I didn't realize you could see so far from here." But Kid was frowning. "What's that?" Beyond the last houses, beyond the moiled grey itself, at a place that might have marked the horizon, a low, luminous arc burned. "It looks like the sun coming up," Lanya said. "No," Siam said. "It's the middle of the afternoon. Maybe it's—" He looked at Kid again, stopped. "Maybe it's a fire," Kid said. "It's too wide for the sun." Siam squinted. The arc was reddish. Beyond the gash of the park, a few houses were touched here and there with a copper that, in the haze, paled almost to white gold. "Sometimes," Siam said, "when you see the moon real close to the horizon like that, it looks much bigger. Maybe the same thing happens to the sun sometimes." "But you just said it was the middle of the afternoon." Kid squinted too. "Besides, it's still 10 times too wide." He looked back at Lanya. "Let's go." "Okay." Lanya took his hand, the bladed one, slipping her fingers between the metal to hold 2 of his. They went back into the hall. The room with Denny's loft didn't have a door. "If there's nobody in here," Kid said, "we can talk." "Want any more coffee?" "No." She finished half the cup, while he thought how hot it must be, and put it down on a cluttered ironing board behind the motorcycle. "Get up in the loft." She climbed, looked back. "Nobody's up here." "Go on." She crawled over, first one tennis shoe, then the other disappearing. He came up after her. "Look," she said as he got his other knee over, "I came by because I wanted to apologize for being so, well, you know, running off like that and acting so angry." "Oh," he said, "that's okay. You were angry. I'm just glad you came." One fist balled on the blankets. He settled to his haunches, watching her silhouette against the window shade. "How did you know I was here?" He wanted to put his head in her lap. He wanted to nuzzle between her legs. "How did you find me this time? Who saw me wander up here this morning and came running back to tell you?" "But this is where they said you'd been for—" "I know." He sat back, laughed sharply. "I've been gone another 5 days, right?" Her silhouette frowned. "Or 6, or 10. People have been talking about me again, saying how I've been living it up here, running with the Scorpions, making my rep." He wanted to cup her warm cheeks in his rough, ugly hands. He said, and his voice suddenly became rough, ugly, "I've seen you every day since I met you." He dragged his hands, bladed and unbladed, into his lip, where bone and muscle and chain and leather and nerve and metal, all mixed up, lay heavy and confused and gripping. "I have," he said, swallowed. "That's what it feels like, to me." She said, "That's one of the things I wanted to talk about. I mean, after I left you asleep in the church, I thought maybe you'd want to know some of what happened while you were away. You told me you went looking for me at the park commune. I thought you'd want to know what happened there after that guy with the gun." Fingers and metal and harness moved in his lap. I live in one city." He moved but couldn't lift. "Maybe you live in another. In mine, time leaks, sloshes backwards and forwards, turns up and shows what's on its underside. Things shift. Yeah, maybe you could explain. In your city, you're sane and I'm crazy, but in mine, you're the one who's nuts. Because you keep telling me things are happening that don't fit with what I see. Maybe that's the only city I can live in. Some guy with a gun? In the park?" He laughed harshly. "I don't know if I want to live in yours." She was silent. Once he saw her head jerk at some idea, but she decided not to say that one. Seconds later decided to say another. "You say you saw me last night at the church, and then before that, yesterday morning in the park? All right, I'll accept that's what it looks like to you, if you'll accept that it doesn't seem that way to me. All right?" She gestured toward his knee, did not quite touch it. "I'm curious about your city, but sometime soon ask me about what goes on in mine. Maybe something's there that can help you." "You have my notebook?" "Yes," she smiled. "I figured you were so out of it, you just might leave it behind on the floor. You've written some strange stuff in there." "My poems?" "Those, too," she said, which made him frown because some of this warmth, still unresolved, was connected with wanting to write. "I'm glad you have it, and I'm glad you came to see me, because I—" Footsteps below, and Denny's head came up over the loft edge. "Hey, look, this is—" "Oh, you." Denny crawled up over while someone else climbed. She stopped with her head just visible and recognized Kid with a frown that faded to resignation, then climbed the rest of the way, breasts swinging in blue jersey. This loft is theirs," Kid said to Lanya. "It's his," the girl said. "It isn't mine. All the junk up here is his. We just came to get away from the mob." "You see," Kid said, "instead of telling me what's been going on while I was there, you should be finding out what's been going on here." "Sure," Lanya said. "What?" "I've been bawling these two, for one thing. That seemed like days." Denny's chin jerked. The girl sighed a little. "Denny's a good fuck," Kid said. "She is, too. But sometimes it gets a little hectic." "Denny?" the girl said. Denny, sitting back on his heels, darted his eyes from Lanya to Kid. "Maybe," Kid said, and suddenly his hands came apart, "we could all bawl again. I mean, the four of us. That might work out better." The girl said, "Denny, I'm supposed to be going someplace with Copperhead and his friends. I told you that before. Look, I gotta—" "Oh," Denny said. "Well, okay." "You're sure?" Kid asked the girl. "I mean, the whole idea was because I thought maybe it would make you feel better if—" The girl poised at the edge of the loft. "Look," she said, "you're probably trying to be very nice, but you just don't understand. It isn't my thing. Maybe it's his." She nodded toward Denny. "I don't know. Is it yours?" That was to Lanya. "I don't know," Lanya said. "I've never tried." "I don't mind somebody watching," the girl said, "if it's a friend. But what we were doing," she shrugged, "it isn't me." She got down from the platform, paused again, just a head showing. "Denny, I'll see you later. Goodbye," with the same tone Kid remembered from the 16th floor apartment in the Labries. A second later, she tripped on something, gave a startled, stifled shit, and was gone. Kid looked from Denny to Lanya, back to Denny. He started. We figured we'd use your loft because, well, there were so many other people around. Like she said, the mob." "That's okay," Denny said. He crossed his arms. "Is it okay if I watch?" Lanya laughed and sat back against the window edge. A scar of light from beside the shade lay on her hair. Denny looked at her. "That's what I like to do. Sometimes, I mean, since it's my place. He knows." "Sure," Lanya said. "That's reasonable." She nodded, laughed again. "We were just using it to talk," Kid said. "Oh," Denny said. "I just thought because you were saying we should all, all of us." "You do live in a strange city," Lanya said. "Maybe I do, too." She looked at Denny. "Where do you live?" "Right here," Denny frowned. "Most of the time." "Oh." After a moment, Lanya said, "You two have been at it? Why don't you two make it, then?" She moved her tennis shoes from beneath her, raised her knees, dropped her meshed fists between. "And I'll watch. I've been in the other room when two guys were bawling, but I've never been in the same bed. The idea sort of turns me on." Kid said, "I just meant—" "I know," Lanya said. "You want Denny and me to bawl, and you want to watch." "Well," she shrugged, tossed her hair, and grinned. "I think you're cute," at Denny. "I wouldn't mind that." "Gee," Denny said, I don't know if—" and shifted into some other emotional gear. "Because, you see, that's what we were—" and into another. Before. It was okay, but he went forward on his fists, lowered his haunches. It's just that it wasn't her. He glanced over the edge. Like she said. And I'd never done it that way either. Oh, Lanya said, pushing her elbows together. Kid thought, I still don't know her name. Hey, he said to Lanya, come here. Lanya pursed her lips, hesitated with stiffened arms. Then they unstiffened. She came forward. You too, motherfucker. Denny practically fell against his side. Kid caught the boy's neck in the crook of his arm. The blade swung beyond Denny's face, dim in half-light. Kid pulled his arm tight around Lanya's shoulder, his hand an epaulette over blouse, collarbone, muscle. If you don't play, you don't watch. He had been planning to squeeze them affectionately, maybe say something else funny, and let go. But for a moment he was aware that they were two entirely different temperatures, and something in his own heat was defined, resolved, released. And Denny, his shoulder hot and still powdery dry, reached across Kid's chest, put 2 fingers against Lanya's cheek, her neck against Kid's arm, cooler and softer as though it had been recently dried after rain, and said, You're... and stopped when she reached out and put her palm on Denny's neck. Kid said, Yeah. She watched, something happening in her face, which became quiet laughter, her eyes going back and forth between Kid's and Denny's, pulling herself closer. Denny's head suddenly moved. His laugh back was sharp, shrill. Still, whatever tensions were in it, eased in it. You open your mouth after this morning, cocksucker, Kid said, and it won't be my dick you get in it. Kid, Lanya's protest was real, but Denny caught Lanya's forearm, turned his face into her palm. Something in the machinery between Kid's belly and loin tightened. Denny was trying to climb over him. Kid moved a leg between them. Something scraped. Lanya got one elbow under her. Kid's hand dragged her back. It's clumsy, Kid thought. It is clumsy. And the despair that he had been trying to hold in suspension for how long broke. He thought he was going to cry. What came out was a great, voiceless gasp. Denny lay his head down on Lanya's hand that was on Kid's chest. Then he said softly, Aren't we going to take our clothes off this time? Lanya moved her other hand down Denny's head till she was holding his ear. Don't pull, Denny said. I'm not pulling, she said. I'm tickling. Oh, Denny said, and then, That's nice. And then raising his head, I think you better take that thing off, at least. Kid looked at his hand still in the air. It was quieter in the other room. Lanya suddenly sat. Oh, wow, sure. She wore one of her stranger expressions. I didn't even see. Kneeling over him, she took Kid's wrist, got the clasp. Kid was completely astonished when Denny's hands joined hers, and with no clumsiness, the blades opened, fell away. The harness was lifted from his tingling wrist. Lanya put it on the window ledge by the blind, where it stood upright, a long, bright crown. Kid turned his freed hand in the air, looking at the hirsute joints and ruined tips, flecks, horny palms and knuckles folding, opening, till, tired, it began to waver, fall. Someone tugged at his belt. Someone pulled at his vest shoulder. He laughed, turning, while through some door in another room a lot of people left. They made love. It was energetic, it was graceful, it was intense. He was a warmth that moved around and between them. They were warmths that moved around him, between him and each other. Once, eyes closed against the damp blanket, he moved his hand across her rib cage, brushing beneath her breasts with the knuckle of his thumb. She caught her breath, till he reached her arm, then let it out, and followed her arm to where her elbow bent on Denny's belly, and on to where her hand held Denny's penis. After moments his hand came away, against the embankment of her hip, crossed it. He pressed his fingertips in the hair over her pubic bone, slid them down to cup, to press in. First one, then the other, he touched their genitals. Finally he pushed himself to his knees, put one knee across them watch him, blinked. Sweat dribbled his cheek, a drop caught in his eyelash and shook. He bent his head. Is it only an hour, he wondered, that encompassed 3 people's 4 orgasms? Now I know why, though foreplay can be delineated in all its fascinating and psychotropic detail, a poet must use asterisks or blank paper for orgasmic mechanics that satisfying. They open to something so wide, you can now understand why, when sex is that good, you may say, the sex is not the most important part, and feel these words analog some shadow of truth. Then he remembered, amidst his auto-pontifications, there were two other people who would have to agree with him before he could even suspect such maunderings correct. Grinning, he pushed up on his hands, climbed over one of them, stopped to stare at the sleeping face, full up, lips momentarily pressing, nostrils flaring, two fingers coming to scratch the nose and fall away, still in sleep. Looked over at the other, this one on the side, lips parted, lower eyelid mashed slightly open, revealing an albumin line, breath whispering against curled knuckles. And, after taking the pen from Lanya's pocket and putting it in a bottom hole of his vest, climbed down, dragging his clothes on top of him. He wondered if they woke, would they think he had gone to the bathroom. In the doorway he pulled on his pants, put on his vest. There was a cold line against his chest. The pen. The chain around him was hot. He ran his fingertips along it, concerned and trying to recall why. In the strangely quiet hall, he went to the porch door, opened it, and squinted. Gold trapezoids lay high up the lapped plank wall. His moist skin was slathered with bronze. Each hair on his forearm glowed amber. He heard his own loud breath. He closed his mouth. Looking down at his chest, before his vision blurred with tears, he saw that one prism had laid out on his skin a tiny chain of color. The house was perfectly silent behind him. He rubbed his eyes, shook his head. The tearing stopped, anyway. He raised his eyes again, looked out the porch window at the horizon again. When he'd first moved to New York City to go to Columbia, he had brought with him an absolute panic of the bomb. It had been October. He had no Thursday morning classes, was still half asleep in the sweaty sheets of a persistent Indian summer. Sirens woke him. He remembered no scheduled test. A jet snarled somewhere on the sky. He got chills and immediately tried to logic them away. This is the sort of coincidence, he thought, blinking at the dull window, that can ruin a good day. Then the window filled with blinding yellow light. He'd leaped from the bed, taking the sheets with him. His throat cramped and his heart exploded while he watched gold fire spilled from window to window in the tenement across the street. The fireball, he thought, beyond the pain in his terrified body. The light's here now. The shock and the sound will arrive in 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and I will be dead. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds later, he was still standing there, shaking, panting, trying to think of some place to hide. The clouds, in coincidence compounded, had pulled away from the sun. The plane was gone. The clock radio in the bookshelf said noon. The siren lowered its pitch, softened its whine, and ceased. What he'd felt then had been active terror. What he felt now was its passive equivalent. It couldn't be a fireball, he thought. That was impossible. Beyond the mist, it shone through as moon or sun shone through an even veil of clouds. It was the color of the sunrise. Perhaps a sixth of the circle had risen, sequented by the horizon. But already it was, 100, 300, 600 times the area of the platinum poker chip he remembered as the sun. If the sun went nova, he thought. Between his loudening heart, he ferreted this information. If that's what it was, then the earth would boil away in seconds. His heart stilled. What a silly fact to base one's confidence on before this light. The clouds over half the sky were a holocaust of pewter and pale gold. Was the light warm? He rubbed his bronzed forearm. The verdigris spigot on the wall dropped molten splashes on the muddy drain. Torn paper tacked to the frame of the window filigreed the shadow on the wall beside him. When he had thought the bomb had fallen back in New York, he had been left with a tremendous energy, had paced and pondered and searched for something to do with it, had ended up just walking it away. I may be dead, he thought, in seconds, minutes, hours. He squinted at the brilliant arc, already perhaps 30 houses wide. The thought came with absurd coolness, I'm going to write something. He sat quickly on the floor, Despite callous, he noticed again it was so much easier to distinguish textures in the gritty boards with the foot he kept bare than the one he wore booted. Pulled the paper Siam had left up from the top of the crate. His pants pulled across the place he'd scraped his knee climbing into the loft. The Times was often sloppily laid out with frequent white spaces. Paging through, he saw one and pulled his pen out of his vest. I had a mother, I had a father. Now I don't remember their names, I don't remember mine. In another room, 2 people are sleeping who are nearer to me by how many years and thousands of miles, for whom, in this terrifying light, I would almost admit love. He opened the pages back and placed the paper on the crate. The pages were yellow in the new light, and it was not blank space. The bottom quarter was boxed for an advertisement. Inside, 2-inch letters announced, "Brass Orchids." In smaller italic type beside the title, set off in quotation marks, were lines of verse. He mouthed, "At this incense," and balked. He threw back his head at the chills on his neck and closed his eyes against the light. Inside his lids was the color of orange rind. Opened his eyes to look at the paper. A misreading. "This incidence." He let his breath out. Why had they taken those lines, he wondered? Without the 2 before or the one after, they meant nothing? He puzzled on the severed image, clicking his pen point. What was the purpose of it? What had he wanted to write? His forehead moistened, his eye drifted to the column of type down the left of the advertisement, and snagged on New Boy. He went to the top to shake loose the confusion. We have lost our poet in residence. To be precise, at 6:30, after a farewell breakfast prepared by Mrs. Alt, Professor Wellman, Mr. and Mrs. Green, Thelma Brandt, Colonel Harris, Roxanne, and Toby Fisher were among the guests who rose in time. After a rushed, alas, second cup of coffee, our driver, Nick Padiakis, arrived from Wells Cottage to drive Ernest Newboy down to Helmsford. A moving incident at the regretted departure. A young man whom Mr. Newboy had been encouraging with his poetry came to wave an admiring farewell at the mouth of Bologna's own Pons Asinorum. So another celebrity leaves, loved. But Bologna, it would seem, in all its impoverishment, holds myriad fascinations. We had heard rumors of the coming of our most recent guest. Still we had, frankly, entertained some doubts as to whether this visit would, as it were, come off. Communication with the outside world, as all of you know who have tried it, is an exhausting, inaccurate, and frustrating business here at best. How convenient. In the same trip with which our Nick delivered Mr. Newboy onto his journey to Pittsfield, he was able to meet, as per tentative arrangements, with Captain Michael Camp. They arrived in Bologna shortly after 3 o'clock. Captain Camp is indefinite about the length of his stay. We cannot express what a privilege it is to have this illustrious gentleman with us in... Incense had come as a misreading of incidents. Did illustrious echo illusion? Kid wondered. He raised his eyes to the bright vista, squinted, and thought, the problem of hallucinating red eyes, even a great red one rising into the sky. The thought came with a load of monstrous comfort. This is impossible. He stopped clicking his pen. Momentarily he wanted to laugh. Hallucination? He gazed into the light, tried to open his eyes full to it. They hurt and refused. He had wanted to write something? This wasn't even hallucination. I'm probably lying in bed somewhere with my eyes closed. Is that called dreaming? After images deviled the walls. He turned his head away and into darkness. Dreaming? His cheek was on a blanket. One arm was cramped beneath his side. He was filled with the tingling one has after having laughed a long time. He lay trying to remember what had just passed, gnawing at his fingers till he tasted blood, and kept gnawing. Lanya shifted, made some slow, sleepy sound. Kid took his hand from his mouth, curled his fingertips tight against his palm. "Hey," he said. "Are you asleep?" Lanya stretched. "More or less." She lowered her chin and looked down at the blonde head between their hips. "What was his name?" Kid laughed. Denny's hand uncurled on Kid's thigh. Then the blonde head came up. "Huh? What's your name?" She pushed back cords of his hair. Denny's lids slid closed. He sighed without answering and lay down again. Kid held his laughter in this time. Lanya shook her head, her hand at Kid's forehead, pushing at his coarser hair. "How was he?" whispered from somewhere down in his chest. I heard you two when I was sort of half asleep." He cupped her cheek, and she turned to lip the ham of his thumb. "How did he do?" She turned back. A smile and a frown mixed themselves on her face. "Now which one of you was that?" She laughed when he shook her ear. "Very sweet and very energetic." She glanced down again. "Sort of up and down, you know. He's got quite a sense of humor." "That's one name for it." Her eyes came up again. Even in the shadow, their green was bright between his fingers, barring her face. "Terribly, terribly sweet, mainly. And how are you?" She closed her eyes and smiled. "You know what he did this morning?" "What?" "He dragged me in here and said he was going to blow me, and then he got that girl in here." She opened her eyes. "Oh, is that how it happened?" He felt her eyebrows raise. "Well, I guess turnabout is fair play." "I dig that scene." "So I noticed. You're sweet, too." But she was sort of funny about the whole thing. I didn't like it. I mean, with her. So I gathered. "Also, he's a little boy, isn't he? Or is he another baby face like you?" "He's 15. She's 17, I think." Lanya sighed. "Then perhaps you just have to give them time to grow into their own perversions. And by the way, how are you?" "Fine," Kid grinned. "I'm really fine." And laughing, she pushed her face toward his. Hands scrabbled on Kid's belly. Denny grunted. An elbow hit Kid's stomach. A knee hit his knee. "Hey, watch it," Lanya said. "I'm sorry," Denny said, and fell on top of them. The scent of Denny's breath, which was piney, joined Lanya's, which reminded Kid of ferns. "Ooh," Lanya said. "Would you please tell me what your name is?" "Denny," Denny said loudly in Kid's ear. "What's yours?" "Lanya Colson." "You're the Kid's old lady, huh?" "When he remembers who I am." Her hand on Kid's wrist squeezed. Kid rubbed the back of Denny's neck with one hand and held Lanya's with the other. Again he felt how chalky Denny's skin was. Lanya's was warm. "You like this?" Lanya laughed and moved her arms farther around Denny's back. "Up here, where I live." Denny suddenly pulled back. "You like this?" They watched him hunker on the blankets. The side of Kid's thigh on hers was warm. The top, where Denny had been, cooled. "You can't stand up," Lanya said, "but it must be good for sitting and thinking." "I stay up here a lot," Denny said, "'cause it never gets that hot. Then sometimes I don't come up here 2 or 3 days. Suddenly he sat back and pulled a plastic envelope into his lap. "You like this?" "What is it?" Lanya asked and leaned forward. "It's a shirt," Denny said. "It's a real pretty shirt." Kid looked, too. Beneath the plastic cover and over green satin, gold strings tangled. The fringe was attached to the velveteen yoke. Velveteen cuffs sported gilt and green glass links. "I found it in a store." Denny reached behind him. "And this one." Silver thread elaborately embossed the black. "Those were the 2 I like," Denny explained. "Only you can't wear stuff like this around here. Maybe if I go someplace else." He looked between the 2 quickly. Kid scratched the hair between his legs and drew away a little. Lanya had leaned closer. "They are pretty." "What's that one made of?" Kid asked. Lanya pressed the plastic covering with her palm. "It's crepe. And I have these." Denny pushed the shirts behind him. "See?" When the lid clicked off the plastic box, the cubes inside bounced. "It's a game," Denny explained. "I found it in another store. It's too complicated for me to play, and there's nobody here to play it with, but I like the colors." Lanya picked up one of the green blocks. On each face was an embossed gold letter, PQRSOI. Denny blinked and held the box open for her to replace the playing piece. She turned it in her fingers a long time, till Kid's awareness of Denny's restrained impatience made him uncomfortable. "Put it back," Kid said quietly. She did, quickly. "And this," Denny pulled out an oversized paperback book. "You gotta look at those close. They're very funny pictures." "Esha!" Lanya exclaimed. "They certainly are." Kid reached over her arm to turn the page. "Where did you get those?" Lanya asked. "In another store." Kid idly wondered at the hesitation, but didn't look up. In somebody's house, Denny corrected himself. We broke in. This was there, so I took it. You seen 'em before, ain't you?
Mm-hmm, Lanya nodded.
Kid turned another page of etched perspective, imploded on itself, and put back together inside out. Lanya bent to look now. This, Denny said. They both looked, and Kid took the book from Lanya and handed it back to Denny. That's all right, Denny said. She can look at it, ignoring Kid's gesture. He showed them a silver box. Ain't this a neat radio? It's got AM and FM, and it even says short wave. It was the size of a box of kitchen matches, and all sorts of other dials. I wonder if they do anything, Lanya said. That one says the volume, Denny explained. The button's there. That one is the AFC thing, so it doesn't slide around. But you can't tell around here because radios don't work here anymore. Like the shirts, she said. When you go someplace else, you'll have something nice. If we go someplace else, Denny considered, I'll probably leave all this stuff here. You can get lots of nice things anywhere around. You just pick it up. I meant somewhere outside the... Kid watched her realize that Denny had not. Suddenly she touched the radio. It isn't square, she announced. The black and metal box was trapezoidal. She flattened her hands to the sides of it. It is beautiful, she said, in the voice of someone admitting that a puzzle was still insoluble. What was the name of his roommate in Delaware, who had had so much trouble with the paper on mathematical induction, another thing he couldn't remember, and was sad at his ruined memory and happy for Lanya? It really is just lovely. Kid leaned close to her and kneaded the inside of his thighs. He'd laid the Escher against his calf. The corner of the book nicked. He didn't move it. You seen these pictures, too? Denny brought out another paper-covered book. Lanya said, Let me see. She turned over the first page and frowned. Did Boucher ever paint religious pictures? Kid ventured. Not, Lanya said, for three-dimensional laminated plastic dioramas. I think 3D pictures are great, Denny said, while Kid felt vaguely embarrassed. These are strange. Lanya turned another page. A crowned woman in blue stood 1 foot on a crescent moon, while below her 2 naked men cowered in a rowboat. Ghosts of the same picture at other angles haunted the striated plastic. What's the next? Lanya asked. A man who looked like a classical Jesus in a loincloth limped on a single crutch, one hand, with stigma, extended. Spanish? She mused. Puerto Rican, Kid suggested. Lanya glanced at him. It doesn't have any writing anywhere. A woman, perhaps the Virgin, as likely an empress, rode on a tiger. The rocks and moss and water in the background, that's lifted from Da Vinci. Lanya turned to the next. These are really... She closed the book to a white cover on which was a crowned and bleeding heart behind a cross. You can't tell me those are Christian. Did you find this in somebody's house, too? In a store, Denny said. He was hunting at the edge of the blanket again. And these? In his cupped hands were 3 glass cubes set with glittering stones. Dice? Kid asked. I had 4 of them, Denny said. 1 broke. He rolled them against Lanya's leg. 3, 2, and 6. Counting the top numbers was difficult because of pips on other faces. You're really into collecting pretty things. Lanya picked up a cube. Denny sat back against the wall and hugged his knees. Mm-hmm. Me too. She watched him. Only I leave them where I find them, like buildings or trees or paintings in museums. You just... Denny let his knees fall open. Notice where they are and go back and look at them? She nodded. Denny tangled his fists in the blanket between his feet. But you don't have to do it that way here. You can just take what you want. Well, maybe not the trees and the buildings, but the paintings. If you find one you like, you just carry it with you. Shit, you can go live in a fucking building if you like it, in front of the fucking tree. No, Lanya let her thin back bend. I'm into collecting pretty, useful objects. Yours are just pretty. Huh? But if they're supposed to stay useful, I have to leave them where they are. You think there's something wrong with taking that stuff? No, of course not. As long as you didn't take it from somebody. Well, it must have belonged to somebody once. Do you think there's something wrong with taking it? Shit, Denny grinned. Nobody's going to catch me. You like taking stuff? It's not... Say, Denny came to his knees, you ever hustle? Huh? Lanya recovered from her surprise with an unsteady grin. I beg your pardon. I mean, take money for going to bed with somebody? No, I certainly haven't. Denny has, I bet, Kid said. Yeah, sure, Denny said, but I just wanted to know about you. Her amusement faltered toward curiosity. Why? Would you? I don't know. Perhaps. She laughed again and took his knee in her hands. Are you planning to set me up in business now? There isn't any business here. Denny giggled. That's not what I meant. Suddenly he picked up the plastic box, opened the lid, tossed. Hey, Lanya shrieked, and scrambled back under the cubes of colored wood. Denny picked up a fallen cube and threw it at her. Oh, cut that out. He threw another one and laughed. Damn it. Scowling, she picked up a handful and flung them back hard. He ducked. They clicked the wall. She hurled another that hit his head. Ow! He flung one back. She laughed and threw two more, one with the left hand and one with the right. Both hit. Denny rolled away in hysterics and scrambled after more gaming pieces. You're gonna lose the... Kid started. Then he stretched across the front edge of the loft to keep the pieces from rolling over. Denny's laughter bobbed between octaves. Kid thought, his voice hasn't even finished changing. Lanya was laughing too, almost so hard she couldn't throw. A cube hit Kid's hip. He knocked it back onto the blanket. Another went over his shoulder, clattering to the floor. He watched them turn and duck and toss, and wished they would throw pieces at him. After a while they did. He threw them back, tried to guard the edge, gave up, by now laughing himself, till it hurt beneath his sternum, and couldn't stop laughing, so hurled the bright cubes with gold P's, Q's, K's, and R's. It's not fair, Lanya cried against Kid's arm, then laughed again when they had made him abandon the loft edge. Just 'cause you throw so hard. Cube in hand, Denny ducked first left, then right. Come on now, Kid panted and couldn't laugh any more. Denny looked over the edge. There's a lot of them on the floor. Lanya pulled back, threw another. It deflected from Denny's thigh. She ducked behind Kid. Denny glanced back. There goes another one. Lanya looked out tentatively. Maybe we'd better go down and pick them up. Frowning, Denny turned back for the box. Yeah. He stopped to place the shirts and books and the glass dice in the corner. Koth regarded the board from his Dayglow poster. A shirt casing had gotten torn. Let's go down, Kid said. Lanya followed him on the ladder. They picked up cubes. When Denny came down, she threw one at him as he stepped to the floor. Hey, don't, Denny said, because the cube went off into the junk beneath the platform. I'm sorry, Lanya snickered again. Here, let me help. She followed him back into the leaning tools, piled chairs, cartons. She held back an ironing board while Denny dropped down. Got it? She came over with the box and held it for Kid to put in his handful. While he fingered them clumsily into place, she asked, Have you ever taken money for having sex with somebody? Yes. Men and women? One cube stuck against another. Kid pressed, and another jumped out of the matrix. Just men. Maybe I should try it, she said after a moment. Everybody thinks about it. Why? Kid stopped for another cube by his foot. And maybe you've just made a good point. When Kid stood to place the cube, she added, But that wouldn't stop me. She snapped the lid and turned toward Denny. Kid grinned, watching her backbone like an arrow into her buttock's heart. I do not know, he thought, what goes inside her. All I'm sure is that it's very different from what it looks like is going on. There's still some up top. She started up the ladder. I don't see any more here. Kid started behind her. Hey, Denny said. Then something locked around Kid's neck, scraped his sides, and hung on. Fuck, what the... Carry me, Denny shouted, clinging. Go ahead, carry me on up. Fuck you, Kid shouted, sagging on his grip. He tried to shake the boy loose. Don't choke me to death, you stupid bastard. He hauled up another rung. Lanya crouched on the ledge. You'll drop him. Kid hauled up one more. Get on up there, cocksucker. Lanya was tugging at Denny's arm. Kid tried to heave Denny up. Hey! Kid felt Denny slipping. Bare feet pawed his hip. Then something scrambled over his head. Hey, Denny repeated in a different voice. He tugged at Kid's shoulder. Are you all right? Lanya sat behind him, slapping first her thighs and then her stomach, once more helpless with laughter. Fuck you. Kid crouched on the loft edge. As he leaned forward, something hissed across his chest. Hey, my chain. What? Denny pushed himself backward, pulling the blankets from the board. He reached without looking for his own anklet. Kid wondered if that was what had scraped so at his side. Lanya watched, her lips apart. "My chain," Kid repeated. He turned to sit on the edge of the loft and looked down. The end, dangling from his foot, swung inches above the floor. He reached down to pull it up. "It broke this morning. Somebody broke it." "Who?" Lanya asked. "Somebody broke it. I tried to fix it, but I knew it probably wouldn't hold." With 2 fingers, he followed it across his shoulder. The break was at the same link. He pulled the ends together. "Wait a second," Lanya said. "You don't have any nails. Let me look." She crouched before Kid, so close her hair tickled his chest. How can she see, he wondered. "I just about got it." She did something with her teeth. "Hey," Kid said. "There," and pushed herself backward. Behind Lanya, Denny asked now, "Who broke it?" Denny lay his foot on Lanya's knee. He put down the box and brought his arms around her stomach, pulled her to him, laid an arm along hers. "Don't those get in your way?" She glanced over Denny's leg at his dog-chained ankle. "Sexy, I suppose." "Who?" Denny repeated his question. "I don't know," Kid said. "I really don't." He fingered for the weak link. Part of it was the dimness, but he doubted he could find that link now, even in full light. He tugged first here, then there. "You really fixed it?" Lanya, her shoulder under Denny's chin, bit her lip to retain laughter. The words, "in time," fell through his head, and he was unsure what they referred to. "I found something," he thought, "in time. Who needs monasteries?" He laughed out loud for Lanya's caged humor. She let go Denny and picked up the box, looking about her legs to see if any more pieces had fallen out. A cube gnawed the side of Kid's foot. "Here." Lanya recovered herself to hold out the box. Kid tossed the cube in. She put the box on her thigh to fit the cube in place. "You really think you're a funny little cocksucker, huh?" Kid stood up, crouched, moved forward. His head tapped the ceiling. Not hard, but he staggered. "Yeah?" He crouched again, turning toward Denny and rubbing his groin. "Look at you. You suck a nice dick. You give some good head. What do you think that makes you?" He nudged Lanya with his elbow. The cubes rattled. She looked up. "Yeah, I like his tongue up my ass. But you think that makes you anything more than lukewarm shit?" "Hey, look at Denny." Kid pointed between Denny's legs. "See, I do like that, and he's got a hard-on already." He sat down and smiled. "Come on, let's get out of here." "Now?" Lanya asked. "Yeah, now." Denny crawled over to look in the box. "We got all the pieces," he sighed. "Uh-huh," she said quietly, and closed the lid. Denny put the box in the corner. Kid pulled out his vest and put it on. Lanya sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed. Kid could not decide if her expression were pensive or absent. "Come on." He tossed her blouse and did not wait to see what she did with it, but reached for his pants. "Did everybody leave the house?" Lanya asked. "It sure is quiet," Denny said. Kid looked back. Lanya pushed another button through its hole. The blouse tails lay a tangle in her lap. Denny stooped, listening, his cock finally lowering. "I'm hungry," Kid said. "I haven't done anything but fuck for 24 hours. You, him, his girlfriend." "You're a busy," Lanya pulled on her jeans, "son of a bitch." "Huh?" "Nothing." "Him, then you again." The 2 hooks came through the belt. "Jesus!" He looked up. Denny said, "It sure is quiet. Maybe everybody went out." "That'd be nice," Lanya said. "Do you guys keep food in the house?" Kid asked. "Not very long." Denny tossed Kid his projector. Lanya started down first. She held the laces of her tennis shoes in her teeth. "I can't carry them and climb, too," she had to say 3 times before they understood. While Denny dropped over the edge, Kid turned to get the orchid. The light around the window shade was neon orange. As he picked up the clustered blades, red gleamings poured down the edges. Kid frowned and backed to the ladder. In the hallway, Lanya asked, "Has the smoke cleared up outside?" The window in the hall door was filled with light like bloody sunrise. "I guess they all have gone out." Denny looked in another room. "Do you think maybe it is clearing off?" Lanya asked. "Let's go outside and see." Kid followed them to the front door. Lanya opened it and went down the steps. "There are still clouds all over the sky." She reached the sidewalk, turned round, looked up, and screamed. While Kid and Denny hurried down, the scream lost voice and became just expelled air. On the sidewalk, they turned to look up in the direction she stared. From the edge of the sidewalk, 3/4 of the disk was visible above the houses. The clouds dulled it enough to squint at, but it went up, covering the roofs, and up, and up, and up. What they could see of it filled half the visible sky, and Kid realized half of the sky is huge. But that fell away into impossibility, or unverifiability anyway. The rim was a broil of gold. Everything was like burning metal. Lanya pressed his shoulder, gasping. Denny was saying, "Huh?" and taking a step backward and saying, "Huh?" again. He backed into Kid. His head snapped around, and the expression, the sockets of his eyes were cups of molten brass spilling down his cheeks, was maniacal. "Hey, that's really something, ain't it?" The question was not rhetorical. "Ain't it something?" He turned to squint again. "What is it?" Lanya whispered. "It's the sun," Kid said. "Don't you see, it's just the sun." "My God, we're falling into it." Lanya caught her breath, released it, then began to cry. "Oh, come on," Kid said. "Cut it out, will you?" "My God," she whispered and looked again. He watched her face, open and glistening and shaking. "Is it dangerous?" Denny whispered. "I'm scared as a motherfucker." "It's getting bigger," Lanya shrieked, turned and crouched with her hands against the side of her face. "No, it's not," Kid said. "At least not fast enough to see. Hey, come on." He hit at her shoulder. The orchid swung from the chain on his chest, tickling and glittering. "It isn't a dream," Kid thought. "I was dreaming already. It isn't a dream. That would make it—" Bands of muscle made his throat so tight it hurt. "Hey," he pounded his fist on Denny's back. "Hey, are you okay?" Eyes wide and chest all filled up with air, Denny got out, "Yeah." Lanya knuckled at her face, pulling creases into it, as she squinted at the great circle. "Come on," Kid reiterated. "Let's go, huh?" Denny followed, too quickly to tell why. Lanya waited till they had gone 3 steps. Kid looked back, then ran after them, her face bewildered. She caught Kid's hand. Kid held his other one to Denny, who took it tightly. Denny was sweating. "That is something." Kid glanced up again. "I never seen anything like that before in my life." Kid looked at Lanya, who was watching him oddly, and not where she was going. "We're not falling into the sun or anything like that," Kid said. "Otherwise we'd be burned up already. It isn't even hot." He looked at Denny, who dropped his eyes from the sky and looked back. "Well, Jesus Christ," Kid said. "Don't you think it's pretty fucking funny?" They didn't laugh. "I mean, there's nothing you can do about it." He did, alone. It felt good. "What in the world is it?" Lanya repeated. Her voice was calmer. "I don't know," Kid said. "I don't know what the fuck it is." Copperhead, hair like hell-bright rust, sprinted around the corner and stopped in the middle of the street, boots apart, elbows bent, fists swinging about his hips and belly. The other scorpions caught up. Among them was Siam and Jack the Ripper and Denny's girl, but neither Dragon Lady nor Nightmare. Kid let go their hands and pointed to the sky. "Ain't that too fucking much?" He laughed, and the tight things in his throat loosened. He came out of the laughter, which had closed his eyes and jerked the small of his back almost into spasm, to find them watching. "Hey, Copperhead, where you going? You going to come with me?" "What?" Copperhead began to bellow, then coughed, and there was nothing left in his voice to sustain. "What is that?" His voice was tearfully inane. "Is it some kind of heat lightning?" Someone else said, "Does that look like lightning to you?" Kid blinked and wondered. "You better come on with me," he dared. "You all right, Kid?" the black in the vinyl vest asked from behind Copperhead, drifting there as Lady of Spain drifted behind him. "You," Kid spoke carefully, explaining to them as though it were a lesson, "come on with me." He took a breath and started across the street. As he stepped up on the curb, a hand caught his shoulder. He looked back. It was Denny, and behind him Lanya. Black scorpions moved around them, passed in front of them. And footsteps. He didn't look back again. Perhaps, he thought, we are all going to die in moments, obscured by flame and pain. That is why this. And then, perhaps we are not. That is why this, in this way. Scorpions milled and clustered, and he chuckled again. That was as silly as the blades tickling his chest. Laughter grasped the back of his tongue to shake it loose. Flesh lay too heavy in his mouth, so it retreated and heaved itself against the spike of his spine. "I am happy," he thought, and heard somebody else, a white girl, not Lanya, the scorpion who wore a vest and was called Filament, laughing too. So he let his own. It doubled him up. staggering. Somebody, that was Lanya, and that was almost enough to stop him, cried out, but others laughed. Somebody else, that was Denny, and when he saw it was, he kept laughing through his puzzlement, ran past, picked up the lid of a garbage can leaning against the curb, and hurled it up the street. It went clattering against a stoop. Denny danced back in the blood-colored light. Gold nodes ground in the clouds. Kid reached out, had to lean to catch Lanya's fingers. His fingers, between hers, pummeled the back of her hand. She came up against his side and watched in wonder as others pushed ahead on the cobbled street. "Pick a house," he told her. "Huh?" "Just pick a house on the street," he whispered. She bent nearer to hear. "Maybe one you don't like very much." Copperhead bounded past them, flung his arm. The brick shard flew across the street, shattered the window. Copperhead, full hair and sparse beard furious, turned back, grinning. "That one?" Kid asked. "No," with an urgency he could not follow. "At the top of the hill. That one, there." "Okay." Kid wheeled. The blonde girl in the pea-jacket was falling back through the loose blacks. She was crying. She looked at the sky and cried harder. Denny's girl put her arm around her, was talking, was making consoling motions with her head. Once she glanced at the great burning wheel. Her face was webbed with rage. Kid's hand went up across his cheek. Bristle clawed his palm. "This way." He waved and turned again. They passed around him as he turned in the light. "Hey, Ripper, Denny, Copperhead." He caught at the jouncing projector and thumbed at the bottom pip. "How do you turn this thing on?" "Huh?" Ripper looked back. "Oh, to the side, not in." The pip slid. Of course, he thought, I can't see anything from inside, and wondered what he looked like. Lanya had stepped away and was looking all over him. Kid beat his knees and swung about, and Denny had disappeared in his own deformed explosion. "Hey," the espresso-hued Ripper called, "we going on." Figure passed figure as they milled about the cobbles. Kid looked where Copperhead was laughing, and Copperhead disappeared in his lucent arachnid. The menagerie formed in the terrible light. 13, whom Kid hadn't seen till now, passed him. "Come on," he whispered to Smokey beneath his arm. "Let's get out of here. This ain't gonna be no good." "I want to watch," she insisted. "I want to watch." Kid reached the porch. Some people were running behind him. He'd broken down 3 doors in his life, so he expected to bruise his shoulder. The light that was Denny blinked beside him. The boy was climbing the rail. Kid crashed into the weathered wood. It flew back so easily he went down on one knee and grabbed at the jamb. About him the mystic aspects lurched. At the same time, glass broke, and the light filled the hallway as Denny's apparition came through the shattered porch window. "Oh, Jesus!" A girl's black face passed the door opposite. Then another's. "It's scorpions!" A skinny black boy ran into the room with a stick. He opened his mouth, and his eyes wide. "Jimmy, you come on." The boy, was he 20? Kid staggered to his feet, a little scared, and not believing he was invisible behind some bright beast, kept on jerking at the stick. "Jimmy," she shrieked, "come out of there. It's a scorpions, for God's—" Jimmy, Kid was surprised, suddenly closed his mouth, flung away his stick, and ran back through the doorway. Somewhere else in the house, footsteps banged down steps. Denny beat Kid to the doorway and extinguished. He leaned through, then looked back with a puzzled grin. Others had already surged into the room to fling their shadows in the red light across the wall. "Hey, you see those niggers run?" Behind Kid, somebody overturned a chair. He frowned, realized no one could see it, stopped frowning, and slid the stud over the bottom of his projector. "Shit, man," Denny said. "Them was some scared black motherfuckers." Shaking his head, he went on through the doorway. "Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't— What the fuck they got in here? Come on, goddammit, don't do that." In the maroon light across the wall in front of Kid, an apish shadow grew smaller and smaller and smaller, till the hand, only slightly bigger than Kid's, raised. The hand clapped Kid's shoulder. "Hey," Copperhead said, "they got some place here. Carpet on the floor." His other hand gestured down and up. "And look at all that shit on the ceiling." Kid looked. Women in gauze and men in armor careened through woods, by lakes, and over hills above the molding. Kid looked down to see Copperhead squinting out the door at the reddened street. "Well," he looked back, "I'm going to go see what they got in here."
While somebody screamed in another room, Copperhead's hand fell twice again in perfect amicability. Then he stepped through. Kid walked back through the room looking for Lanya. She was standing just inside the door, and angry. "What's the matter?" "There were people living here," she hissed. "What in the world?" She shook her head. "I didn't know that," Kid said. "You picked the house." "And I didn't know what you wanted to do with it." She spoke with intense softness, as though she did not want the disk beyond the roofs to hear. "What the hell did you want to do?" "Anything." He shrugged. "Let's go see." She sucked her teeth and gave him her hand. He led her back through the room, only half as crowded now. Before neon confetti from the humming television in the other room, figures staggered and swayed. "Here," Siam thrust out a bottle with his bandaged hand. "I gotta eat," Kid said. "First, I think." Then he took the bottle anyway and drank 3 small sips of bad, burning scotch. "You want some?" "No, thank you," she said softly, and held his arm with both hands. As they were walking up the steps to the 3rd floor, Kid said, "I want—" The sentence resolved like an idea he had been straining to recall, which only now gave itself to consciousness, to write something down. He was surprised when she ran up to the top of the staircase, took something off a phone table, and turned with it. "Here, there's no pen on this, but you've got yours." He was both surprised and amused at what her urgency acquired in the beams through the cracked door at the hall's end. He took the phone pad from her, pushed in the door beside them. Beneath the pea-jacket, open around her on the floor, the girl was naked. The edge of the window light through the blinds crossed the navy wool and banded her ribs like tape. On top of another girl, Copperhead's freckled buttocks tightened, relaxed, and rose, drooped and tightened, relaxed and rose, between heavy legs. The girl, Kid suddenly realized, was the one whose name he did not know, who had said good-bye, to whom he had made love. "Oh," Lanya said matter-of-factly. The girl in the pea-jacket opened her eyes, cried out softly, and rolled over to clutch the green khaki at Copperhead's thighs. Copperhead grunted, paused, looked back over his shoulder, said, "Hey!" and grinned hugely. He beckoned awkwardly. On the floor, the other girl, breathing heavily, tightened her lips toward an expression that mocked anger. "Join the party, motherfucker. You give me one of yours, I'll give you one of mine." "Knock yourself out." Kid backed from the door with Lanya's hand in his. The hall had filled with people. Kid was hit with black elbows and brown shoulders. "What's going on in there?" Blonde Denny pushed between them. "Stay out of there, cocksucker." Kid put his arm around the boy's chest, pulled him back. "Why?" "Because I'd get jealous as hell." Denny frowned, shrugged. "Okay," and wormed loose. Lady of Spain jogged against Kid's shoulder, shook her head, and said almost drunkenly, "Shit, what a way to go. I guess we're going, ain't we?" She stepped through, pulling her chains behind her, which had caught against Lanya's shoulder. Lanya tugged Kid's arm. "This way," she said loudly, and other people looked. Kid pushed somebody aside. "Hey, how you doing, kid?" who pushed back a bottle at his face. At the bottom of the stairs, 2 familiar long-haired children holding hands, from the park commune, peered up. "Are you having a party?" They came up the steps, squinting as the light hit their eyes. Light pulled down across their faces like window shades, lending them false sunburns. Their torn tank tops, blotched mauve, fuchsia, and cerise, rearranged forms in the new illumination. Other white people milled behind them, their mixed voices moving in a different range than the belligerent to shrill of the scorpions. Is this Nightmare's nest?" the girl asked, and pushed up past the first 2. "Lanya." She stopped halfway up the steps, her red hair a-dazzle, her face twitching to avert itself from the glare. "Millie." Leaving Kid the pad, Lanya ran down to seize Millie's wrists. "What are you doing?" Lanya's voice was delighted. As her shadow blocked the glare, Millie began to giggle? No, cry. Kid looked through a bedroom doorway and the window beyond, bright as foil. He pushed between the people crowding the hall. "Fuck," he shouted at somebody once. "Get out of the way." Somebody behind Kid said. He looked back to see Siam waving his bandaged arm high to get through, but it was Priest who was speaking. "No, man, this is the kid's nest. Nightmare ain't here. Nightmare ain't anywhere around." Kid? Which was the ginger spade who had once loaned him a plate, and talking about, not to him. You mean him over there? He used to be around the commune. I didn't know that was the Kid. How do you like that? Kid pushed out onto the narrow balcony, surprised to find it empty, and looked up. It was wide enough to be cut off both by the roof across the street and his own roof. I remember this, he questioned, from the other side of sleep, then added, somberly quizzical, deadly rays. A weathered pride glared from beneath the chipped rail, with hints of gold paint, inward, shouldn't it be out, Kid thought, toward the wooden doors, at isocephalic attention. With light, he thought logically as music, from such a source, there could be no shadows. He put his bare foot on the railing to examine it, to see if this new illumination told him anything. The rail pressed the ball up, which stretched the toes down. The concavities at each side of his heel were scaly as the skin at the rim of Siam's bandage. The knuckle of each toe, with its swirl of black hair, pulled the skin on either side of itself, intimating age. I am closer to 30 than 20, he thought, put that foot down and raised the other. The suede boot was blotched with what he'd always called salt stains that came from walking in rain puddles, only it hadn't rained. Below the wrinkled leather, 40 feet below, cobbles stretched off between the houses like a mahogany anaconda. He examined his left hand. I don't like what they look like, he thought. I don't like them. Like something vegetated, yanked from the ground, all roots and nodules, with dirty, chewed things at the ends, like something self-consumed, and remembered the times, on acid, they had actually terrified him. He examined the right hand. There were scabs along the places where he'd bitten to blood. He'd always considered his baby face, despite passing inconveniences, as essentially a piece of luck. But the hands of some aged and abused workman he felt wronged by. They frightened people. They frightened him. Still he could not believe, because it was their shape and their texture and their hair and great veins, that breaking by force the habit of biting and gnawing and biting would do any good. Sitting on the sidewalk once when he was 10, he had rubbed his palms on the concrete because he wanted to know what calluses would feel like when he masturbated. Had that afternoon, triggered some irrevocable process in the skin which, still, after a few days of labor, left his hands horn-hard and cracking weeks, even months later? He liked Lanya to cradle them in her soft ones, kiss them, tickle the inner flesh with her tongue, make love to them like gnomes, while he voyeuristically observed and mocked and felt tender. He looked down at the chains, ran his fingers behind them, lifted up the hanging orchid and watched it turn under the sourceless gold. Then he sat against the shingled wall with his feet at the feet of the lions, took the pad into his lap, and began to click his pen. Among other sounds inside, somebody was shrieking and gasping and shrieking again, which meant somebody was doing something terrible, or somebody thought somebody was. Actions are interesting to watch. I learn about the actors. Their movements are emblems of the tensions in this internal landscape which their actions resolve. About to act is an interesting state to experience, because I am conscious of just those tensions. Acting itself feels fairly dull. It not only resolves, it obliterates those tensions from my consciousness. Acting is only interesting as it leads to new tensions that irrelevantly cause me to act again. But here, beneath this gigantic light, with the cardboard-backed phone pad covering the hole in my jean knee, that isn't what I want to write. I am about to write. I take my thumb from the ballpoint's button. I work the pen up till my fingers, hideous, grip the point. I begin. Lanya crashed Kid's ken like a small, silent iguanodon. Kid did not move. Lanya sat sideways on a lion's head and looked across the street for 45 astounding seconds. Then at Kid, "You're still writing on that?" "No." The hypersensitivity left over from working had resolved with Lanya's voice. "No, I've been finished a few minutes now." Lanya squinted at the immense semicircle. Then she said, "Hey," she frowned, "it's going down." Kid nodded. "You can see it falling almost." The clouds that moiled the edge had deepened from gold to bronze. 3/4 of the circle had been visible above the roofs when they had first walked in the street. Now it was slightly under half, and still half was awfully huge. Lanya hunched her shoulders. Denny came through the doors, paused, a hand on each, to screw his face in the glare. Then silently he sat on the rail beside Lanya, gripped his knees, his arm an inch from hers. Denny comes, some fantastic object. She comes, some object more fantastic, and with a history. Lanya bent forward, picked up the pad, read. After moments she said, "I like that." "But what," Kid went on thinking, "if someone was stupid enough to ask me for a choice?" He tried an ironic smile, but the ironic part got fumbled in the machinery of his face, so he guessed it was just a smile. Anyway, a smile's what they gave him back. Denny said, "It's going down," unnecessarily for her. One hand pressed against her knee, the other went across her face, and she let out all breath. Terror clanged in him like a spoon against a bent pan. Kid reached forward, touched her shin. Terror, he thought, when what terrifies is neither noisy nor moves quickly and lasts hours, then we become very different. "I don't know who she is." He gripped harder. She frowned, moved the toe of her sneaker from his bare foot, so he dropped his hand. With her hand on her stomach, she took a breath and raised her perspiring face, blinking and blinking her green eyes, to watch. While somebody else came out, Lanya asked, "Why aren't you afraid?" Kid thought about dreaming, could think of nothing to say, so nodded toward the falling light. She said, "Then I won't be either." The boy who'd come out was the pimply, stubble-bearded Scorpion. He looked around uncomfortably, as though he felt he might have interrupted something, seemed about to turn and go. What is he feeling, Kid wondered? What makes him look this conventional part? When Frank, the poet from the commune, came out. Then 2 black girls, 13, 12, holding hands, stepped out, not blinking, their hair almost shorn, small gold rings in their ears. And there were more people in the doorway. Will the balcony hold? He wondered also at how much easier that was to wonder than about what blotted out the sky. "It's going down, see?" Denny repeated. He enjoys, Kid thought, saying that to Lanya. But with 9 people here, the equations are different. He can't get the same reactions. Briefly he pictured Nightmare and Dragon Lady. Millie pushed by Copperhead. The light stole the brilliance from the different reds of their hair by dealing equal flamboyance to everything. She kneeled at the rail. Light between 2 lions made a ragged bandage across her calf. The scabs, Kid thought, are bright as red glass. There were too many people. Millie brushed at her cheek. Why is a given gesture given as it is? Hers? She's guilty making any motions at all in a situation demanding immobility. He looked at the scratch. She's guilty? There were too many people. The long-haired youngsters, hands linked, stepped through. One took the hand of the pimply, unshaven Scorpion, who also was very drunk. He breathed loudly and swayed into people. They didn't move. "What are you going to do with that?" Lanya asked, softly enough to sound soft even in this silence. The Scorpion's breath was thunderous. "I don't know." That sounded thunderous, too. "Let me take it." She tore off the 3 pages, corrected and recorrected. "Does it take this much light to illuminate the material for another poem?" With a head movement, shadow spilled from the green target of her eye down her cheek, she stopped him. "I have your notebook at home. I'll put these with it. I want to go." She turned to Denny, and the shadow had rolled somewhere beneath her chin. In the creases of her eyelid he could see sweat. "You want to walk me home?" Kid wanted to protest, decided no. Offer to come too? She touched Denny's arm. Her nose and ear were shadowed. The incredible disk had lowered, so that what remained was small enough that everyone around them, beneath a folded elbow, behind a heel on reddened tile, under frayed denim where a sleeve had been torn off, or within and behind the curves of flesh in flesh of the ear, had once more grown shadows. She looked afraid. Lanya stood, and people stepped apart. Denny, like someone just awakened, clambered from the rail, and blinking about him, at the others as much as Kid, followed her. Denny left, and people closed around. "When it goes down," the pimply scorpion began. Kid and the two people who held his hand looked. Something white had dried on his mouth. His lashless lids were pink and swollen. The two looked away. "When it goes all the way down, there won't be any fucking light at all again, ever." He shook his head, scuffed his boots, rocked on the doorsill. "Black as a fucking bitch, yeah." They've gone, Kid thought. No light at all. 15 minutes later, when it had set completely, the sky had returned to its ordinary gray. He woke. Alone? Someone was climbing to the loft ladder. He struggled to choose between dreams and the rest, because they had all left the muraled house and wandered back to the nest. Millie had talked to him aimlessly in the sloped street, mostly all surprised that he was the same kid everybody had been talking about, and how glad she was to know that she knew him, till he decided she was trying to put the make on him and had gotten angry. "Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bitch," he yelled in the street and made to hit her. She'd run away. He'd laughed loudly till he was staggering. Copperhead had come up to him and beat him on the shoulder, laughing too. "I don't like that one either. Shit, you can have one of mine." He kept laughing so he wouldn't have to speak, thinking with perfectly maniacal pride, I have already." "Kid, are you okay?" Denny's ears were lit from behind and below. His face was dark. "Yeah?" Denny came up over the edge. "They're making food," and at the word Kid smelled it. "Inside. Nightmare and Dragon Lady just came back. You sleepin'?" "Come." And at the word Denny, all shoulders and chin and elbows, wedged against him. "Here." "Yeah." He held the warm, knobby shapes, and lay there smelling grease and a hot, vegetative stench that defined no food he recognized, but he liked it anyway. "Lanya's got a nice place," Denny said. "Yeah?" Kid thought. He's so light, but his edges are sharp. "You ball her again?" "Yeah," Denny said. "In her room at her house. I guess that was all right." Surprised, Kid opened his eyes. Cracks crossed the dim ceiling. "Oh." He shifted Denny to the side. "You got more energy than I do. I was tired when I got back here." "She's got a nice place," Denny repeated. "Real nice." "Why'd she want to go?" He nubbed his rough chin for the itching. Denny squirmed to get comfortable. "To see about her class," she said. Denny squirmed again. "Class?" The L about the window shade had finally taken on the deep color of evening. "Her kids. She's been looking out for this group of kids, you know, about 8 and 9 years old, black kids mostly." "No, I didn't know." He let his lips purse to a tent, where, with the help of air, they were off his teeth. Well, he hadn't seen her much. "How many days gone?" "She'd said she had a place, yes." "No, I didn't know." He frowned at the top of Denny's head. "I like her," Denny said. "I like her a lot." Denny's face came up from under the hair. "You know, I think she likes me too." "Guess she does," Kid said. "Did she check her class?" "No," Denny said. "Not while I was there. She was going to, but we got to fucking around again. Screwing, you know. She said she was going to after I left, if she didn't go to sleep first. I think she was pretty tired." Kid looked at the ceiling again. "How long she had the kids?" "A couple of weeks," Denny said. "That's what she told me. She said she likes it. They meet a little way from her place. That's real nice." "What's it like?" "A couple of weeks?" He was too exhausted to be upset. "Real nice." Some of Denny's hair brushed and caught on Kid's chin. "Well, you're good for something, cocksucker." "Hey." Kid bunched the muscles of his leg under Denny's stiffening groin. "No, man. Fuck off. I don't want to now." Denny pulled himself back on all fours. "You better go eat something, then. They don't got that much. They'll eat it all." Kid sat, nodding. "Yeah, come on." He climbed groggily down and stood in the doorway. Why, watching Denny climb, did she tell him all that about her new place and her class, and not me? Why didn't I ask? He answered. He could smile at that finally. "Come on." Denny took Kid's elbow and led him down. Halfway up the hall, Kid sucked his teeth and pulled free. It was a gentle pull, but Denny's head leaped away at the motion, frightened and anticipatory, despairing and wild. Without looking at him particularly, Denny stepped back to let him through.
Jesus Christ! Nightmare exclaimed, turning with a full plate in his hand, gesturing first, then scooping with his fork. Wasn't that something this afternoon? I mean, wasn't that too much? He filled his mouth and spoke on, scattering little pieces. We heard about you chasing out the niggers. Hey, he gestured to Dragon Lady, who sat against the wall. We heard about what he did to those niggers. Shit, Dragon Lady said dryly, and looked at Kid only from the corner of her eye. I don't care what he do to any goddamn niggers. I didn't even know they were in the house, Kid said. Dragon Lady took another mouthful. Shit, she repeated, and pried with her spoon tip through what was on her plate. Give 'em something to eat, Nightmare yelled toward the kitchen. Baby, Dragon Lady bellowed. Her shoulders shook. Nobody stopped doing anything. Adam! She flung the words up like grenades. Bring some more food out for him. Here you go. Baby, still naked, pushed between the people at the door, leading dangerously with steaming plates. This is yours. Kid ignored the dirty thumb denting what must have been a hash of canned vegetables. He pulled the fork out from where it had been buried. Corn, peas, okra fell off, and he tasted the first mouthful. Meat. Spam? Baby gave the other plate to Denny. He returned to serve Cathedral, Jack the Ripper, Devastation, all sitting about silently. Copperhead, not served yet, watched from the couch and grinned and nodded when Kid looked at him. Here you go. Adam shoved a plate at Copperhead. He took it, saluted Kid with a fork with twisted tines, then dropped his shoulders and shoveled. Denny's girlfriend, should I find out her name, with a coffee cup of the hash, came out of the kitchen, crossed to sit right by Denny on the floor, and made a big thing of not looking at Kid. The girl in the pea-jacket next to Copperhead on the couch occasionally picked food from Copperhead's plate with a spoon. Copperhead more or less ignored her. You had a party? Nightmare exclaimed in answer to a question Kid hadn't heard asked. We ran. Adam, Baby, the lady, and me. I was so scared I didn't think I was going to make it. Shit, I'm still scared. The last laughter to trail away was Dragon Lady's gusty chuckle. We were in the park. Nightmare waved his fork above his head. More people sat down. Baby, Adam, Dragon Lady, and me. You know the old weather tower in the park? What, Kid wondered, had George been doing in the brazen light of the noon? What had June? When it began, after it began, first we thought that whole side of the city was on fire. After we could see what it was, he shook his head at somebody who started a comment. No, I don't know what the fuck it was. Don't ask me. After we could see it, we went up the steps to watch, didn't we? Dragon Lady sat smiling and shaking her head, which, when she noticed the shift of attention, changed to nodding. The smile stayed. We just climbed up there and watched the whole thing. Go up and go down, Nightmare whistled. Jesus Christ! We live, Kid thought, and die in different cities. You were out there in it, the Scorpion and Vinyl asked, watching. Until it was all over? Copperhead protested. We watched it going down. All over? But Nightmare's mouth hung open, mocking his interlocutor. What's all over? Adam rubbed the chains on his chest. The rest were still. You think it's all over? Nightmare demanded. The blonde girl in the pea-jacket held her spoon in both hands tightly between her knees. When it went down, she said, it was just like regular day again, here, and then it was light for 4 or 5 hours till it was time to get dark. She looked back over her shoulder at the black glass. The brass lion on the window-sill watched the night from beneath his bulbous stalk. Dragon Lady's laughter built in the silence. Shit! Nightmare filled his mouth again and yelled at his plate. You don't know if the sun is ever going to come up again. We could all be burned to death by tomorrow, or frozen. What were you saying, Baby, about maybe the Earth got pushed off its orbit or something like that? Maybe into the sun, or out past it? I didn't say that. Baby looked down at himself, pimply chest, uncircumcised genitals, bowed knees, dirty feet. His nakedness, for the first time, was out of place. I wasn't saying it that serious. There'd be an earthquake if that happened. Brown Adam, with his Philadelphia accent, held his chains in his fist. I told you that. A big earthquake or a tidal wave. Both, maybe. Nothing like that's happened. And there'd have to be if the Earth got pushed somewhere. So maybe, Nightmare looked up, in 10 minutes there's going to be a big fucking earthquake. Then the light bulb hanging from the ceiling dropped to quarter dimness. Kid tried to swallow his heart.
It threatened to burst and fill his mouth with blood. Someone was crying again. Kid looked to see if it was Denny, but it was another scorpion, Spider, on the other side of Nightmare. Denny's face, even in the yellowish half-dark, was cut with blades of shadow from his hair. "Oh, come on," Smokey edged from behind 13's shoulder. "Look, it used to do that 4 or 5 times a day when we stayed here." In the kitchen something hummed. The light returned to full brightness. Nightmare ate doggedly. No one else did. "You guys gonna make up any more of this shit?" Nightmare nodded toward Adam and Baby. "It's good." Then looked around. "You don't know if it's over or not." "I could use some more," Dragon Lady said. Baby came forward with his hands out for their plates. "The mistake," Kid surprised himself by speaking, took a mouthful to stop, but went on anyway, "isn't thinking that it's finished." I'm imitating Nightmare, he thought, then realized, no, I'm doing what Nightmare did for the same reason. The mistake is thinking it began this afternoon. "Right on, motherfucker." Nightmare shook his fork for emphasis. Kid took another mouthful and thought, I may throw up, and then thought, no, I'm too hungry. "We got some more out there in the big pot," Adam was saying. "Why don't you guys go out and get it till it's all gone?" A shadow made Kid look up from the last of his eating. Adam stood there, hand out for Kid's plate, about, Kid realized, to burst out crying too. Kid gave it to him. "Nightmare, Dragon Lady, and me get served first," Kid reflected as Baby brought his seconds. Well, Copperhead seemed at ease. Finished, Kid put his fork on the floor and stood up. "Hey, where you going?" Copperhead asked. No belligerence, all bewilderment. "Taking a walk." On the bottom step of the house he noted 2 streetlights in the distance. Burn up at any minute, or freeze at the advent of an ice age 20 minutes to completion. The air was the same excruciatingly bland temperature it had been night after night after night. The door opened behind him. Denny looked out. "I want to go over and see Lanya's place," Kid said, turning. "You want to show me the way?" I can't," Denny said. "She's upset, and she wants to talk. To me." "Fuck you, cocksucker." Kid started down the block. "See you later." He wasn't angry at all. That was pretty good. Halfway to the corner, however, he realized Denny would be the only way to find Lanya's new place. Then he was. He could try the bar, but if she had a house now, what was the chance she'd be at Teddy's tonight? He looked back, ready to yell to Denny to get the fuck on down here. The door was closed. And I still don't know her name. He took a breath between his teeth. Maybe he'd find Lanya at the bar. At the corner of the hill, surprised at how many street lamps, perhaps 1 out of 5, worked in this neighborhood. The one diagonally across the street gave enough light to make out the charred walls of the big house. The stronger burned smell had made him stop. The columns supporting the balcony over the door had charred through, so that the platform with its rail of lions hung askew. Even so, it took Kid a whole minute to be sure what house it was. Only houses he could see around confirmed it. 4, 5, 6 hours since they had screamed and laughed and yelled inside it. Chilled to goose-flesh in the neutral air, he hurried away. "Definitely saw it?" "Oh, yes. You were already in the city?" "That's right. You said earlier you didn't see the whole thing, though." "I caught, I guess now it must have been, the last 10 or 15 minutes. Roger came and woke me up to see." "You saw it from inside the house, then?" "Well, first out my window. Then we went down to the gardens. I tell you now, it was pretty strange." The others laughed. "Hey," Paul Fenster said, half standing to look at the others seated. "We've just about got the captain boxed in here. Why doesn't somebody move back there?" "That's all right. If I want to get out, I'll just bust on through." "I imagine," Madame Brown reached down to play with Muriel's muzzle, "you aren't any closer to an explanation than we are." "I think that was about the strangest thing I ever saw, I'll be honest now." "As strange as anything you ever saw in space?" From the man in purple angora. "Well, I tell you, this afternoon was pretty. I guess you'd say spaced out." They laughed again. The heavy blond Mexican with the blanket shirt rose from beside Tack and walked to the door, passing within a foot of Kid, and left. Tack saw Kid. With tilting head he beckoned. Kid, curious, went to sit in the vacated seat. Tack leaned to whisper,
Captain Camp. A dozen others had pulled chairs up to listen to the crew-cut man in the green, short-sleeved shirt who sat in the corner booth. Tack sat and folded his hands across the bottom of his leather jacket so that the top pushed out from his blond chest. "What I want to know," Purple Angora announced. "Down, sweetheart, down." Muriel had momentarily switched allegiances. "I want to know is if it could possibly have been some kind of trick. I mean, is there any way somebody could have made that seem to happen? I mean, well, you know, in a man-made way." "Well," the captain looked among his listeners, "he's your engineer, isn't he?" His look settled on Tack, who reared back with a high laugh. That must be as self-conscious as I've ever seen him, Kid thought. He'd never heard Tack make that sound before. "No," Tack said. "No, I'm afraid that doesn't have anything to do with any engineering I'd know anything about." What I want to know, Fenster said, "you've been in space. You've been on the moon." He paused and added in a different voice, "You're one of the ones that was actually on the moon." Captain Camp was only attentive. "We've had here some sort of astrological happening, and it's got us all pretty shook. I want to know if you, well, from being up on the moon, or like that, you might know something more about it." Camp's face ghosted a smile. Kid searched for the names of the astronauts from the 4 moonshots he'd followed closely, tried to recall what he could about the 5th. Captain Camp crossed his arms on the booth table. He wasn't very tall. "Now, it's certainly possible," Camp punctuated his southwestern speech with small nods, "that there's an astronomical, or better, cosmological explanation. But I'll be frank, I don't know what it is." "Do you think we should worry?" Madam Brown asked in a voice with no worry in it at all. Camp, whose crew mixed gray and gold, nodded. "Worry? Well, we're all here and alive. That's certainly no reason not to worry. But worry isn't going to do us much good now, is it? Now, about this time yesterday, I was in Dallas. And if that thing was as big as it looked and really some sort of body in the sky, a comet or a sun, I suspect it would have been seen a long way off coming, with telescopes, and nobody told me about it." "It sounds, Captain, as though you don't believe it's serious." Camp's smile said as much. Camp said, "I saw it. Some of it, anyway." "Then," Kid said, and others turned, "you don't know how big it really was." "Now that," the captain answered, "I'm afraid, is it." His jaw was wider than his forehead. "Now you all, Roger too, described something which practically filled up half the sky. So obviously what I saw was only a little bit. And then there was a story about George, was it?" Tack looked around the room, frowned, and again whispered to Kid, "George was here a few minutes ago. He must have gone out just before you came." "Now, I'm afraid nobody outside of Bologna saw that one, and Roger tells me he didn't either." "I certainly did," Tack whispered. "I certainly did," someone cried. "Well," Camp smiled, "not too many other people did, and certainly nobody outside Bologna." "You saw what happened today?" Teddy, arms folded, leaned against the back of the next booth. "Yes, I guess I did." "You mean," Fenster jovially announced, "you went from here to the moon and back, and you didn't see anything on the way that would tell us something about all this thing this afternoon?" Camp said, "Nope." "Then what use was it, I ask you?" Fenster looked around for somebody's back to slap. "I mean, now what was the use of it?" Someone said, "You haven't been with the space program a while." "Now, you don't really leave it. Just last week I was down for medical testing for long-range results. That I don't ever expect to stop, but I'm much less involved with it now than some of the others." "Why did you leave?" the Purple Angora asked. "Was it your idea or theirs? If you can answer a question like that." "Well," this a considered sentence, "I suspect they thought it was a touchier question than I did at the time, but I doubt they wanted me that much if I didn't want them. My interest in the space program just about ended with splashdown. The tests, the research work afterward, that was important. The parades, the celebrations, the panels, the publicity, I think the fun in that was exhausted a month after I came out of the isolation chamber. The rest, probably more so for me than for the others because that's the kind of person I am, was just a nuisance. Also," and he smiled, "I've occasionally been known to pick up a guitar at a party and sing a folk song or two. Nothing political, mind you. But they still frown on that sort of thing."
Everyone laughed. Kid thought, is he for real? And a second thought, like a stutter, my reaction is as fixed as his action. And Kid laughed, though later than the others. 2 or 3 glanced at him. No, Camp went on, I suppose I saw myself as something of an adventurer, as much as a Navy test pilot can be. Apollo, for me, was an adventure, practically an 8-year adventure with all the preparation, but when it was over, I was ready to go on to something else. So you've come to Bellona, Madame Brown said, as Fenster said, after the moon, what else is there? Now you're right. Kid wondered which question Camp was answering, but I'm just beginning to see that myself. Are you here in any official connection? Asked another woman. I'd imagine, Fenster said, you've never officially disconnected. No, I'm here unofficially. And what does that mean? Someone challenged. Fenster scowled, offended for Camp, who merely said, they know I'm here, but they gave me no instructions before I came. They won't ask me anything about what I did or saw after I came back. Why don't we break up this star chamber? Fenster stood. Come on, the captain is nice enough to talk to us all at once, but we've got to give the man a chance to circulate. Now, this is quite informal, Camp countered, compared to what I'm used to. I would like a chance to walk around, though. Come on, Fenster made shooing motions. Some rose. The bartender rolled his cuffs above the blurry blue beasts and strolled to the counter. Tack's chair scraped. Come on now, let's let the captain get himself a drink. Madam Brown, you look like you could use one, too. Kid shook his hands below the chair edge to stop the tingling. Tack stood, stretched a tiptoe, looked around. Wonder where George got off to. He was all curious when he discovered we had a genuine man in the moon with us. They walked to the bar. Teddy was returning chairs. Once the dozen clustered at the captain's booth dispersed, the place looked empty. I thought Lanya was here, maybe. Tack's hands locked. I haven't seen her. Madam B might know where she is. And unlocked. Hey, I saw the big advertisement in the Times all over page 3. Congratulations. Tack frowned. By the way, what did you do at the coming of the great white light? Orange, I guess it was, really. You got any opinions to pass the time with while we wait to see if there's going to be a tomorrow? Kid leaned on meshed fingers. I don't know. I didn't do anything much. I had some people with me. I think they were more upset than I was. You know, Tack, for a while I thought... The bartender set down a beer bottle. No, that's silly. Kid pulled the bottle to him, leaving a sweat ribbon. Isn't it? The candles glittered in it. What? I was going to say, for a while I thought it was a dream. If I woke up right now, I'd feel a lot better. No, not that. Kid lifted his bottle once, twice, a third, a fourth, a fifth time from lapping rings. When it was rising, I remember I went out to take a look from the back porch, and thinking maybe I was dreaming. Suddenly I woke up, in bed. Only when I got up, later, it was still there. Finally, after it went down, I went to sleep again. You know, right now, he smiled to himself till it overcame the strictures of his facial muscles and burst stupidly onto his face. I still don't know what I dreamed and what I didn't. Maybe I didn't really see any more than the captain. You went to sleep? I was tired. Saying that annoyed Kid. What about you? Christ, The bartender brought Tack's bottle. What did I do? Tack snorted. I saw the light coming through those bamboo blinds I have, and I went out on the roof to take a look. I watched it, rising for about 3 minutes, and then I freaked. What'd you do? I went down into the stairwell and sat in the dark for about an hour or so, I guess. I'd got this whole paranoid thing about radiation. No, don't laugh. We might all start losing our hair in the next 6 hours while our capillaries fall apart. Finally, I got scared of just sitting in the dark and went up to look again. He stopped moving his bottle around the wet circle. I'm just glad I don't have a heart condition. It stretched over so much of the horizon I couldn't look at one edge and see the other. I couldn't look at where the bottom was cut off by the roofs and see the top. Tack's bottle rumbled about. I went back down into the stairwell, closed the door, and just cried for a couple of hours. Couldn't stop. While I was crying, I thought about a lot of things. One of them, by the way, was you. What? I remember sitting there and asking myself if this was what the inside of insanity felt like. Oh, there, you've taken offense. He hadn't, but now wondered if he should. Well, I'm sorry. That's what I thought, anyway.
You were really that scared? You weren't? I guess a lot of people around me were. I thought about all the terrible things it could have been, like everybody else. But if it was any of them, there wasn't anything I could do. You really are almost as weird as people keep trying to make us think you are. Look, when you come up short against the edge like that, when you discover the earth really is round, when you find out you've killed your father and married your mother after all, or when you look at the horizon and see something like that rising, man, you have to have some sort of human reaction, laugh, cry, sing, something. You can't just lie down and take a nap. Kid lingered in the ruins of his confusion. I did a lot of laughing. Tack snorted again. Okay, so you're not that flippy. I just hate to think you were as brave as everybody keeps going on you are. Me? This couldn't, Kid thought, be what the inside of courage felt like. Excuse me, a southwestern voice said from Kid's other side. You were pointed out to me as the Kid? Kid turned with his confusion. Yeah? Camp looked at it and laughed. Kid decided he liked him. Camp said, I'm supposed to deliver a message to you. From Roger. Huh? He told me if I came here, I'd probably meet you. He'd like, if it's all right with you, if you'd come up to the house 3 Sundays from now. He says that he'll be squeezing more time together, so it'll be in slightly less than 2 weeks. Now, I don't know how you guys put up with that. He laughed again. Roger wants to have a party for you, for your book. The captain paused with a considered nod. Saw it. Looks good. Good luck on it now. Kid wondered what to say. He tried, Thank you. Roger said to come in the evening and bring 20 or 30 friends if you want. He says it's your party. It starts at sunset in 3 Sundays. Presumptuous bastard, Tack said. Sunset. He might at least wait and see if there's a tomorrow morning. With his forefinger, he hooked down his cap visor and walked off. Kid was pondering statements to place into the silence when Camp apparently decided he'd try. I'm afraid I don't know much about poetry. Liked him, Kid felt, but for the life of him he didn't know why. I read some of Roger's copy, though, but if I started asking questions about it, I'd probably just end up looking worse than I already do. Kid nodded and pondered. You get tired of people asking you all those questions? Yes, but it wasn't too bad this evening. At least we were talking about something real. I mean, something that happened today. It's better than all those discussions where they ask you whether as an astronaut you believe in long hair, abortions, race relations, or the pill. You're a very public man, aren't you? You say you're not really into the space program anymore, but you're doing public relations work for them right now. Exactly what I'm doing. I don't claim to be doing anything else except enjoying myself. They're beginning to accept the idea of having a nonconformist doing front work for them. Camp glanced around. Though I suspect compared to most of you guys here, even some of the ducks up at Rogers, I'm more or less the image of the establishment. Folk songs are not, huh? Well, that makes me Bologna's biggest nonconformist. I don't mind. Questions like, did you leave or were you kicked out? What do you do when people ask you the same questions over and over, especially the embarrassing ones? If you're a public man, as soon as you get a question more than 3 times, you figure out the most honest public answer you can give. Especially to the embarrassing ones. Is that a question you get asked a lot? Well, Camp mulled, more times than 3. Then I guess it would be okay to ask you questions about the moon. Kid grinned. Camp nodded. Sounds like a pretty safe topic. Can you tell me something about the moon you've never told anybody else before? After a second, Camp laughed. Now that is a new one. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You were there. I'd like to know something about the moon that someone could only know what was actually on it. I don't mean anything big, but just something. The whole flight was broadcast, and we were pretty thorough in our report. We tried to take pictures of just about everything. Also, that's a few years ago, and we were only out walking around for 6.5 hours. Yeah, I know. I watched it, and I still don't get you. Well, I could bring a couple of television cameras in here, say, and take a lot of pictures and report on all the people, tell how many were here or what have you. But afterward, if somebody asked me to tell them something that wasn't in the coverage, I'd close my eyes and sort of picture the place. And then I might say, well, on the back of the counter with the bottle second from the left, I don't remember what the label was, but the little cone of glass at the bottom was just above the top of the liquor. Kid opened his eyes. See? Camp ran his knuckles under his chin. I'm not used to thinking like that, but it's interesting. Try. Just mention some rock or collection of rocks or shape on the horizon that you didn't mention to anyone else. We took photographs of all 360 degrees of the horizon. Then something else. It'd be easier to tell you something like that about the module. I remember... Then he cocked his head. I guess that'd do, Kid said, but I'd prefer it was about the moon. Hey, here's something. Camp leaned forward. When I got down the ladder, do you remember the foil-covered footpaths that the modules rested on? You say you watched it. Kid nodded. Well, now, when I was getting some of the equipment out of the auxiliary compartments, I'd been actually on surface maybe a minute, maybe not quite. A lot of people, back before the probe shots, had the idea the moon was covered with dust, but it was purplish-brown dirt and rock and gravel. The feet didn't sink at all. Kid thought, translation. Kid thought, transition. The module's feet were on universal joints, you know? Anyway, the one to the left of the entrance was tilted on a small rock, maybe 2 inches through. The shadows were pretty sharp. I guess when I was passing by it, my shadow passed over the module foot, and the shadow from the pad made by the rock it was sitting on, and my shadow joining it for just a second, made it look like something moved under there, you know? I was excited, see, because I was on the moon, and it just isn't like anything in the training sessions at all. But I do remember for maybe 3 seconds, while I was going on doing all the things I had to do, thinking, there's a moon mouse or a moon beetle under there. And feeling silly that I couldn't say anything, I was broadcasting all the time describing what I saw, because there couldn't be anything alive on the moon, right? Like I said, it just took me a couple of seconds to figure out what it really was. But for a moment, it was pretty funny. Now there, that's something I never told anybody. No, I think I did mention it once to Neil when I got back, but I don't think he was listening, and I told it just like a joke. Formation. Kid thought, transformation. Is that sort of thing you mean? Kid had expected Camp to be smiling at the end of his story, but each feature rested just within the limit of sobriety. Yes. What are you thinking now? I'm wondering why I told you. But I guess Bologna is the kind of place you come to do something new, right? See new things, do new things. What do people say about this place, outside? Do people who come back from here tell you all about life under the fog? Who did you talk to that made you want to come? I don't think I've ever met anyone who's actually gone and come back from here, except Ernest Newboy that morning. We just shook hands in passing and didn't get a chance to talk. I've met some people who were evacuated back at the beginning. Once they stopped trying to cover it on TV, people stopped talking, I guess. People don't talk about it now. Kid let his head lean. They refer to it, Camp said. You can be sitting around somebody's living room in Los Angeles or Salt Lake talking about this, that, or the other, and somebody might mention somebody you used to know here. A friend of mine in physics, driving down from the University of Montana, said he gave 2 girl hitchhikers a lift who told him they were going here. He thought that was very strange because the last the papers reported there were supposed to be some National Guards around. That's what I heard too, Kid said, but that was a while before I came. I haven't seen any. How long have you been here? I don't know. It feels like a pretty fair time, but I really couldn't tell you. Kid shrugged. I wish I did know more than that. Sometimes. Camp was trying not to frown. Roger said you would be an interesting person. You are. I've never met him. So he told me. I guess you don't know how long you're going to stay, either. Well, now, I haven't really made up my mind. When I came here, I wasn't thinking of the trip exactly as a vacation. But I've been here a few days, and I'll tell you, especially with the business this afternoon, I don't quite know what to make of it. You're interesting, too, Kid said after a moment. But I don't know whether it's because you've been to the moon or just because you're interesting. I like you. Camp laughed and picked up his beer. Come on, since we're trying so hard to be honest, what reason could you possibly have for liking me? Because even though you're a public person, and public people are great if you happen to be the public, some of the private you gets through. I think you're very proud of the things you've done, and you're modest about them, and don't want to talk about them unless it's serious, even joking serious. To protect that modesty, I think you've had to do some things that haven't made you all that happy. Measuredly, Camp said, Yes, but what do you get by telling me that? Because I like you, I want you to trust me a little. If I can show you I understand something about you, perhaps you will. Uh-huh. Camp drew back ineptly, mocking something theatrical. Just for argument now, supposing you do know something about me, how do I know you won't use it against me? Kid looked down at the optical jewels on his wrist, turned his wrist. 2 veins joined beneath the ham of his thumb to run under the chain. That's the 3rd time somebody's asked me that. I guess I'll have to think of a public answer. Tack was talking with someone by the door. Unshaven and a little wild-looking, Jack stepped in. Tack turned to the young deserter, who looked around, looked at Captain Camp. Tack nodded in corroboration to something. Jack turned, picked up something that could have been a gun leaning against the wall, and practically ran out of the bar. "I think I've figured out an answer already," Kid said. Captain Camp said, and then, "So did I." Kid grinned. "Good. You know," Camp looked down at the counter, "there are some things I'm not happy about, but now they're just the things a guy would be reluctant to tell ordinarily to, well, one of you fellas with the shaggy hair, the funny clothes, and the beads and things. Or chains." He looked up. "I am dissatisfied with my life and my work. It's a very subtle dissatisfaction, and I don't want to be told to take dope and let my hair grow. I mean, that's just the last thing I want to hear." "Why don't you take dope and let your hair grow? See, it wasn't that bad. Now that the worst has happened, maybe you can go on and talk about it. I'll just listen." Camp laughed. "I'm dissatisfied with my life on Earth. How's that? Not clear, I guess. Look, I'm not the same person I was before I went to the moon. Maybe this is the sort of thing you were asking about. Perhaps it's the sort of thing that should only be told to one person. But I've told a couple of dozen. You know the world is round and that the moon is a small world circling it. But you live in a world of up and down where the land is a surface. But for me, just the visual continuity from that flat surface to a height where the edge of the earth develops to a curve, to where that curve is a complete circle, to where the little soap-colored circle hanging in front of you enlarges to the size the earth was, and then you come down. And suddenly that circle is a surface. But up and down is already not quite the same thing. We danced when we got out on the moon. What else could we do with that likeness? You know, seeing a film backward isn't the same experience as seeing it forward in reverse. It's a new experience, still happening forward in time. What falls out is all its own. Returning from the moon was not the same as going, played backward. We arrived at a place where no one had walked. We left a place where we had danced. The earth we left was peopled by a race that had never sent emissaries to another cosmological body. We returned to a people who had. I really feel that what we did was important, folks starving in India notwithstanding. And if there's a real threat of world starvation, technology will have to be used to avoid it. And I can't think of a better way to let people know just how far technology can take us. I was at a point of focus for 6.5 hours. I'm happy with that focus, but I'm not too terribly satisfied with the life on either side. The things that are off are like the things off about the way Bologna looked when we were driving through the first day I got here. There aren't many people, but there's no overt signs of major destruction. At least I didn't see any. It's gray, and some windows are broken, and here and there are marks of fire, but frankly, I can't tell what's wrong. I still haven't been able to figure out what's happened here. I'd like to go to the moon. Cut your hair and stop taking dope? Camp's tongue bulged his upper lip. You don't even have to join the services. We have civilians in the program. Worst thing I could say, huh? But it really is the basic requirement. I mean, all the rest comes after that. Really. He thinks, Kid thought, he may have offended me. Kid tried not to smile. You're frowning, Camp said. Come on now, turnabout's fair play. Well, all right, tell me this. Are you all that happy? Be honest now. Tack was ambling, slow and aimless, across the room. I think, and Kid felt his feelings change to fit the frown, there's something wrong with your question, you know. I spend a lot of time happy. I spend a lot of time unhappy. I spend a lot of time just bored. Maybe if I worked real hard at it, I could avoid some of the happiness, but I doubt it. The other two I know I'm stuck with. Camp was brightly attentive to something not more than a degree or so outside of Kid's face. Well, Kid reflected, I said I'd listen. When Kid had been silent 5 seconds, Camp said, I'm not the same person I was before I went to the moon. Several people have explained to me that nobody else on Earth is either. Someone told me once that I have begun to heal the great wound inflicted on the human soul by Galileo, when he let slip the earth was not the center of the universe. No, I'm not really satisfied now. I wonder at that light in the sky this afternoon. I wonder at the stories I've heard about two moons, when I know firsthand what I do about the one. But I observe it from a very different position than you. We could sit and discuss and have conferences and seminars until a much more reassuring sun came up, and I still doubt if I could say anything meaningful to you, or you could say anything meaningful to me. At least about that.
Hey there. Tack put his hand on Kid's shoulder, but was talking to Camp. That was my friend Jack. You know, we've a good number of Army deserters with us. I told him we had a full-fledged captain with us this evening. He wanted to know whether you were a deserter, too. I told him that as far as I knew, you were still a member in good standing. I'm afraid he just turned around and ran without even waiting to find out you were in the Navy. Are you on your way, Captain? Camp nodded, raised his bottle. Glad I got a chance to meet you, kid. If I don't see you before, I'll catch you at Rogers. Again he nodded at Tack and turned. I hope I make him as uncomfortable as he keeps pretending I do. Tack sucked his teeth. Wish he'd come in uniform. Before I went on to more complicated pleasures, I used to have a real passion for seafood. You're flattering yourself. Tack gave a few small nods. Possibly, very possibly. Hey, I'm sorry I kicked you out last night. Come home with me. Fuck me. No, I'm looking for Lanya. Tack unfolded his beer with his big pale hands and looked down the bottle mouth. Oh. Then he said, Then come with me somewhere else. I want to show you something. You probably want to see it, too. What is it? On the other hand, maybe you've seen it already and you're not interested. But you're not going to tell me what it is? Nope. Come on, Kid said. Show me. Tack clapped Kid's shoulder, then pushed away from the bar. Let's go. Between the buildings, black bulged down like a tarpaulin filled with rain. This is the sort of night I'd give anything for a star. When I was younger, I used to try to learn the constellations, but I never really got them down. I can find the Big Dipper. Tack opened his zipper. Can you do that? I know them pretty well now, but I learned them a few years ago, back when I was traveling and on boats and stuff. They're the only things that stay the same when you're really moving around a lot. I picked up this pocketbook for 50 cents when I was in Japan. It was an American book, though. In about 2 weeks, I could pick out just about anything. Tack glanced up as they neared the corner lamp. Just as well we can't see them, then. I mean, are you ready to have to learn a whole new set? The shadow drew over his face like a shade. This way. The street sloped. At the next corner, they turned again. Half a block later, Kid asked, Can you see anything at all? No. But you know where we're going? Yes. The smell of burning had again become distinct. The air was cooler, much cooler. He felt a crack in the pavement beneath his bare foot. Something with edges rolled away from his boot. The woody odors sifted. For one instant, they passed through a smell that brought back. It hit with the force of hallucination. A cave in the wooded mountains, where something had crackled in a large brass dish on the wet stone, while above he had seen glittering. The chain around him tingled and tickled as though the memory had sent current through it. But the particular odor, wet leaves over dry, and a fire, and something decayed, was gone, and cool as the darkness was, it was dry, dry. Edged by a vertical wall, light a long way away diffused in smoke. At the corner, Tack looked back. Checking to make sure you were still with me. You don't make much noise. We're going across there. Tack nodded forward, and they crossed the street, shoulder bumping shoulder. Beyond plate glass, an amber light silhouetted black wire forms. What sort of store was this? Kid asked, behind Tack, who was opening the door. It sounded like a machine was running in the basement. Empty shelves lined the walls, and the wire frames were display racks. The light came from no more than a single bulb somewhere on the stairwell. Tack went to the cash register. First time I came in here, would you believe there were still $80 in the drawer? Tack rang. The drawer trundled out. Still there. He closed it. In the cellar, the sound stopped, then started again. Only now it didn't sound like a machine at all, but someone moaning. We want to go downstairs, Tack said. Someone had scattered pamphlets on the steps. They whispered under Kid's bare foot. What was this place? Kid asked again. A bookstore?
Still is. Tack peered out where the single hanging bulb lit empty shelves. Paperback department down here. Tacked to an edge was a hand-lettered sign, Italian literature. A youngster with very long hair sat cross-legged on the floor. He glanced up, then closed his eyes, faced forward, and intoned, drawing the last sound until it became the mechanical growl Kid had heard when they'd entered. "Occupied tonight," Tack said softly. "Usually there's no one here." Between the checked flannel lapels, the boy's chest ran with sweat. Cheekbones glistened above his beard. He'd only glanced at them before closing his eyes again. It's cool, Kid thought. It's so much cooler. Beside Italian literature was political science. There were no books on that one either. Kid stepped around the boy's knees and looked up at philosophy of science, equally empty, and walked on to philosophy. All the shelves, it seemed, were bare. Tack touched Kid's shoulder. "Here, this is what I wanted to show you." He nodded across the room. Kid followed Tack around American literature, which was a dusty wooden rack in the middle of the floor. The unfrosted bulb pivoted shadows about them. "I used to come down here for all my science fiction," Tack said, "until there wasn't anything on the shelves anymore. In there. Go ahead." Kid stepped into the alcove and stubbed his booted toe, thinking, fortunately, hopped back, looked up. The ivory covers recalled lapped bathroom tiles. All but the top shelf was filled with face-out display. He looked again at the carton he had kicked. The cover wagged. As he stared into the box, something focused. A shadow, first fallen across his mind at something Lanya had said at the nest, almost blurred out by the afternoon's megalight, now under the one unfrosted bulb, lay outlined and irrefutable. As manuscripts did not become galleys overnight, neither did galleys become distributed books. Many more than 24 hours had passed since he had corrected proofs with New Boy in the church basement. Frowning, he bent to pick out a copy, paused, reached for one on the shelf, paused again, looked back at Tack, who had his fists in his jacket pockets. Kid's lips whispered at some interrogative. He looked at the books again, reached again. His thumb stubbed the polished cover stock. He took one. 3 fell. 1 slid against his foot. Tack said, "I think it's very quaint of them to put it in poetry," which is what the sign above said. "I mean, they could have filled up every shelf in the goddamn store. There are a dozen cartons in the back." Thumb on top, 3 fingers beneath, Kid tried to feel the weight. He had to jog his hand. There was a sense of absence which was easiest to fill with brass orchids, lettered in clean shapes with edges and serifs his own fingers could not have drawn, even with French curve and straight edge. He reread the title. The light blacked and went on again. The halted on a cough. Kid looked over the 6, 7, 8 filled shelves. "That's really funny," he said, and wished the smile he felt should be on his face would muster his inner features to the right emotions. "That's really—" Suddenly he took 2 more copies and pushed past Tack for the stair. "Hey," he said to the boy, "are you all right?" The sweating face lifted. "Huh? What's the matter with you?" "Oh, man," the boy laughed weakly. "I'm sick as a dog. I'm really sick as a fucking dog." "What's wrong?" "It's my gut. I got a spastic duodenum. That's like an ulcer. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I've had it before, so I know what it feels like." "What are you doing here, then?" The boy laughed again. "I was trying yoga exercises for the pain. You know, you can control things like that with yoga." Tack came up behind Kid. "Does it work?" "Sometimes." The boy took a breath. "A little." Kid hurried on up the steps. Tack followed. From the top step, Kid looked around at the shelves and turned to Tack, who said, "I was just thinking, I really was, about asking you to autograph this for me." He held up the copy and snorted rough laughter. "I really was." Kid decided not to examine the shape this thought made, but caught the mica edge. "It's not having. It's having no memory of having." "I don't like that sort of shit anyway," he said, awed at his lie, and looked at Tack's face, all shadowed and flared with backlight. He searched the black oval for a moment. "It's there anyway," he thought. He said, "Here, gimme," and got the pen from the vest's buttonhole. "What are you going to do?" Tack handed it over. Kid opened it on the counter by the register and wrote, This copy of my book is for my friend, Tack Laufer. He frowned a moment and then added, all best. The page looked yellow, and he couldn't read what he'd written at all, which made him realize how dim the light was. Here, he handed it back. Let's go, huh? Yeah. Tack glanced downstairs and sucked his teeth. You know, they walked to the door. When you took it from me, I thought you were going to tear it up. Kid laughed. Perhaps he thought I should have. And thinking it, decided what he had put was best. You know, as they stepped into the night, Kid felt his fingers dampen on the cover. Fingerprints? People talk about sexual inadequacy. That doesn't have anything to do with whether you can get a hard-on or not. A guy goes out looking for his girlfriend and doesn't even know where she lives and doesn't seem to have bothered to find out. You said Madame Brown might know? I think so, Tack said. Hey, you're always talking about your girlfriend. Right now, do you have a boyfriend? Kid figured they'd reached the corner. On the next step, he felt the ball of his bare foot hung over the curb. Yeah, I guess I do. They stepped down. Oh, Tack said. Somebody told me you're supposed to be making it with some kid in the Scorpions. I could get to hate this city. Tack's voice aped approval. Rumor is the messenger of the gods. I'm sort of curious to find out what you wrote in my book. At which Kid started to balk, found his own balking funny, and smiled. Yeah, and of course the poems, too. Well, Kid heard Tack's footsteps stop. I go this way. Sure I can't convince you? No, he added, but thanks. I'll see you. Kid walked forward thinking, that's nuts. How does anybody know where anything is in this? And thought that thought 7 or 8 times through, till, without breaking stride, he realized, I cannot see a thing, and I am alone. He pictured great maps of darkness torn down before more. After today, he thought idly, there is no more reason for the sun to rise. Insanity? To live in any state other than terror? He held the books tightly. Are these poems mine? Or will I discover that they are improper descriptions by someone else, of things I might have once been near, the map erased, aliases substituted for each location? Someone, then others, were laughing. Kid walked, registering first the full wildness of it, the spreading edges, but only at the working street lamp at the far corner, realizing it was humor's rattle and play. 2 black men in the trapezoid of light from a doorway were talking. One was drinking a can of beer or Coke. From across the street, a third figure, Kid could see the dark arms were bare from here, that the vest was shiny, ambled up. The street lamp pulsed and died, pulsed and died. Black letters on a yellow field announced and announced and announced Jackson Avenue. Kid walked toward them, curious. She run up here, the tall one explained, then laughed once more. Pretty little blonde-headed thing, all scared to death. You know, she stopped first like she gonna turn round and run away, with her hand up in front of her mouth. Then she asked me. The man lowered his head and raised his voice. Is George Harrison in there? You know, George Harrison, a big colored man? The raconteur threw up his head and laughed again. Man, if I had him like George had him. In his fist was a rifle barrel, butt on the ground, that swung with his laughter. What'd you tell her? The heavier one asked, and drank again. Sure he's inside, I told her. He better be inside. I just come out of there, and I sure as hell seen him inside. So if he ain't inside, then I just don't know where else he might be. The rifle leaned and recovered. She run. She just turned round and run off down the block. Run just like that. The third was a black scorpion with a black vinyl vest, his orchid on a neck chain. It's like, Kid thought, meeting friends the afternoon the TV had been covering the assassination of another politician, the suicide of another superstar. And for a moment you are complicit strangers, celebrating by articulate obliteration some national, neutral catastrophe. Remembering the noon's light, Kid squinted in the dark and wished he were holding anything else, notebook or flower or shard of glass. Awkwardly, he reached back to shove the books under his belt. The 3 turned to look. Kid's skin moistened with embarrassment. She just run off, the black man with the gun finally repeated, and his face relaxed like a musician's at a completed cadence. The one with the beer can, looking left and right, said, You scorpions, so you come down here a little, huh? This is a kid, the black scorpion explained. I'm Glass. His name, Kid thought. He remembered Spider helping with Siam's arm on the rocking bus floor. It isn't any easier to think of them once their names surface. They might as well be me. Surfaced with it was a delight at his own lack, but that joy still seemed as dull and expected as a banally Oedipal dream he'd had the first night he'd been assigned a psychiatrist at the hospital. "You the kid?" The man hooked the can's bottom on the top of his belt buckle. "You fellas gonna come down here and give us protection?" "Yeah, they all shooting up black people now. You come on down to Jackson." Far inside, other blacks were talking and laughing. "What happened?" Kid asked. Glass stepped over closer to Kid. Kid thought, "I feel more comfortable." He probably does, too. The others moved to accommodate the shift. "Someone been shooting up down here?" Glass asked. "That was this afternoon?" "Sure was." The barrel went into the other hand. "Like a sniper, you know. Ain't that something? I mean, this afternoon with that thing hanging up there." "What happened?" "Somebody climbed up on the roof of the Second City Bank building down on the corner and started shooting people with a gun. Just like that." "Did he kill anybody?" Kid asked. The man with the can pursed his lips to a prune. The man with the gun said, "About 7. "Shit," Kid said. "Like he got 4 people together, you know. Bip, 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 bip." The woman wasn't dead yet, but she couldn't move very far. A little later, some people came out to help him because they thought he'd gone, but he stood up again and picked off 3 of them. Then he run. He was a white boy, too," the other gestured with his can, "and he gonna come all the way down here to shoot niggers." "The woman died here when?" Glass asked. "A little later. She didn't say nothing about the guy did the shooting, though. Some others saw. That's how to know he was white." He grinned, finished the can, tossed it. "You scorpions gonna—" It clunked and bounced. "Gonna come down to Jackson and give us some protection? Keep them crazy white motherfuckers from shooting up people in the street?" The gun came up. "We don't need no scorpion protection." And a deprecating shit. "That's good," Kid said, "because we don't protect anybody." "This all sounds sort of familiar. Didn't somebody get shot from a roof?" The 2 men looked at each other, looked uncomfortable. Glass repeated finally, "That's not what we do." The man with the gun slid the barrel up to his shoulder. "No, we don't need no protection. We don't need no motherfuckers standing on the roof of the Second City Bank building shooting people either." The other man's hands moved on his belt to finger the buckle, as though he wished the can back. "You know, without having no doctors or undertakers." "What'd they do with him?" Glass asked. "Put him in the house way down there, and after about 3 or 4 days, people gonna start crossing the street when they was going past that stretch." The man with the gun didn't laugh. "What you scorpions doing over here? 'Cause that sun comes up?" The butt clacked down on the concrete. "You gonna come on down here?" "George told me to come down and see him," Kid said. "I saw him over at Reverend Amy's church, and he told me to come down and visit." "Yeah," Glass said. "We coming to see George." After a while, one said, "Oh, well, go on in." The other said, "Sure, go on inside. He's in there." "Come on," Kid said to Glass. Halfway down the hall, Glass said, "You think he ever had a gun before? The way he was banging it around, he gonna shoot off his ear or his nose or his head or something." "Or my head," Kid said. "Yeah, I was thinking that, too." 3 lanterns hung together. Their magnesium-white light harshened the battleship linoleum, the institutional yellow walls. Through an iron elevator gate, Kid could see a web of shadow on the cinder block. He knew he reacted, but could not tell by what it showed. Where to put the bodies? I'm not going to like it when I run into that a 3rd time. Glass was watching him. "Why are you wearing your orchid around your neck? When I first saw you the day we broke into the department store, you had it in a piece of leather." "I know," Glass said, "but you were wearing yours that way." "Oh, that's what I thought." Beyond the turn, they could hear people. "Hey!" Glass turned. Slabs of light slid across his black vinyl. "Huh? What did you guys think when I showed up? I mean, back at the department store." Glass laughed through his nose. He looked embarrassed. He pulled his pants across his stomach, scratched the twice-crossed T of an appendectomy scar showing above his belt. His knuckles were much darker than the rest of his skin. The places between his fingers looked like they'd been brushed with ash. "What did you think? Tell me." Glass shrugged and shook his head to settle the smile about the yellow corners of his eyes. Well, we knew you were coming, only we didn't know you were coming then. I mean, you remember the morning we woke you up in the park?" Kid nodded. Glass nodded too, as though the reference explained something, then looked up the hall. Kid walked on. "At a party, I hand out 150 copies of my book, and they all turn down the music and sit around cross-legged on the floor, reading so intently I can walk among them, lean down, and examine each expression flickering from humor through compassion to the visage of the deeply moved. He sweated under the books in his belt, a drop rolled, tickling his buttock. Kid and Glass stepped inside the wide-swung doors. He'd thought there was music. "Wants more of it, can't get enough of it, how to get out of it. Time," a woman cried over the loose crowd, "is the hero." She swayed in dark robes on some platform, or maybe just a table, that brought her knees high as the highest, close-cropped black, with a brown bald spot vague in the middle, head. "Time is the villain," Reverend Amy Taylor, 30 yards across the balconied hall, shook her head and her fist, glared around at craning women and men with faces of humus, sand, and all in-between colors earth can have. "Where is this city, struck out of time? Where is it builded? On the brink of truths and lies. Not truth and falsity, oh no, nothing so grand. Here we are sunk on the abyss of discreet fibs, innocent misobservations, brilliant speculations that turn out wrong and kill. Oh, there is so much less truth in the universe than anything else. Yes, even here we founder on the fill of language, the quick ash of desire." Glass touched Kid's arm. His expression looked stranger than Kid's felt. Lanterns hung on the walls. Shadows were multiple and dim on blood-colored linoleum. Near them, strung crepe paper had fallen behind the potted, not palms, cactuses. "So you have seen the moon. So you have seen George, the right and left testicles of God. So heavy with tomorrow, they tore through the veil to dangle naked above us all. Then what was that in the sky today? God's womb punched inside out and blazing with her blood, looking like a moment ago. She had passed the egg of the earth and its polar body we're so cavalierly dismissed from singularity. Is God a sow who devours her young and gets heartburn? Is God the garter snake, Ouroboros, gagging on the tip of his own tail? Or is God just a category concept mistake, like Ryle's mind, a process the materia of the universe performs, indulges in, or inflicts on itself through necessity or chance, for arcane reasons you and I will never discover? Being is a function of time, eh, Martin? Well, now, where does that get us? Now seems pretty specious to me, for it's just a little hole on whose rim we've been allowed for an eye's blink to perch, watching that flow, terrible for all of us, tragic for some of us, in which the future hisses through to heap the potter's field of the past, very deep indeed, and dried up, and dusty, and spiked with bone like pongee pits. Was it a heart of fire up there today, or just a dollop of what burns, squeezed out of the cosmic gut to its great relief? Maybe it was our sun hurtling by on its way somewhere else, and all that's left to us now is to grow colder and older, every day in every way, gracefully as possible. How long did this light last? Oh, my poor, sick, doomed, and soon-to-be obliterated children, ask instead, how long is the darkness that follows it? It was not, Kid had noticed, a particularly quiet nor attentive crowd, save the 30 or 40 actually clustered at the Reverend's podium. People wandered, talked, and now laughter began somewhere, obscuring her words. Up in the dark balcony, a few people, widely distant, slept like darker blotches among the brown wood seats. Somebody moved along the railing, checking spotlights. None seemed to work. Fat, bald, the color of terracotta, and wearing just some bib coveralls, he stood up, wiped at his forehead with the back of his arm, and moved to the next deadlight. On the walls were high-barred windows. As Kid's eyes came down the gates, a group of 6 middle-aged men and women ran across the floor. One woman knocked over a statue that one man caught and struggled to right till a plaster wing fell. Plaster shattered over the floor. Others clustered to laugh, to shout advice. Beyond them, Reverend Taylor waved her arms, ducked her head and tossed it back, haranguing the powdered floor, the shadowed ceiling. But only a word or two could tear clear now of talk and laughter. The group fell apart from a sunburst of white footprints. George Harrison stalked through. One arm was around the neck of a yellow-haired, plump, pink woman. the other around the waist of a gaunt, tan girl with a brick-colored natural and freckles. He'd seen her at the church with the blonde Mexican who had stopped him on the street. How many mornings later? How many mornings ago? George saw Kid, veered over, and called, "Hey, so you gonna come here now?" Shit. His sleeves were rolled high on biceps like French roast coffee. "You sure pick a hell of a time to come, right in the middle of super night. This is super night, ain't it?" And nodded and hallooed people passing 10 yards away. "Today sure as hell was super day, when that super sun come up in the super sky, hey?" He released the gaunt girl's waist. Between the lapels of her jumpsuit hung a glittering catenary. "What you got there? Let me see." His black fingers, pink nails, scimitarred with yellow, clawed up the optical chain. "I see all the people running around wearing these things. Him," he nodded at Kid. "You see all of them walking around with 'em. Come on, give me that one. I'm going to be a hippie, too, and wear them little glass beads." "Oh," she complained, "George, you give me those and you can get some more, right?" "No, honey." She lifted them from his fingers. "You can't have these." "Why not?" "'Cause you can't, that's all." "You know where to get 'em. You just give me these and you go get yourself—" "Not these, honey." She shouldered back into the bend of his arm. "You tell me what else you want, and I'll give you that, okay?" "Well, that's what I want." "Oh, George." She snuggled closer and out of his line of sight. "All right, you just watch it. I may not get them now, but I'm sure going to get 'em later." Harrison guffawed. The gaunt girl smiled, but raised her hand where ribs and sternum ridged her skin, and covered the chain with her small, brittle-looking palm. "What is all this?" Kid asked. The books pressed one of the prisms into the top of his left buttock. Uncomfortable, he shifted. The prism dragged. "I mean, what's everybody doing here? And the preacher?" "Got to give the preacher lady a place to preach." "She's sure been going on," the gaunt girl said. "She just doesn't stop." "This here's my house," George said with a grave nod. "Got a lot of my friends in here, you know, and you welcome, too, any time. Got me an apartment downstairs. Some of the rooms upstairs people done fixed, you know. This is a big meeting room, like. The preacher lady, she figured after this afternoon she wouldn't be able to fit 'em all in the church, so we say come on, and we gonna open up the big meeting room. And you just put a sign out, say everybody come on over." "I think that's real nice," Plump Pink said in an accent that, during 3 weeks at the Georgia border loading melons, Kid had learned to identify as South Alabama Flats. "She's always preaching about George and telling everybody about George, so I think it was very nice of George to say why not come on and do it here." "Don't look to me like there are any more people than she could fit in the chapel," the girl said. "We got a bar over there," the blonde woman turned up her hand to point, "where you fellas can get a drink. Then you can go listen to the preacher lady. George just wants everybody to make themselves at home." "Shit," George said. Then he laughed. Glass laughed, too. The blonde woman looked satisfied, did something with 2 fingers under the flowered cotton of her bodice, smiled. "Gotta give the preacher lady a place to preach," George repeated. He nodded, dropped the gaunt girl's waist. "Who lives in this city?" Reverend Amy's voice came on through a lull. "Logicians love it here." George turned to listen. So did the gaunt girl and Glass. "Here you can cleave space with a distinction, mark, or token, and not have it bleed all over you. What we need is not a calculus of form, but an analytics of attention, which renders form on the indifferent and undifferentiated plurima. No, Che, no, Fanon, you are not niggers enough. Look." Once more she waved her fist high, her black sleeve flung out below it. "I have a handful of monads here. Listen, they're chattering and gossiping away like 8 Operation Logic cells calling up order from a random net." At the mention of Che, an unrelated, Kid wondered, wave of noise had started in one corner of the hall. Now another, which had at its center crashing bottle glass, rose over her voice. On the brown scape of the reverend's face, a constellation of droplets gleamed on each temple. Her mouth moved, her head bent, her head rose. Her eyes sealed, snapped open, stared intently, and again Kid could hear none of her dithyramb. He did hear George chuckle. Harrison stood with his hands in the pockets of his dirty khaki slacks. Glass, a few steps away, was craning to see something over somebody's head. The blonde woman was shouldering her way forward with smiles and excuse-me's right and left. The gaunt girl stood pensive, still watching the preacher, her left hand on her right shoulder, looking pained and picturesque. "You know, your girlfriend was outside looking for you again," Kid said. "Yeah," George said. "Which one?" "A little blonde, 17-year-old white girl." The sweat, Kid realized, was not just under the books. The shoulders of his vest slid on it. The backs of his knees and the skin under his jaw were wet. She was outside asking for you. "Is George Harrison in there? Is George inside?" George's nose and cheeks like sanded teak, his heavy lips wrinkled as hemlock bark, the planes around his off-ivory teeth and eyes, moved into an expression fixed loosely among irony, amusement, and contempt. It was the expression on Tack's first poster. "Lots of little white girls come around here looking for me." "Her name rhymes with moon, and she—" Kid's right fist clamped, fingertips and knuckles scraping his jeans. "She killed her brother for you. George, she had your poster all big and black and naked, and he saw it, her little brother. He saw it and was teasing her. You know how little brothers are, George. He was teasing her, and he was going to tell on her, you see. He was going to tell her mother, tell her father. Only she was afraid if he did, they'd know that it wasn't just a picture, know that she'd found you once, know that she was trying to find you again. See, they'd already threatened to kill her older brother. Already. And he'd run away. So she pushed him, her little brother, down the elevator shaft, 16, 17, 18 stories down. I don't quite remember." Kid shook his head. Something that was not pain pulsed in it again. "Oh, Christ, there was blood. I had blood all over me. I had to pull him up out of the basement by the armful and carry him back upstairs after he was dead. But it was for you. That's why she did it. That's why I—" What pulsed became pain. "She told me herself. She told me that she was afraid he was going to tell, and that she—" Kid stepped away, stepped again, because the first step was unsteady, and he had to catch himself on the second. He looked back. George watched as if from a long hall whose walls moved with indifferent faces, black and brown. His eyes will explode like blooming poppies, Kid thought. His teeth will erupt like diamonds spat by the mouthful. His tongue will snake the yards between us, nearly touch my mouth before it becomes pink smoke. Steam in 2 columns will hiss down from his nostrils. George stared with, and recognizing it, Kid suddenly turned away and lurched away, the indulgence reserved for the mad. Is this, Kid thought, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, man," and patting someone's shoulder he'd just bumped, one of those moments that momentarily will slip out of my mind to join my purpose, age, and name? He made it between those two, then somebody laughing steadied his arm and handed him on. He came up against the thin metal bars with his cheek and both hands, clutched them, leaned back, looked up. Someone was coming down the spiral stairway. The fat, bald man, whose skin looked now more like oiled wrapping paper, in the bib overalls, descended, by Kid, stepped from ringing black triangular steps that circled the central pole, up, around, and up through the open square in the balcony floor. When Kid looked down again, the man was working sideways through the people wandering about the center of the room. "You all right?" "Yeah, Kid looked around. "Good." Glass, with a bobbing walk, almost slow motion, came toward him. "I was just wondering. You know?" "I'm all right." But he was cold. The sweat was drying on his neck, his forearms, his ankles. "Yeah." Glass ran his thumb along his belt. Vinyl flapped back from the appendectomy scar in his dark, matte skin, swung over it again. Multiple Caucasian laughter fell down through the spiral railing. Glass and Kid looked up together, looked down together. A lantern high on the wall brushed soft highlights on Glass's arms, slapped harsh ones on his vest, and slipped a line of light along an orchid petal against his chained and chain-lapped chest so bright Kid squinted. "You want to go see?" Glass said. "Sounds like the kids from the park." Kid pressed his lips, glanced up again. Suddenly he swung around the rail, started up the steps, one hand on the gritty pole, one trailing on the banister. Glass, behind him, kept bumping Kid's fist with his fist on the rail. The toe of his boot caught Kid's bare heel one step before the top. From the shadowed kiosk at the head of the aisle, Kid looked down the balcony's raked seats. He heard Glass breathing inches behind his ear. They sat 7 of them, just back from the balcony rail. The blonde woman in the third row, leaning forward to see between the shoulders of the 2 men in front, was Lynn, the woman he had sat next to at the Richards', the woman from whom he had wrested the gun in the Emboriki. A tall, curly-haired man sat beside her, his hands locked around the barrel of a gun. He leaned forward, the barrel tip higher than his head. He looked almost asleep. Another man was still laughing. Another was saying, "Where's that damn woman's dog? Hey," he half rose, looked over the empty seats. "Muriel, Muriel." "Oh, for God's sake, Mark, sit down," Lynn in her green dress said. Another man in a worn suede jacket said, "I want to know where that damn woman is. She was supposed to be back by—" The last of his sentence was lost in laughter and applause from below that must have had something to do with the Reverend, but Kid could not see her from here. And one man had cuffed the man next to him. The other woman, in an off-the-shoulder peasant blouse, was trying to separate them, laughing. A seat away, scuffed shoes on the back of the seat ahead, knees jackknifed in shiny slacks, and a rifle across his chair arms like a guard bar on the seat of a carnival ride, sat Jack. While the others joked and laughed, Kid could see his hollow, unshaven cheek pulse with swallowing as he balanced his chin on his joined fists and brooded down on the milling blacks. "Ain't some of these guys look awfully familiar?" Glass whispered too loudly, it seemed, near Kid's ear, but none of them turned. Kid glanced back, the department store, and saw Glass nod before he looked away. Widely scattered in the dark balcony, there were only 2 lanterns that someone had set up about 20 yards down the balcony rail. All the other light came from below. Perhaps a dozen people lounged in the ply-backed seats. The bolts in the wrought metal braces holding the seat in front of Kid's knee to the dusty floor were half out. "What's she saying? Can you hear what the preacher lady's saying down there?" "On, come on. You can't hear anything up here except noise. I want to go downstairs and wander around the party." "You want to go down there with all of them? Go on, then. That guy down there looks all right. Who is he, anyway? The white guy over there? That's who I was pointing at, wasn't I?" "Man," the curly-haired one dragged the barrel back against his chest, "we could really just pick them off from up here. Just like—" He suddenly raised his rifle to his eye. "Pow," he said, then glanced over and laughed. "Just like that, right? Wish I knew which one was George Harrison." He sighted down the gun again. "Pow," he whispered. "Cut it out," the man who was marked said. "We just snuck in here to see what was going on." The curly-headed man leaned forward and called, "Hey, Reb, don't you think we could stir up a little excitement down there with a few well-aimed ones? Just for target practice, mind you. What you think of that idea, Reb?" Jack said, soberly and not looking over, "All you folks got some strange ideas. Everybody I met since I come here got strange ideas." "Not soberly," came to Kid as a second thought. Jack's voice had the slurred gravity of a very grave drunk. "Why do you 2 want to bring guns to a place like this for, anyway?" Mark said. "They had guns," the curly-headed man said, putting his rifle butt back on the floor. "You see the way them niggers tried to kick us out because we had guns? Now that's not right. They had guns, we had guns. All men are created equal, didn't you know that? Hey, get your hand off." "I just wanted to see it," the woman in the peasant blouse said. "Besides, I'm a better shot than you, anyway." "Yeah," the man said, "sure you are." He hung his curly head back against the barrel. "Well, I am." "Which one is Harrison?" one of the other men said. "You know, they all do look alike." He laughed. "At least from up here." Jack put one shoe down. Other than that, elbows on the chair arms across his rifle, chin on his fists, and one shiny knee angling wide, he did not move. "What is that woman shouting about down there? Jesus!" Kid looked at Glass, who had stepped up beside him now. Glass, frowning, glanced back at the small group with a small, disgusted headshake. Kid gestured down the spiral steps with his chin, turned, and started. The hall of milling men and women revolved and received him. "Too much," Glass said at the bottom, stopping Kid with a warm hand on the shoulder. "I mean, Christ, man." "Let's find George." Kid took a breath. "We'll tell him they're up there and see what he wants to do." They probably ain't really going to do nothing, Glass said warily. Then we find George, tell him there's a bunch of white people up in the balcony, 2 of them with guns, who probably ain't going to do anything. Kid wondered which way to go, saw an opening in the crowd, and loped into it. Behind him, Glass suggested on the run, "Maybe George already knows they're there?" "Fine," Kid said back over his shoulder. "Then he can tell us that, too." 3 tubs near the wall held the 4- and 5-foot cactuses, the sort Kid had always heard sent roots 30 and 40 feet down into the desert for water. On the nearest, among browned and criss-crossed needles, hung what looked like a pink tissue. 2 steps nearer, and Kid saw it was the rag of a flower, wide as his hand, limp on the succulent's flesh. Before the furthest, George joked among a loud and jocular group. One woman, with arms like brown sacks, wrinkled at elbows, wrists, and knuckles, waved a bottle, offering it here and there, with kisses and explosive shrieks. Kid glanced at the balcony. No, they were not visible from where he stood. Kid edged forward into the group. An arm pressed his arm. A hand steadied against his back to steady someone unsteady. He was sweating again. "George! Hey, George!" He wondered why, and for answer found all the memories of 10 minutes ago encounter, the compulsive tale of June, his own terror returning now. "George, I gotta—" He took the bottle past him, drank, passed it on. "George, I gotta see you for a minute, man." Am I afraid of him? Kid wondered. If that's all it is, then all I know to do is not be afraid of the fear. "George!" Harrison had the bottle now. His arm rose, his laughter fell. "Hey, now, how you doing, kid? This here's the Kid. Kid wants to speak to me for a second." Then the arm fell around Kid's shoulder. "So I'll be with you in a second." The dark head lowered next to Kid's with an anticipatory swig, fixing attention. "Look," Kid said. "Outside there was some guy talking about some people getting killed in the street by snipers from the roof this afternoon. Well, up in the balcony you got about 6 white guys, 2 of them with guns. They're sitting there joking about picking people off, and they're particularly interested in which one is you. Now, they probably aren't going to pull anything, but I thought you ought to—" "Shit!" George hissed. He raised his eyes, but not his head. "They got 3 women and a dog with them?" "2, Kid began. "No, 3, and a dog." "Goddamn thick-headed niggers," George's breath lurched in sharply. "I told them not to let them crazy people in here with no guns. What the hell they think I put them out there for, unless they done snuck in some other way?" "That's what they were saying," Kid said. "They must have snuck in, and—" George started to stand. Kid caught his shoulder and pulled him back down, his mind gone bright with recognition of what was inside of it. "And, George, what I told you—" The sweat started to dry, and as his back cooled under his vest he knew why it had come. "About June killing her brother?" George's eyes, the corners blood-heavy, the pupils fading almost evenly into the stained ivory whites, came close to Kid's. "It wasn't true. I mean, she did it. But you see, I don't know whether she did it because of you or not. After he was killed, that's when she told me he was going to tell, about the poster of you I gave her. She said it was an accident. She said he was going to tell, and then, just by accident. So I don't know. You see?" "You real worried about that, ain't you?" George straightened. His arm still hung on Kid's shoulder, the glass bottle moving as George breathed against Kid's change. "Well, that's why she's looking for me, not you, 'cause I don't care about that one way or the other. You so busy blaming or forgiving, you gonna drive her crazy. Me, see, I don't care if she innocent as a little white bunny rabbit in a brand-new hutch, or if she done killed her brother, her mother, her daddy, and the President of the United States. Cut up the bodies and dance naked in the blood. What's it to me? What's it to her? Another white man out of the way, that's all. She might worry about it a bit more than I do, but not much. And finally, it's just going to make both our lives easier, maybe even yours. When she come to me, I'd do her just the same, both ways. You say she looking? Well, I'm here, man. I'm still here. Hey," which was called out across the crowd. George waved the bottle high. "We all getting tired out now. I think we got to all think about going home." The blades clicked on Kid's chest, turned. Kid said, "You want us to go up and get 'em down for you, George? We'll take them out of the balcony." George looked back at Kid, hesitated with narrowed eyes. "We get my boys up there to cover 'em. Then we get some people to take 'em away, and my boys let 'em get in so they can get 'em out. I know you guys is pretty handy with them bunch of thorns hanging around your necks, but they got equalizers, and if all men is created equal, we might as well keep it that way. Party's been going on too long anyway. We all gonna go home now, so you can oblige me by moving out too, okay?" Kid grinned, aped an over-polite bow. "Much obliged to you there," George said, "for all your trouble," and laughed. Kid looked at the cactus in its wooden tub. For a moment he considered throwing himself against it to embrace the spiked, fleshy trunk, which was so ridiculous he merely turned and walked away. They will meet, he thought, by sun, by moons, by laughter, or lightning. Why I sweat is because I do not know what will happen to me then. What will happen to me? Glass fell in beside him. After about 6 steps, Glass said, "What would you have done if he'd said, 'Why, sure, man, go on up there and bring the motherfuckers down'?" "Probably," Kid dodged a drunk who was going to fall 3 steps beyond them. "Pissed all over myself." "Maybe," Glass laughed. "But then you probably have tried to go up there and get 'em down, too." "I don't think there'd have been much trouble," Kid said. "I hope." The white man coming toward them, shouldering through the blacks and smiling, was Captain Michael Camp. "Well, hello there. Now, I didn't think I was going to see you again. I mean, not this evening." His smile took in Glass. "Hello, sir," Kid said. "Good to see you again. But I think the party's breaking up. They got some problem upstairs. Nothing serious, but there just might be some shooting, and it's awfully easy pickings from up there." Camp's eyes followed Kid's up to the balcony and came back, confused and half again as wide. Kid said, "Oh, this is my friend Glass. Glass, this is Captain Camp." "Hello, sir." Glass put out his hand. "Glad to meet you." Camp had to remember to shake. Come on," Kid said. "Let's move over this way." "What's going on now?" Camp followed them. "Now, well, Roger give me a list of places to hit this evening. I'm afraid I'm one of those guys who likes to drink booze and chase women, the Navy's favorite kind. Well, that bar is all very interesting, a very interesting bunch." He nodded. "Really, I thought I might do better, at least on the second part of that, someplace else, like here." He looked up at the balcony again, while a sudden mass of people moved noisily toward the door and out. "They got some pretty women, too." Another bunch followed them. "What is it?" Camp asked. "Some crazy white folks with guns," Kid said. "They aren't doing anything but making people nervous, but they shouldn't be up there anyway." "Didn't I hear somebody saying something about people getting shot in the street this afternoon?" "Yeah," Glass said, and grimaced. "Oh," Camp said, because he could apparently think of nothing else. "Roger said they didn't even let white people in this place." "What are they doing here?" Kid frowned a moment at Camp. "Well, some of us get by." "Oh," Camp said. "Well, sure, you from the moon, ain't you?" Glass said. "That's pretty interesting." Camp started to say something, but a voice, it was the Reverend's, coming through the half-silence that followed the exodus. "Of the crossing taken again is not the value of the crossing. Oh, my poor inaccurate hands and eyes! Don't you know that once you have transgressed that boundary, every atom, the interior of every point of reality, has shifted its relation to every other you've left behind, shaken and jangled within the field of time, so that if you cross back, you return to a very different space than the one you left? You have crossed the river to come to this city? Do you really think you can cross back to a world where a blue sky goes violet in the evening, buttered over with the light of a single silver moon? Or that after a breath of dark, presaged by a false, familiar dawn, a little disk of fire will spurt, spitting light over trees and sparse clouds, women, men, and works of hand? But you do. Of course you do. How else are we to retain the inflationary coinage and cheap paper money of sanity and solipsism? Oh, it is common knowledge, the name of that so secondary moon that intruded itself upon our so ordinary night, but the arcane and unspoken name of what rose on this so extraordinary day, for which George is only consort, that alone will free you of this city. Pray with me, pray. Pray that this city is the one pure logical space from which, without being a poet or a god, we can all actually leave if— What? Someone reached up to her. The Reverend looked down. What did— It was George. The Reverend bent. For a moment she started to look up, did not, and hastily climbed from her platform. Her small head was lost among the heads around her. "Well, I guess it's about time for me to be getting up to Rogers, then." Camp looked around. "Though they have some pretty nice-looking ladies around, I must admit." "Guess it's time for us all to get going," Kid said, and noticed Camp did not move. He tried to glance in the direction Camp looked, wondering which lady his eyes had come to rest on, found only the blank, barred window. Camp said, "Getting up to Rogers in the dark." He shifted his weight, put his one hand in his slacks pocket. "I don't really enjoy the idea." He shifted back. "Say, you guys want a job?" "Huh?" "Give you $5 if you walk me up to the house. You know where it is?" Kid nodded. "I mean, you guys are in the protection business, aren't you? I'd just as soon have some, walking around this town at night." "Yeah?" "Walking around the streets in the dark in a city with no police. You don't know what you're going to find." "Both of you. I'll give you 5 apiece." "I'll go with you," Glass said. "We'll go," Kid said. "I really appreciate that now, I really do. I don't want to rush you out. If you want to stay around and have a couple more drinks, fine. Just let me know when you're ready." Glass looked at Kid with a sort of is-he-crazy look. So Kid said, "We'll go now," and thought, is he that much more terrified of the dark than known danger? "Good," Camp said. "Okay, fine, now." He grinned and started for the crowded door. Glass's expression was still puzzled. "Yeah," Kid said, "he's for real. He's been to the moon." Glass laughed without opening his lips. "I'm for real, too, man." And then he clapped his hands. Camp looked back at them. Kid, followed by Glass, shouldered through the bunch, milling loudly at the exit. In the hallway, Camp said, "Do you fellas— you're Scorpions now, right? Do you fellas have much trouble around here?" "I share," Glass said. Kid thought, Glass always waits before he speaks, as if it were my place to speak first. "I'm not the sort of man who usually runs from a fight," Camp said, "but now you don't set yourself up. I'm not carrying a lot of money, but I want to get home with what I got." People before the door listened to a woman who, in the midst of her story, stopped to laugh torrentially. "If I'm going to stay in Bologna for a while, maybe it'd be a good idea to hire a bunch of you guys to hang around with me. Then again, maybe that would just be attracting attention. Now, I really do appreciate you coming with me." "We won't let anything happen to you," Kid said, and wondered why. He contemplated telling Camp his fear was silly, and realized his own nether consciousness had grown fearful. Glass settled his shoulders and his chin and his thumbs in his frayed pockets like a black drugstore cowboy. "You'll be okay," Kid reiterated. The woman recovered enough for the story's punchline, which was, "The sun! He said it was the goddamn sun!" Black women and men rocked and howled. Kid laughed too. They circuited the group into the dark. "Did you talk to George when you were inside?" Glass asked. "We sort of talked. He offered me one of his girlfriends, but she just wasn't my type now. Now, if he'd offered me the other one—" Camp chuckled. "What did you think of him?" Kid asked. "He isn't so much. I mean, I don't know why everybody's so scared of him." "Scared?" "Roger's terrified," Camp said. "Roger was the one who told me about him, of course. It's an interesting story, but it's strange. What do you think?" Kid shrugged. "What's there to say?" "A great deal, from what you hear." On the brick wall, beneath a pulsing street lamp, George's posters, as shiny as if they had been varnished, overlapped like the immense and painted scales of a dragon, flank fading off and up into night. Glass looked at them as they passed. Kid and Camp glanced at Glass. "From what I've gathered now, everybody spends a great deal of time talking about him." "What did you two talk about, besides swapping pussy?" Kid asked. "He mentioned you, among other things." "Yeah? What did he say?" "He wanted to know if I'd met you. When I said I had, he wanted to know my opinion of you. Seems people are almost as interested in you as they are in him." That seemed like something to laugh at. Kid was surprised at Camp's silence. Dark pulled over Camp's face. "You know, there's something Well, I'm not a strictly religious man, but I mean, for instance, when we were up there and we read the Bible to everybody on television, we meant it. There's something about naming a new moon for somebody like that and all that sort of stuff. Now, it's against religion. I don't like it. Glass chuckled. They ain't named the sun yet. Camp, baffled by Glass's accent, by now Kid had said it somewhere near Shreveport, made him say that again. Oh, Camp said when he understood. Oh, you mean this afternoon? Yeah, Glass said. I hope you don't think they're going to name it after you, and chuckled on. You think you could live up to that? Kid asked. Camp gestured in the dark, but they could not tell the curve of his arm, whether it were closed or open-handed, so lost the meaning. You fellas know where we're going now? We going right, Glass said. Kid felt distinctly they were going wrong, but distrust of his distinct feelings had become second nature. He walked, waiting, beside them. See, Glass said, surprising Kid from his reverie maybe 20 minutes later. This is that place between Brisbane North and Brisbane South. Told you we're going right. Two canyon walls collapsed inward upon one another, obliterating the time between. What? Asked Camp. We going right, Glass said. Up to Mr. Calkins. Lamps on 3 consecutive corners worked. They squinted and blinked at one another after blocks of darkness. I guess, Camp said jocularly, it must be pretty hard for anybody to navigate after dark in the city. You learn, Kid said. What? What sort of accent do I have? I said, you learn. Oh. Ahead, black was punctured by a street lamp at least 5 blocks off, flickering through branches of some otherwise invisible tree. You fellas ever have any trouble on the street? Yeah, Kid said. What part of the city? Camp asked. You know, I want to know what neighborhoods to stay out of. Was it over where we were, the colored area, Jackson? Right outside of Calkins, Kid said. Did you get robbed? No, I was just minding my own business. Then this bunch of guys jumped out and beat the shit out of me. They didn't have anything better to do, I guess. Did you ever find out who it was? Scorpions, Kid said. Glass chuckled again. But that was before I started running. Scorpions are about the only thing in Delany you got to worry about, Glass said. Unless it's some nut with a rifle in an upstairs window or on the roof who decides to pick you off. Because he don't have anything better to do, Kid finished. Camp took a breath in the dark. You say the neighborhood up here around Rogers is really bad? Almost as bad as any place else, Kid said. Well, Camp reflected, I guess it was a pretty good idea to get you guys to come up with me now. He's using his fear to use me, Kid reflected, and said nothing. $10 for the walk? Kid wondered how much this paralleled the genesis of the protection racket in the park commune. He put his fingertips in his pockets, hunched his shoulders, grinned at the night, and thought, is this how a dangerous scorpion walks? He swung his steps a bit wider. Camp coughed and said very little for the next quarter hour. Am a marauder in the internal city, tenuous as the dark shaken on itself with a footstep, eye blink, heartbeat. Intrigued by the way his fear has given me purpose, I swagger down the labyrinth of least resistance. Where is the sound? There is a sound like glass and sand, or a finger turning in the channels of the ear. I acknowledge my own death with an electrified tongue, wanting to cry. These breaths I leave here, disperse like apparitions of laughter I am too terrified to release. Which was the conclusion of the reverie he'd begun before, but could not remember its beginning. Do you know how far along the wall here the gate is? Camp asked. The wall makes your voice sound funny in the dark, don't it? Glass said. Won't we be able to see some light from the house? Camp asked. Kid asked, they still got light? They walked. There, Kid said, I see something, stumbling at the curb edge. Hey, watch! But did not fall. He recovered to Camp's nervous laugh. He thinks, Kid thought, something almost jumped out at us. Only my eyes are bandaged in darkness. The rest of my body swerves in light. Yes, Camp said, we're here. Between the mules, through the brass bars and shaggy pine, light slid into the crevices of Glass's face, sweating. Kid was surprised. And dusted Camp's that was simply very pale. I thought I was the only one scared to death, Kid thought. My luck, on my dumb face it doesn't show. "Jose," Camp called. "Jose, it's Mike Camp. I'm back for the night." Jose, Camp explained somewhat inanely, is the man Roger has on the gate. Clank. The lock, remotely controlled, opened and bars swung inches in. "Well," Camp put his hands in his pockets, "I certainly want to thank you guys for—" "Oh," his hands came out. "Here you go." He rifled through his wallet, held it up to his eyes. "Gotta see what I have here now." He took out 2 bills. Glass said, "Thanks," when he got his. "Well," Camp said again, "thanks again. Well, now, if I don't see you before, kid, I'll see you in 3 Sundays. He pushed the gate. "Do you fellas want to come?" "No," Kid said, and realized Glass had gotten himself ready to say yes. "All right." Clank. "Good night now." Glass shifted from one foot to the other. "Night." Then he said, "Those curbs are too much in all this dark shit. Let's go down the middle of the street." "Sure." They stepped off the sidewalk and started back. "You'll get to see what it looks like inside in a couple of weeks," Kid thought of saying, and didn't. He also thought of asking why Glass was a scorpion, how long he'd been, and what he'd done before. They did not talk. Kid constructed the stumps of a dozen conversations, and heard each veer into some mutually embarrassing area, and so abandoned it. Once it occurred to him, Glass was probably indulging in the same process. For a while he pondered what Glass might want to know about him. That, too, became fantasized converse, and, like the others, embarrassing. So their silent intercourse moved to another subject. "All this walking ain't worth $5, Glass said at the north-south connection. "Here." Kid held out his bill, crumpled by the hour in his fist. The crisp points had blunted with perspiration. "It probably ain't worth 10 either, but I don't need it." "Thanks," Glass said. "Hey, thanks, man." He was both surprised and amused that the interchange released him from his preoccupation with who Glass was. They ambled the black street into the city, neither moving to illuminate his projector, in memoriam, Kid realized, to the sun. How long had they been? 3 hours? More? The distance between then and now was packed full of time, during which his furious mind had prodded the outsides of a myriad fantasies. And, if he were asked, he would have said, nothing had happened. Thoughts of madness. Perhaps those moments of miscast reality or lost time were the points, during times when nothing happened, when the prodding broke through. The language that happened on other muscles than the tongue was better for grasping these. Things he could not say wobbled in his mouth, and brought back, vividly in the black, how at age 4 he had sat in the cellar, putting into his mouth one after the other blue, orange, and pink marbles to see if he could taste the colors. They passed another lamp. Glass's face was dry. The way anywhere in this city was obviously to drift. Kid drifted on kinesthetic memory. To try consciously for destination was to come upon street signs illegible through smoke, darkness, or vandalism, wrongly placed or missing. When they crossed Jackson, Kid asked, "I want to go back to the party." "Sure, motherfucker," Glass grinned. "Why not? You really want to?" "Just to see what happened." Glass sighed. Across the pavement at the other end of the block, Kid saw the dim trapezoid. Lights still on. Of the cluster of 3 lanterns inside the door, 1 still burned. Inside, the doors to the hall were closed. "Don't sound like nobody's there." "Open the door," Kid said, because Glass was ahead of him. Glass pushed, stepped in, Kid stepped after. Only 2 lanterns were working, a third in the corner guttered. The meeting room was empty. The party's detritus lay in ruin and shadow. Near the one-winged statue, fallen among the prickly plants, the tip of the barrel on his belly, the butt on the linoleum, the black guard whom they had talked to outside lay on his back and snored. The tracked plaster, overturned chairs, and scattered bottles momentarily brought Kid an image of a drunken shooting, the barrel swinging around the room moments before he'd passed out. But he saw no bullet holes. He could see no one in the balcony. On a chair by the far wall, muffled in an absurd overcoat, The only other person in the room swayed to one side, froze, recovered, swayed once more, froze, at an angle that challenged gravity. "Was he have inside him a gyroscope?" Glass asked. "More like half a spoon of skag." Glass laughed. In the hallway, a door that had been closed before now stood ajar on a stairwell. "You want to go exploring?" Glass asked. "Sure," Kid said. Glass pinched at his broad nose twice, sucked in both lips, cleared his throat, and started down. Kid followed. A door at the bottom was open. Kid's foot crushed at times, which caught some low draught. The dirty stair was cold, the banister pipe warm, and doffed down. It rasped again beneath his boot on the last step. Kid came up behind Glass in the doorway. The couch had been opened into a bed. The gaunt, brick-haired girl who had been with George, her neck looped with the optical chain, slept beneath a rumpled blanket, bearing small, light coffee breasts dolloped with dark nipples. A lamp by the bed had a shade of glass from which a triangle was broken away. The wedge of light, molding to body and bedding, just touched one aureole at the height of her blowy breath. "Hey, man," Glass whispered and grinned. Kid breathed with her, swaying on the bottom step, and had to move his feet apart. "How'd you like some of that?" "I think I could eat about 3 helpings," Kid said. "Where's George?" "Man, he probably gone off with the other one." Glass's emphatic whispers broke into and returned from falsetto. Then, "What the fuck you doing?" She sat up sharply, face going from sleep to anger like 2 frames of film. "Jesus Christ, lady," Kid said. "We were just looking." "Well, stop looking. Go on, get the fuck out of here. Where the hell is everybody? You, both of you, get out." "Sweetheart, don't go on like that," Glass said. "Now you got your door wide open." "Did that nut leave the damn door unlocked?" She pulled up the sheet, reached down by the bed, and whipped up some article of clothing. "Come on, out! Out, out! I'm not kidding! Out!" "Look!" Kid glumly contemplated the difficulties of rape. A surprising memory of his arms filled with the bloody boy. He moved his feet back together, and wondered what Glass was contemplating. "If you just stop yelling, maybe we can discuss this a little. You might change your mind." "Not on your fucking life." She shook out the wrinkled jumpsuit, swung her legs off the bed, and stuck her feet in. "I don't know what you got on your mind to do, but if you try it, you're going to get your ass hurt." "Nobody wants to hurt anybody." Kid stopped because Glass was looking up at the small high window. Kid felt his cheeks wrinkling and the pressure of surprise on his forehead. She started to say something and then said, "Huh?" The foggy air outside had lightened to blue. Then Glass turned and ran up the stairs. "Hey!" Kid followed him. Behind, he could hear her fighting with shoes. Kid ran down the hall, swung outside. Glass, a dozen feet from the sidewalk, steered along the street. Kid joined him, stopping to look back at the sound of footsteps. She stopped at the edge of the door, leaned out, her face contorted. "Jesus God," she said softly, stepped out and raised her head. "It's getting light." Kid's first thought was, "It's happening too fast." The uneven roofs descended in a paling V, vortex blurred with smoke. He stared, waiting for an eruption of bronze fires. But no, the arch of visible sky, though mottled and mottled with billows, was deep blue, except the lowest quarter, gone gray. "Oh, man," Glass looked at Kid. "I'm so tired." Below one eye, water tracked his dark cheek. Blinking, Glass turned back to the morning. Kid got chills, and kept getting them. "I don't trust this reaction," he thought, remembering the last late-night TV drama where the frail heroine's tearful realizations of burgeoning love had caused him the same one. "I'm going on like this because there's a nigger next to me about to bawl, and another in the doorway who looks so scared and confused I'm about to—" No, it's not the light. No. But the chills came on, frazzling his flesh, till even his thoughts stuttered. Chills sandpapered his spine. His palms hummed. He opened his mouth, and his eyes, and his fingers, wide to the rattled and streaming dawn. Sunday, April 1st, 1776. There is reason to speak of this on page 2, rather than lend the phenomenon the leading headline it could so easily claim. We, for one, are just not ready to grant the hysteria prevailing beneath this miasmal pollution the reinforcement of our shock. We saw this one ourselves. But in the city where we live, one doubts even the validity of that credential. We went so far as to entertain a while the idea of devoting this issue to accounts only by those who had slept through, who were busy in the cellar or windowless back room when, or hope on hope, could claim to have been strolling about yesterday afternoon and observed during nothing extraordinary in the sky. But if the advent in our Knights of George is anything to go by, we should have to look outside our misty and deliquescent city limits to find a negative witness. At least we hope so. Please return to page 1. The plight of Jackson's lower Cumberland area, where apparently all power has gone out with the breaking of the water main on my last Thursday. How dangerous that is for the rest of us nobody can say, because nobody can estimate the losses from the fractured dam in terms of our decreased population, is a real dilemma, more real, we would like to feel, than yesterday's portent. We are not anxious either to describe or even name what passed. Presumably some copy of this will get beyond our border. We should like to keep our good name. We would much prefer to give our opinions on Lower Cumberland Park, but another writer, page 1, continued page 7, has already rehearsed his eyewitness first-hand account, and anyway, in his words, chances are no one lives there anymore. Dubious to time, the arc became visible in the late afternoon of the overcast day. In a spectrum ranging only through gray, black, and blue, you would have to see to judge the effects of those golds and bronzes, those reds and purplish browns. Minutes later, most of us here had gathered in the August garden. The view was awesome. Speculation, before awe silenced it, was rampant. When, after 15 minutes, perhaps a fourth of the disk had emerged, we had our first case of hysteria. But rather than dwell on those understandable breakdowns, let us commend Professor Wellman on his level-headedness throughout, and Budgie Goldstein on her indomitable high spirits. More than an hour in the rising, the monumental disk, sphere, whatever, eventually cleared the visible buildings. There is some question even among those gathered in August as to whether the orb actually hovered, or whether it immediately changed direction and began to set again, slightly, by no more than a fifth of its diameter, to the left, this last the estimate of Wallace Gwadowski. The lower rim, at any rate, was above the horizon for 15 or 20 minutes. Even at full height it could be stared at for minutes because of the veiling clouds. Colonel Harris advised, however, that we curtail prolonged gazing. The setting, almost all are agreed, took substantially less time than the rising, and has been estimated between 15 minutes and a half an hour. We have heard several attempts now to estimate size, composition, and trajectory. We doubt recording even the ones we could understand would be much use, the merest indulgence in cleverness before something so awful. Do we hear objections from you, eager for meaningful cosmologic distractions? May we simply ask your trust? Of the explanations heard, none, frankly, were that clever, and we do not choose to insult our readers. We recall, with distrust and wheedling astonishment, the speed at which the last such celestial apparition acquired, by common consent of the common, its cognomen. How heartening, then, that this vision should prove too monstrous for facile appellation. One has been suggested from a number of quarters, but all common decency and decorum forbids us to mention it. We have defamed the young woman, many feel, enough in these pages already. Indeed, though a label might cling to such when we review it with a smile, certain images lose their freedom and resonance if, when we regard them with a straight face, we do so through the diffraction of a name. "What do you think of that?" Faust asked, coming a little ways across the street. Kid laughed. "Calkins is pretty quick to call a spade, but when it comes to naming anything else, he's still chicken shit." No, not that." Faust had to toss the rolled paper 3 times before getting it into the second-story window. "I mean on page 1. Kid, sitting on the stoop, leaned down to scratch his foot. "What?" He turned back to the front of the tabloid. "Where is Cumberland Park, anyway?" "Lower Cumberland Park?" Faust craned his ropey neck, and beneath his corduroy jacket scratched his undershirt. "That's down at the other end of Jackson. That's where they got some really bad niggers. It's where the great god Harrison lives." "Oh," Kid said, "where I was last night. It says here something about nobody living there anymore." Faust hefted the bundle on his hip. "Then all I know is that I leave a goddamn lot of papers in front of a goddamn lot of doors, and they ain't there the next day when I come back. Damn, splashing around in all that water in the street yesterday morning." He squinted back at the window. "It was better this morning, though. Hey, I see you again tomorrow. That your book the office is full up with?" "I don't know," Kid said. "Is it?" Faust frowned. "You should come up to the office sometime and take a look where they print the paper and things. Come up with me some day. I'll show it all to you. Your book went in the day before yesterday." Faust snapped his fingers. "And I put cartons of it in the bookstores last night, soon as it, got dark." Kid grunted and opened the Times again to look at something not Faust. "Get your morning paper." The old man loped down the block, hollering into the smoke. "Right here, get your morning paper." What he'd opened to was another quarter-page advertisement for brass orchids. He left it on the stoop and walked toward the corner when a sound he'd been dimly aware of broke over the sky, roaring, and nestled in the roar the whine a jet makes 3 blocks from the airport. Kid looked as the sound gathered above him. Nothing was visible. He looked down the block. Faust, a figurine off in a milky aquarium, had stopped too. The sound rolled away, lowering. Faust moved on to disappear. Kid turned the corner. It's different inside the nest, he thought, trying to figure what should be the same. The crayoning on the dirty wall, the loose ceiling fixture. In his hand the knob's squared and toothy shaft rasped out another inch. A black face came from the middle room, looked back inside, shook his head, and went down to the bathroom. Among voices, Nightmare's laugh, and, okay, that was Dragon Lady. "You said your thing, now what you want us to do?" While someone else in the hubbub shouted, Hey, come on now, hey." "I mean now, yeah." Nightmare's voice separated. "What do you want?" Kid went to the door. Across the room, Siam and Glass noticed him with small different nods. Kid leaned on the jamb. The people in the center, their backs to him, were not scorpions. "I mean," Nightmare, circling, bent to hit his knees, "what do you want?" "Look." John turned to follow him, holding the lapels of his Peruvian vest. "Look, this is very serious." His blue workshirt was rolled up his forearms. The sleeves were stained, dirty, and frayed at one elbow. His thumbnails, the only ones visible, were very clean. "I mean, you guys have got to—" He gestured. Millie stepped out of the way of his arm. "Gotta what?" Nightmare rubbed his shoulder. "Look, man, I wasn't there. I didn't know nothing about it. We were someplace else." Dragon Lady turned a white cup in her dark hands, shoulders hunched, sipping, watching. "We weren't even anywhere around, you know." She alone in the room drank, and drank loudly. Mildred brushed away threads of red hair and looked much older than Dragon Lady. He remembered once thinking, when neither were present, that for all their differences they were about the same age. Dragon Lady's lips kept changing thickness. "This is shit." Nightmare kneaded his arm. "I mean, this is real shit, man. Don't load this shit on me. You want to talk to somebody?" His eyes came up beneath his brows and caught Kid. "Talk to him. He was there. I wasn't. It was his thing." Kid unfolded his arms. "What did I do?" "You," Mildred turned, "killed somebody." He felt, after moments, his forehead wrinkle. "Oh, yeah?" What cleared inside was distressingly close to relief. "When?" he asked with the calm and contrapuntal thought. No, that's not possible, is it? No. "Look," John said, and looked between Nightmare and Kid. "Look, we could always talk to you guys, right? I mean, you're pretty together, you know. Nightmare, we've always done right by you, hey? And you've done right by us. Kid, you used to eat with us all the time, right? You were almost part of our family. We were going to put you up the first night you got here, weren't we? But you guys can't go around and murder people and expect us to just sit around. I mean, we have to do something." "Who'd we kill?" he asked, realizing they don't mean me. They mean us. The feeling came cold and with loss. "Wally," Millie said from the edge of hysteria. "Wally Ephraim." The name rang absolutely hollow in his mind. Kid searched the company squatting in memory before the communal cinder-block fire over beans and vegetable hash with Spam. Wally Ephraim? The short hair he'd once asked to help him get wood, who said no because he was too frightened to leave the others? The one who had sat between him and Lanya and talked non-stop of Hawaii? The heavy one with the black hair, long enough to sit on, who kept asking people whether or not we'd seen his girlfriend? One he'd seen but never noticed? One he'd never seen? He remembered Johnny and a half-dozen others. "Where?" he asked at her silence. "What did we kill him for?" "Oh, for Christ's sake!" Millie shook her head. "Yesterday," John said. "Yesterday afternoon, when you were all at that house with the son. Mildred was there." "I didn't know about it till after I got home," she said in the voice one used to make excuses. "Me neither," Kid said. "So do you want to tell me?" "No, I don't want to," Millie exclaimed. "This is really just terrible. This is animal." "You were in charge there, Kid, weren't you?" John asked. "So everybody tells me." "Well, it seems that— Now, I wasn't there, but this is what I've been told." Kid nodded. "It seems like some of the guys started a fight, and—" "What? Wally tried to break it up?" "He may have started the fight," Millie said to the floor, "with them. I guess most of the people were upstairs. This was downstairs in the kitchen. He got beat up pretty bad, I guess. Someone hit him a couple of times in the head with the bar of a police lock. Then everybody left, I guess. Apparently lots of people there didn't even know about it. It was downstairs." John repeated. "In the kitchen. I mean, Mildred didn't know until after she got back and Johnny told her." A movement of John's tan chin indicated that Johnny was the emaciated boy with a lot of brown hair and small, pale eyes. He had remembered Johnny, but he had not recognized him. "Everybody left him because they thought he was just knocked out or something, or they were scared. Then we went back for him. He was dead." "Who did it?" Kid shifted his bare foot, which was tingling. Copperhead stood in the kitchen door, one fist on the jamb. John looked at Johnny, who pointed immediately to the scorpion on the couch, the unshaven, pimply, white youngster. Him, who grunted at the accusation and raised his head a little. He was also the scorpion whom the long-haired youngsters had held, crying, on the balcony as the great circle set. "You killed somebody yesterday afternoon?" Kid asked. "No." He said it thickly and loudly and questioningly, trying the answer for effect. Nightmare sat now at Dragon Lady's feet. Head against the wall, he looked from speaker to speaker with the smile of an enthusiast at a tennis match. "You beat anybody up?" Kid asked. "Beat the fuck out of him." The scorpion's fists bounced on the couch's rim. "Yeah, with a fucking piece of pipe, but I didn't know what kind of pipe it was, or if he was dead." "Shit, I sure did," Glass chuckled. "I knew it when you hit the motherfucker the first time. The second, third, all those other times you were banging on him, man, that was just extra." "You shut the fuck up." It was, Kid remembered, the scorpion from whom he had rescued the bronze lion. "I didn't kill nobody." "But you did beat somebody over the head with a piece of pipe yesterday?" "Look, I didn't—" He stalled on the word and stood, fists flailing about his shoulders to beat away the barrier to speech, then yelled, "Didn't kill any goddamn body with no—" "Sit down, goddammit," Kid bellowed, coming away from the door by 3 steps. That, he thought in the silence, was pretty theatrical, but he was astonished by its efficacy. Twitching behind his face, he felt an embryonic giggle. Both feet and hands were tingling. Shall I say the next thing, or shall I yell it? The scorpion was leaning back on the couch, balanced on his fists, his seat not quite on the cushion, an expression not quite on his face. "Did you beat on some kid's head with a pipe?" He'd made the choice to avoid laughing. The scorpion sank to the cushion. The expression was terror. "I guess so," the scorpion asked quietly. "I don't know." Kid shook both hands hard by the hips to return the feeling. He heard one of the people beside him creak a floorboard and catch breath. "Look," he said to John. Millie behind him seemed more frightened than the scorpion on the couch. Little Johnny had an intent expression of cold interest. Why don't you people just get the fuck out of here? All right? Uh, John's thumbs had gone beneath the lapels with the rest of his fingers. You know, we haven't had a trial or anything. He glanced at the Scorpion. Mildred said maybe Wally started it, you know. I didn't see it, Millie reiterated. Somebody just told. Kid breathed in and was still surprised that it cut the ribbon of her whisper like scissors. You all get out. Now, we're not trying to, John began. Millie, Johnny, and the others had all started for the door. He let go his lapels and followed. What'd you do with Wally, huh? Kid called. Huh? John stopped for a moment. We just left. No, Kid interrupted. No, don't tell me about it. He kneaded one fist in the other. Feeling was beginning to return. The gesture sent John pushing against the people in front of him to get out of the room, beating nervously against his leg. The Scorpion on the couch looked very miserable, clutching his lamp or on the balcony crying. Kid thought, he's looked miserable every time I've ever noticed him. Shit, Kid said. Outside he heard the door close behind the commune deputation. The Scorpion bounced a little and blinked. Oh, shit. Kid turned and walked out of the room. 3 steps down the hall, Kid heard a noise behind him and turned. Nightmare swung around the door jamb, an incongruous grin on his face. Man, you're too fucking much. Nightmare pranced, jingling in the hall, and slapped the wall. Really? You're too much. Right behind him, Copperhead came out and asked, Hey, what you want to do with Dollar in there? He thumbed back in the room. So that's his name, Kid thought, Dollar, while asking, Huh? You want me to rough him up a little for you? Copperhead asked. Yeah, I'll do it. I don't mind doing shit like that. I mean, if he goes around hitting people over the head, he's going to get us in trouble, you know? You want me to work him over? Kid made a disgusted face. No, you don't have to do anything like. If you want me to, Copperhead announced over Nightmare's shoulder, I'll kill the little white bastard, or I could just work him over to scare him, you know? No, Kid repeated. No, I don't want you to do that. Maybe later, Copperhead said, when you thought about it? Well, not now, Kid said. Just leave him alone now. Nightmare laughed as Copperhead went back into the room. What were you trying to do, huh? Man, you are too much. Just find out if he did it, that's all. Nightmare held his laughter in his mouth. It bellied his cheeks till he swallowed it. Did you find out? From inside there was a sudden crack and a cry. Voices silenced around the sound of loud sipping. Now the Kid told me I'm supposed to wait till later to work you over, cocksucker, but don't give me any shit, you hear? You go around breaking people's heads, I think I'm going to have some fun breaking yours. Now get out of here. I guess so, Kid said. I mean, Nightmare shook his open palms in front of Kid's hips. I was just wondering if you found out. I wasn't there. You was, right? So you should know if he'd done it or not. He backed away, grinning. Hey. What? Come here. I want to talk to you. Nightmare's arm folded low on his stomach, then raised up his broad chest so that the chains looped across his forearms. Sure. He tilted his head wearily. What you want to talk about? I just want to know what... Hey, you come on with me. Sure, Nightmare said. Then his tongue went into the side of his jaw, licking for something among back teeth. They went up the hall and onto the service porch. Nightmare, arms still folded, stood in the doorway squinting. Dulling smoke hung only yards beyond the screening. Kid asked, What are you trying to do, huh? What do you mean? Nightmare's forearms slid across one another to tighten toward a knot. I mean you, and Dragon Lady and all. How come I suddenly get to be the boss about everything? You do it pretty well. But I want to know why. Well, Nightmare looked at the floor and let himself fall against the jamb. It's got to be somebody, right? Boards around them creaked. But what about you? What about me? The boards creaked again, though Nightmare hadn't moved. What do you want to know about me? Just why, that's all. You want a new boss. Why not one of the Spades or something? I mean, what's with you? Nightmare rolled his wet, red underlip back into his mouth and nodded. His left eye, Kid noticed again, had the slightest cast. The water puddling in the sink shook beneath the crusty faucet. I thought it'd be sort of interesting to see what would happen if one of you brainy craze types was running things for a while. All the brainy niggers in Bologna had sense enough to get out. We don't got too much to choose from, so we might as well make it interesting, right? I ain't gonna stay in this fucking foghole the rest of my life. It's a real gaspy nightmare, you know. But I'm gonna get back to St. Louis, get me a little foreign car, do some work in the gym, and put 2 or 3 ladies back to work for me, and I'm gonna be Larry H. Jonas all over again. And I hope I don't ever hear about no nightmare no more. If somebody shouts it out on 6th Street, I'm gonna walk down Olive. I've done too many things here, I'd just as soon leave here. He stood up. You strip off the nightmare, and I got me a name. I know people in St. Louis. His hand slid up to his shoulder, big fingers working. So I figured I'd leave you here. Besides, Denny likes you. That little cocksucker's got a head on his shoulders, not like some of these dumb nuts. You don't look like you mind. Among the links sagging on his chest, bright beads caught more light than there was to catch, winking and dying and winking. Hey, that scar on your shoulder, Kid asked. You and Dragon Lady getting on pretty good? Like a bitch, sometimes. Nightmare's face twisted a moment about his broken tooth. And then sometimes, he frowned. Well, you know. After the faucet dripped 3 more times, he turned to leave, but paused to look over his shoulder. You want to talk about anything else? No, Kid said. That's all. Nightmare left. Across the hall was a room Kid had never been in. He opened the door. Dollar, silhouetted before the torn window shade, turned. The lion peered by his hip from the sill. The taste of burning at the back of Kid's throat flooded forward into an amazing stench. On one of the overlapping mattresses was a charred halo around a crater 2 feet across of ashes and burned cotton. Newspaper and magazine pictures had been pasted over one wall. Many had been ripped off again. One of the 3 blacks sitting on the floor glanced at him. The little blonde girl shrugged her pea jacket back up her shoulders and pulled it across her breasts. Hey, man. Dollar stepped up unsteadily. Kid, look, you're supposed to be an all right guy, huh? You don't gotta hurt me. Please? Man, I ain't never done nothing like that before in my life, you know. You want me to... He took another step. Hey, what are you trying to do, huh? His hand strayed in the chains around his neck, twisted in them. Whatever it is, Kid said, it looks like I'm doing it. All the muscles in his face felt tight. He went back into the hall. Noise was coming from the front room. Nightmare's laughter rose. Dragon ladies cut across it. As if they'd suddenly heated, Kid pawed beneath the back of his vest, and from his belt pulled loose the books. Both were creased. The face of one was rubbed and dirty. So was the back of the other. Hey, come on, sweetheart, Nightmare hollered. What are you trying to do to me, huh? What are you trying to... And exploded in laughter. I just asked, Dragon Lady announced with hysterical deliberation, if you wanted some more goddamn coffee. The last syllable became a shriek, tumbling in counterpoint to Nightmare's laugh, till both splashed into a cistern of mirth. Kid took refuge in the bathroom. Pants about his knees, he sat. A fugitive bubble in the gut cramped his abdomen. The cramp faded. He broke wind and knew he was empty. He turned the books over, flipped through one, then the other. He wanted to read one poem at least through. A minute later, he realized he'd actually been deliberating not which poem, but in which book to read it. Was the discomfort in his belly a ghost of the gas? No. A book in either hand, he joggled them. Time had been spent writing these. The time was mornings, with his forehead wrinkled, and the grass obligingly silent beyond the blanket's edge. Was evenings at the bar with candlelight scoring bottles with their different contents, at different heights, like pistons in an engine. Was a broken curb on either side, while he sat with the ballpoint burning his middle finger. Writing, he had not thought to retrieve any of it, but the prospect of publication had somehow convinced him magic was in process that would return to him intacto, not memoriam, some of what the city had squandered. The conviction was now identified by its fraudulence before the inadequate objects. But as it died, kicking in his gut, spastic and stuttering, he knew it had been as real and unquestioned as any surround, air to a bird, water to a fish, earth to a worm. He was exhausted with an exhaustion that annihilated want, and all he could conceive of wanting was to try again, to make more poems, to put them in a book, to have that book made real by reproduction, and give that hallucination another chance. He had nothing to write. He could not imagine what another poem of his would be, how it might lilt or even look. Is that, he wondered, why they call it creation? The texture on the eye, the corrugation on the air around him had absorbed all. There was nothing left about what you see about you, what's happening to you, what you feel. No. No, something had to be created, as these had been. A muscle in his shoulder tensed. He'd once been scared of things like that, a blood clot breaking loose from the vein wall to race toward the heart, jamming a valve. Habit commenced to shiver. He caught up his breath and his pants and the books from where he'd dropped them. The leering mannequin, chained and bloody, leaned against the tank and smiled benignly up at Kid's left nipple. Kid scratched it, put the books back under his belt, and went out. In Denny's room, he took 2 rungs of the ladder at once. His chin gained the loft. "Hey, wake up!" Denny didn't, so he climbed up the rest of the way, kneeled astraddle, and took hold of the boy's head. "Hey!" "God damn!" Denny tried to roll to his back. One arm shot out and waved. "What the fuck are you—" "Come on, get up." Kid's hands clamped, and Denny's came back to grasp his wrist. "Okay," Denny said, his cheeks pushed together, distorting his voice. "Shit, man, I'm getting up, all right." "You gotta take me to Lanya's place." Kid raised his leg and sat back. "You know where it is, huh? You took her there, you know." Denny grunted and pushed himself up on his elbows. Boots and chains by his head lay on a crumple of green. His vest's leather edge fell back from a pinkened line across one waxy pectoral. "Yeah, I guess so." "Get the fuck up, cocksucker." Kid gestured. "I want to go see her." Okay. Denny reached back for his boots and started to put them on. Once he glanced up and said, "Shit." Kid grinned at him. "Move your ass." "Fuck you," Denny said dryly, and ducked his head through rattling links. "Come on." He swung his feet over the edge and jumped. Kid swung over the ladder, while Denny bobbed erect in the doorway. "What's all the rush for?" Denny asked. "Hey, stop pushing me, will you?" as Kid shoved him into the hall. "I'm not hurting you," Kid said. "Did you know Dollar beat some kid to death with a pipe?" "Huh? When?" "Yesterday." Denny tried to whistle. It squeaked at the beginning and was all air. "Dollar's a crazy motherfucker, you know that? I mean, he was always crazy. Hell, all the white guys in the nest are nuts." "Sure." Kid herded Denny toward the hall door. "Why'd he do it?" Kid shrugged. "I don't know." The hall door opened. 13, Smoky behind, stepped inside, looking around as though he expected something different. "Hey, Kid. Oh, hey, man, I gotta talk to you. You know Dollar?" "Well, we just got here, but somebody told me yesterday he got a bar from a police lock and beat some kid—" "Get off my ass," Kid said very loudly in 13's face, hefting his fist. "If I keep this up," he thought, "I'm going to hit somebody. Now just get off my ass, will you?" 13, one hand against his green tank top, the 13 tattoo stretched wide, had backed against one wall, and Smoky, wide-eyed, against the other. Kid put his hand on Denny's shoulder. "Come on, let's go." They stalked between them and out the door. It swung to behind.